Hey everyone, welcome back to the alternate path. Today, we're diving into part 2 of our brand new What If story. What if Jasper stayed with Bella after Edward left? Here's a quick summary. When Edward leaves Forks, Jasper makes a different choice, he stays. As Bella begins to heal, an unexpected bond forms between them, but the past isn't ready to let go. But before we begin, if you enjoy stories like this, make sure to subscribe to the alternate path and share it with your friends, because it really helps the channel grow. Back at home, Charlie was watching TV and barely gave me a second look as I came in with my shopping bag. I told him that I was tired and headed upstairs to get ready for bed. I went through my usual routine, but only my body was in my house, operating on autopilot. My mind was back at Jasper's, replaying the evening like a movie. Jasper had touched me, not only touched, but held me in his arms, in his lap, for much of the night. It was a gesture of comfort, I knew. He had only been trying to help alleviate my fear of Laurent. But I couldn't lie to myself any longer. If it had been up to me, it would have been more. I thought back to the conversation we had Tuesday night. We were supposed to be working on our friendship, helping each other overcome these inappropriate feelings. And, seemingly, Jasper wasn't having any trouble on that front. But I sure was, and he was not helping. It occurred to me that I should remind him that I needed his help, that I should ask him to stop doing all of the things that were driving me mad for him. But unbeknownst to me there was a part of me, a very small part, that was extremely selfish, and this part now roared to life. The selfish Bella wanted to take whatever she could get from Jasper for as long as she could get it, consequences be damned. No one else in the world mattered, no one could get in the way of her getting what she wanted. And I knew that this part of me would fight tooth and nail against any attempt by the rest of me to return the relationship between me and Jasper to a less intimate level. As long as he's not uncomfortable with it, selfish Bella reasoned, what's the harm? We're not doing anything wrong. Sure, we may be a bit closer than most friends, but there's nothing wrong with closeness as long as we don't cross the line. Of course, what selfish Bella knew but was unwilling to acknowledge, was that her line was getting more and more blurry. She was willing to push the boundary as far as it would go. Should I warn Jasper? Should I tell him how dangerous I really was? Was it only a few days ago that I thought of him as the predator? He was the one that needed to take care now. He was the one that wasn't safe. So when I walked back into my room, it was the selfish Bella that reached for my limited music collection and shuffled through until she found a long-forgotten disc. She was the one that put the disc in the CD player, turned the volume down low enough so that it couldn't be heard outside the room, and set it to repeat the single track, before she turned off the light and called Jasper. Music, Bella. Sometimes I get in the mood to listen to something I haven't heard in a while. He didn't say anything for a moment. I wouldn't have pegged you for a Selena fan. My musical tastes are eclectic. This is a sweet song. It is indeed. Siempre estoy sonando en ti. Besando mis labios, acariciando mi piel. Abrazando con ansias locas. Imaginando que me amas. Como yo podía amar a ti. Oops. He threw me for a loop. I had never bothered to translate the Spanish portion of the lyrics, and now I had no idea what he was saying or thinking. I felt like a fool. Note to selfish Bella, be sure to always know the full meaning of the message before you try to send it. I scrambled out of bed and walked to the CD player, waiting for the song to be over before hitting the stop button. There would be no repeat performances tonight. I kept waiting for Jasper to chuckle or make a joke about the song, but he said nothing. I got back into bed and realized that he was waiting for me to continue the conversation. I never did look up what those lyrics meant. I suppose you know. Yes. After living for as long as I had in the South and in Mexico, Spanish is almost like another first language for me. Oh, no. I not only played a song with lyrics I didn't fully understand, I also managed to remind Jasper of the most painful time in his life. How could I have been so thoughtless? This is what happened when I let the selfish part of me take over. I hurt the people I cared about the most. It was a painful reminder of what I had to do. Selfish Bella was going to be under lock and key for the rest of Jasper's time in Forks. From now on I would do my best to be the good Bella, the Bella that could keep herself in check. I became aware of yet another prolonged silence, and realized it was my turn to speak. I'm so very sorry, Jasper. I wasn't thinking. I should have never put that song on. It's all right, darling, he said, softly. I actually like that song very much. I will have to add it to my Bella playlist. I swallowed loudly. You have a Bella playlist. Can I ask what's on it? Maybe someday. Not tonight, though. Tonight I want to find out more about you. Tell me something that no one else knows. He covered the slip very quickly, but I heard it. He had wanted me to tell him something about myself that Edward didn't know. I considered the question, which would actually be easy to answer because there had been so many things I never bothered to tell Edward. I'd always felt that Edward saw me as a very young girl, someone who wasn't quite at his level of maturity. At the time, knowing that he had lived almost 100 years longer than I, his reactions made sense. But then Jasper was even older, and he never made me feel that way. I always felt I could tell Jasper anything without being judged. Well, I like to play pinball. He laughed, his melodic voice tingling pleasantly in my ear. Pinball, Bella. Really? I suppose that makes sense, although you still need to coordinate two hands to press the flippers. I knew I was being teased, but I didn't mind. It was a gentle, friendly teasing, and it got Jasper to forget my Spanish faux pas. I didn't say I was good at it, I grumbled. Just that I like to play. There's kind of a low risk of injury in pinball. I said, sheepishly. He said thoughtfully. We may have to rearrange our plans tomorrow somewhat to make a stop at an arcade. I find the thought of watching you play pinball absolutely enchanting. You won't have to alter your plans too much and it won't be such a great show. Like I said, I never claimed to be good. And don't even think you can talk me into a two-player game. I don't want to spend the entire day in the arcade, and I have a feeling you could do that with just one ball. Guilty as charged, I'm afraid, he admitted, though it's been a long time since I played. Do you have any favorite machines? I blushed. I did, in fact, have some favorite machines. Would that make me look like a complete dork? I like the Addams Family, Champion Pub, Bride of Pinbot and Funhouse. Jasper whistled. I am impressed. You are no pinball novice. I'm not sure we'll be able to find any of those classics in Seattle tomorrow. You might have to settle for something more current. Jasper, I don't even want to play pinball tomorrow. I was just telling you something about myself that no one here knows. It's no big deal. I haven't played since I moved to Forks and I haven't missed it much. I was secretly pleased that he apparently knew enough about pinball to recognize the machines I mentioned. Pinball was not exactly a popular pastime anymore. Most of my friends probably wouldn't be able to recognize a machine if they saw one. I had only learned to play because the father of one of my friends in Phoenix was a pinball fanatic and always had anywhere from 4 to 8 machines in his game room, which we could play to our heart's content while he was at work. This reminded me that I haven't called or emailed Trina since I moved here, and I made a mental note to get back in touch with her soon. Suddenly, a horrifying thought occurred to me. Jasper. Yes, darling. Promise me that you will not get on the internet tonight and buy a bunch of pinball machines for your house. Please. If you do, I swear I'll never come visit again. I could almost hear his disappointment through the silence. I think you know me too well, he said. And why not? It would be so much fun. I thought about this for a moment. He was right. It would be a lot of fun. But it would also be very expensive. Still, would it be too awful if? Okay, I said, you're right. It would be fun. But just one. He chuckled. Thanks, Bella. I promise, just one. I'll get whichever one I can find with the shortest delivery time. Maybe we can play next week. I smiled. It was nice to hear him so excited. That sounds really great, Jasper. I told him, and I meant it. What else, Bella? What other secrets are you hiding? I blushed. I could never tell him the biggest secret without potentially hurting him. I had to quickly think of something else. I like travelogues. Travelogues. Yes. You know, those shows they play on public television where you can see faraway places. Renee never had a lot of money, so we didn't travel, and Charlie is a homebody. So outside of Forks and Phoenix, I haven't really been anywhere. Someday I hope to travel all over, but for now I just have to do it vicariously, by watching travelogues. He was thoughtful. How is it possible that the more we talk and the more I learn about you, the more fascinating you become? Shouldn't the mystery of you lessen with each revelation instead of increase? I frowned. I'm not really so mysterious, Jasper, or fascinating. I disagree. There's so much more of you beneath the surface that you've never revealed. As long as you and Edward had been together, how can it be that he never knew these things? He never asked, I confessed. And I didn't tell him, because I thought he would find these things silly. He already disapproved of my truck, and my favorite books. I was worried that if I told him more and he disapproved of that too, he wouldn't want to be with me. And I was right. In the end, that's exactly what happened. My silly, human ways got tiresome and drove him away. No, Bella. That's not. Stop. Don't say any more. I know he's your brother and you feel the need to defend him, but I really do not want to talk about him tonight. I glanced at the clock, glad that it provided a perfect excuse to end the conversation. It's late, Jasper. I should go to sleep. I have a feeling you planned a busy day for tomorrow. Darlin', I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. I know. It's all right. I'm all right. I just don't want to get upset tonight and I don't want to argue, especially not about Edward. I want to get some rest and then have an awesome day with you tomorrow. Okay. Of course, Bella. That's perfectly okay. Sleep well. Good night, Jasper. I closed my eyes and fell asleep to his honeyed voice singing my lullaby. I woke up Saturday morning with a delicious sense of anticipation. Morning, Sleeping Beauty. Oh, boy. I really needed to have that conversation with Jasper to request that he stop sabotaging my restraints on selfish Bella. Morning, Jasper. Did you find the pinball machine yet? I teased him. Maybe, maybe not, he teased right back. You'll just have to wait and see. I laughed. You like to keep things mysterious too, don't you? Don't worry, darlin'. A lot of the mysteries will be revealed shortly, about my plans for today, anyway. Great. I look forward to that. I'm going to go get ready. Any suggestions on what I should wear? Something comfortable and casual, but maybe not jeans. And bring a warm jacket. Ooh, very mysterious. Sounds like I should be ready for anything. He laughed. Just be ready to have fun. Let me take care of the rest. And remember, no complaining. Oh, and bring the poetry books. We might have a little downtime to go over some possibilities. All right. You might have to remind me every once in a while about not complaining, but I'll try. I'll see you soon. I look forward to it. We hung up and I hopped out of bed. I reviewed my clothing choices. With jeans out of the equation, my selection was somewhat limited. I settled for closely fitted khakis and a rose-colored shirt with a versus neck that would have passed the Jessica Stanley test. It made my beeps look good. I knew Jasper wouldn't be paying any attention, but feeling pretty made me more self-confident. I listened for Charlie and, when I heard nothing, looked out into the driveway. The cruiser was gone, which meant I had the house to myself. I showered and dressed as quickly as possible. Not wanting to waste time on breakfast, I grabbed a couple of Pop-Tarts to eat on the way along with a bottle of water. I couldn't wait to see what Jasper had in store for us. As always lately, I arrived at Jasper's house in record time. He was waiting for me, looking model perfect as always. He wore khakis as well, paired with an ivory cable knit sweater that he wore over a white t-shirt. He carried, but did not wear, a hooded windbreaker. He motioned for me to pull into the garage. So that your truck is hidden just in case anyone comes out here for any reason today. He explained when I got out of the truck. That made perfect sense. I was, after all, supposed to be spending the day in Olympia. Ready? He asked, his eyes shining with excitement. Absolutely. I said. Come on, then, he said, pulling me by the hand. We walked to the far end of the garage. I stopped dead in my tracks when I saw the vehicle he was pulling me to. Jasper, is that your car? I asked, though of course I already knew the answer. Yes, he looked at me carefully. Do you like it? I closed my mouth, which had fallen open at the sight of the car, and nodded. I didn't know what to say. The car was Jasper. It was as though it had been designed just for him. It was sleek and beautiful and mysterious and dangerous. Gold with black panels on the sides and darkly tinted windows, even the colors were perfect for Jasper. It was by far the most exciting and alluring vehicle I had ever seen. I had never had a reaction to a car besides the loyalty I felt to my truck, but this car turned me on. Just like Jasper. Selfish Bella screamed from inside her prison. Pipe down. The rational me screamed back. Jasper opened the passenger door, revealing the black leather interior. He held out his hand to help me get inside. I slid into the passenger seat and buckled in, looking around in awe. In less than a second the passenger door was closed and Jasper was sitting in the driver's seat beside me. "I'm so glad you like it," he said, and he really seemed like he meant it. "This is a bit of an indulgence on my part, but it is my prized possession." "What is it?" I asked, glancing at the shiny engine located directly behind us. "It's an Audi R8, and I had this one specially built based on the prototype before the new V10 model was available to the public. It's a truly magnificent machine." I swallowed. This was definitely a race car, built for maximum velocity. Was this the right time to tell him that I really did not like it when the Cullens drove their cars at breakneck speed? They, of course, were indestructible and excellent drivers, but I wasn't so sure about the others on the road. Jasper must have sensed my fear. "Don't worry, darlin'," he said. "I'll keep it under 100 today." "Oh, good," I said weakly. "Or I'll go slower if you need me to," he added, though even I could feel how much it took for him to say it. "Let's just get on the road and see how it goes, all right?" "Sure. Here we go." And with that he backed out of the garage, closed the doors and pulled away from the house towards the main road. At first we drove in silence, just listening to the purr of the engine. I loved watching Jasper drive, loved the way he shifted gears, loved the concentration on his face, loved his profile. I was completely absorbed by him. I didn't even notice the rate of speed, though I noticed that the forest on either side of the road seemed to pass us in a steady blur. "See something you like?" he teased after I had been staring at him for some time. As a matter of fact, yes, I said, and blushed. "Really? Well, don't keep me in the dark." "What is it?" "I like watching you drive," I confessed. "It's so natural, so right, like the car is an extension of you." "Oh, darlin', I wish I had known that sooner. I would have taken you for drives all along. As it is, I'm almost regretting some of the plans I made for today." "No, I'm sure everything you planned will be fantastic. We can always go for a ride again another time." "See, Bella, this is exactly what I mean. I never would have expected this reaction from you. You're utterly fascinating." "Thank you." We sped along and soon we passed Port Angeles. When we got to Discovery Bay, however, instead of continuing on towards Seattle, Jasper headed north for Port Townsend. I was confused. I thought we were going to Seattle. We're just making a stop in Port Townsend." "But isn't that?" I stopped. I had promised not to complain. Besides, it didn't really matter where we were. I was just enjoying my day with Jasper. "Never mind." Jasper smiled at me and indicated his thanks with a nod of his head. "It's not so hard, is it?" he asked. "Not so far," I acknowledged. "We'll see how the rest of the day goes." "Bella," his voice was at once a plea and a warning. I ignored it and settled back into my seat, turning my head again to watch him drive. His lips turned up into a smile. "You do wonders for my ego, darlin'. As you have for mine." He looked over at me, surprised. "But I've been remiss," he said. "I haven't even told you how lovely you look today. That shirt is very flattering. You should wear that color more often, it matches your blush." And how could I prevent the blush from spreading all over my face when he said sweet things like that? I guess I was wrong when I assumed he wouldn't notice my clothes. I turned to face the front and looked down at my knees, embarrassed. "Got tired of the view?" he teased. "Jasper Whitlock. Actually, for today's purposes it's Hale." I needed to use my legal name to make the arrangements and, at least for the moment, my legal name is Jasper Hale. "Oh, okay. I'll try to remember. You shouldn't really have to use my last name, but I didn't want you to. Wonder in case anyone else does." This was getting more and more mysterious. Why would other people need to use Jasper's last name? We reached the Port Townsend city limits and followed the road to the waterfront, where Jasper pulled the car into a spot at the Port Townsend boat haven. "A boat, Jasper?" I asked, weakly. What in the world was he up to? Using human speed, Jasper walked to my side of the car to open the door and help me get out of the vehicle. Still holding my hand, he locked the car and armed the alarm. He pulled me to walk with him to one of the marina slips holding a yacht that was clearly close to exceeding the size limits of the marina. A yacht. I used my free hand to cover my eyes. I thought we were going to Seattle. "We are, darlin', just a little bit later. First I wanted to take you on a special adventure." It's the perfect time of year for whale watching, so I thought we could cruise to the San Juan Islands and watch some wildlife. And later we'll go to Seattle by boat. It will be faster and more convenient, plus we can relax completely and talk. I looked at the huge vessel before us. Dollar signs and number flashed before my eyes. I could only imagine how much it cost to charter something like this for a Saturday during whale watching season. It wasn't that expensive, really, Jasper assured me, as though he could read my mind. And besides, I wasn't just doing this just for you. I wanted to go whale watching, but I wasn't sure what the weather would be like, and if it turned out to be a sunny day it could be a problem for me. This way I can go inside any time and no one is the wiser. When he put it like that, it actually kind of made sense. And besides, I wasn't supposed to complain. I sighed. All right, Jasper. I suppose you've already paid for it, so it's too late now anyway. Let's go and enjoy ourselves. We started walking towards the yacht. I've never been whale watching. Do you think we'll actually see anything? Oh yes, miss, this time of year we'll see quite a bit, responded a man at the plank leading to the yacht. We have our 3 resident orca pods to look for, as well as a transient pod that's passing through the area, and we might see some humpbacks and minke whales too. I've got scouts calling in locations where the whales have been spotted, so we will definitely have some for you to see. There are books in the salon if you'd like to study up on them before we get there. Captain Jones. Jasper nodded at the man. In the flesh. You must be Jasper Hale. Nice to meet you. If he was surprised at Jasper's and my obvious youth, he didn't show it. Likewise. And this is Bella. Thank you for accommodating our schedule today. As we discussed, for the most part we'd prefer to be alone today. Are there any problems with the arrangements? The men shook hands and I noticed that Jasper had a tip ready to pass discreetly to the captain. Not at all. Everything is as you requested. Thank you. No problem. We aim to please. Welcome aboard. We walked onto the yacht and into a beautifully appointed salon, complete with a sitting and entertainment area, a dining area, and a corner kitchen. The kitchen had a pass-through bar which was covered with an amazing array of breakfast dishes. Help yourselves to breakfast and make yourselves comfortable. In a minute we'll be off and I will let you know via the intercom when we spot anything worth seeing. The captain had followed us in and headed up a staircase hidden in the corner of the room. I turned to Jasper, my eyes still wide with wonder. You really are too much. I said. He shrugged. I didn't have a lot of time to plan and I wanted this to be a one-of-a-kind day for you. I turned around slowly in a full circle, taking in my surroundings again. This is definitely one of a kind. I said. Jasper looked slightly nervous, sensing that I wasn't really comfortable. He came closer to stand behind me and rubbed his right hand lightly against my upper arm. If this makes you unhappy, we could just go back to the car and keep driving to Seattle. It's important to me that you have fun today. I heard the anxiety in his voice, and suddenly felt like a complete ingrate. He had put a lot of thought into this day and it wasn't fair for me to spoil it because of my financial hang-ups. I knew he could easily afford this trip, no one would have to give anything up in order for us to enjoy ourselves. Just for one day I needed to accept the fact that money was no object and focus on him and the activities he had planned. I turned and stepped into him, wrapping my arms around him and pressing my face into his chest. I'm not unhappy, Jasper. Just a little overwhelmed. This is obviously the nicest thing anyone has ever done for me. I'm just not used to being treated like this, to doing things on such a grand scale. But I'll adjust. It might take me a little while, but I'll adjust eventually. Thank you for arranging all this. He put his arms around me and at the top of my head. I'm just trying to make the day as special as you are. And this is only the beginning. Are you hungry? Jasper asked, stroking my back gently. I had them prepare a breakfast buffet. I looked up at him. You do know I'm just one person, right? I do not need buffets. He looked a bit embarrassed. They asked me what to prepare, but I had no idea what you like to eat for breakfast, so they actually suggested a buffet. I just bet they did, I grumbled, stepping out of the hug. I don't even want to think how much more this set you back versus one order of scrambled eggs. He shrugged. I knew the cost didn't bother him one bit. Is that what you like to eat for breakfast? Scrambled eggs? He asked curiously. I sighed. I can eat anything, I said. I'm not very picky. I shrugged out of my jacket and tossed it to the sofa. Then I walked over to the buffet and checked out the offerings. I had to admit the food looked and smelled great. The Pop-Tarts I inhaled earlier had already been burned off in the excitement of the day. I grabbed a plate and started filling it with eggs, sausage, hash browns, and fresh fruit. I set my plate down to pour a glass of orange juice, then took my food and beverage over to the table. He sat down beside me. "You know, Jasper," I said between bites, "I'm not criticizing or complaining, but you don't have to try this hard. Not everything we do today has to be perfect or my favorite. I like spending time with you, period. Everything else is nice, but I wouldn't have minded if we had just stayed at your place and watched TV. You're the important part, not all this." I waved a hand at the room. "I know that, Bella," he said, "but it makes me happy to make you happy. Does that make sense? And I know you would have been happy at home watching TV, but I didn't want us to have a one-room relationship. I wanted to do these things with you, but with my limitations it's not as easy. I can't necessarily mingle with the public like a human would. It's still challenging, at times, and the potential threat of the sun just exacerbates the problem. I know you're uncomfortable with the cost, but you know it's not an issue for me and my family. It's a very small price to pay to be able to spend a day like this with you." I inhaled sharply at his words, just as I was taking a bite. The food went down my air passage, causing a coughing fit. I grabbed the orange juice, desperately trying to wash the food down my esophagus. Jasper looked at me with alarm. "Is everything all right? What can I do?" He stood up and moved closer to me. I waved him off, taking another swallow of orange juice. He left and was back in a flash with another filled glass. "I'm okay," I said weakly between coughs. "Just swallowed wrong." I felt his cool hand on my back moving in reassuring circles. I looked up at him and smiled gratefully. "Sorry to be such a drama queen." He laughed. "You do have a flair, I'll give you that. Are you sure you're all right? Can I get you anything?" "Nope. I just need to finish this and then maybe we can move to the sofa and look at some of those whale books. I want to study a little so I know what to look for." I went back to eating. Jasper walked over to the stereo and reviewed the available music selections. He smiled at one of the discs and promptly inserted it into the CD player. The room was soon filled with calm but otherworldly sounds. "Whale songs," he explained. "Did you know that the 3 pods of orcas that reside permanently around the San Juan Islands each have their own unique dialect? Scientists can tell the pods apart just by listening to the whales talk to each other." I shook my head, swallowing my last bite of breakfast. "I really don't know anything about whales." "That sounds really interesting. What else?" He sat down on the larger sofa and pulled over one of the books from the coffee table. I walked to the kitchen and dropped off my dishes in the sink. I would have washed up, but I couldn't find anything to wash them with, so instead I just went back to the sofa. I kicked off my shoes and sat down next to Jasper, folding up my legs and tucking them underneath me to one side, so that I was leaning into him. It's only to get a better look at the book he's holding, I told myself. Right. Who was I trying to kid? Jasper looked over at me, surprised but not displeased. He opened the illustrated book, then put his arm around me to rest on my shoulder, removing the final barrier between us. I snuggled into his side. It felt good to be this close to him, in a position that seemed fairly comfortable and non-threatening. I would do this with Jake, I reasoned, so it's just a friendly thing. No big deal. We looked through the book, illustrated with different orca whale behaviors. The photographs in the book were stunning. I wonder if we'll get to see any of that today, I said, pointing towards photos of whales performing cartwheels, back dives and tail slaps. I mean, I would just be happy to see their fins from a distance, you know. But to see something like this, I pointed to a photo again, that would be spectacular. It is spectacular, and I hope you will see some of this today. The whales from the resident pods are quite happy and used to being observed. Sometimes it feels like they enjoy performing for the tourists. I couldn't imagine it. Whales in the wild performing the same tricks that people paid to see at shows with trained animals in places like SeaWorld. I never liked those shows, thinking that the poor animals should have just been left alone instead of being forced to do things they didn't want to do day after day. It never occurred to me that in the wild they would be doing the same things, only without the motivation of free food at the end of each show. Folks, we're coming up on one of the resident orca pods, so I'm going to slow down to comply with whale watching guidelines. We're going to pull up along the side and move in parallel with the pod. They're clustering today and they look pretty frisky. You should get a good show on the starboard side. The voice of the captain was coming in over an intercom mounted into the wall. There are binoculars in the cabinet below the bookcase next to the deck door. Feel free to help yourself. I looked up at Jasper, startled. Oh my gosh, I said excitedly, whales. We're actually going to see whales. I scooted off the sofa, quickly pulling on my shoes and reaching for my jacket. Jasper set the book aside and got up as well. He walked to the bookcase and reached into the bottom cabinet to pull out a pair of binoculars, which he handed to me. What about your jacket? I asked. I knew the cold wouldn't be a problem for him, but it was drizzling lightly. He reached for the hooded windbreaker he had brought with him and put it on. Let's go, he said, smiling, as he reached for my hand. We walked out onto the deck and he pointed in the direction where the whales were supposed to be. I strained to see, but my eyes didn't pick up anything other than the ocean. Use the binoculars, Jasper suggested. I put them to my eyes and adjusted focus. Suddenly, I saw a giant tail fin come out and slap the water before disappearing under again. I pulled away the binoculars and looked up at Jasper. Did you see that? I asked, completely awestruck. Uh-huh. Keep watching. I looked back through the binoculars and saw several dorsal fins sticking out of the water. It was a whole pod, clustered together. Then one of the whales threw itself halfway out of the water and dove. The others followed. They are very fast and can stay underwater for a long time, Jasper whispered, although we were alone and the whales were too far to hear us. Look for them to emerge a good distance down. He took my shoulders and turned me in the right direction. Keep watching, he said, and seconds later I saw the dorsal fins appear over the water level. One of the whales threw his body out of the water, turning about 180 degrees sideways, so that his belly was facing the sky, before diving under again. Jasper, I said in wonder. This is amazing. I know, he said, and they're just beginning. Our yacht was no longer moving, but the whales were on a course taking them closer to us. As long as we're not moving, Jasper said, the whale watching rules say we can stay here so the whales can get closer. I put down the binoculars and watched the pod move closer to us, its members slapping their fins against the water, jumping up and diving, one even doing a backflip. It looked like pure, unadulterated joy. Jasper moved to stand behind me, his right hand resting on the railing to the right of me, his left rubbing my left shoulder. He leaned over so that his lips were even with my left ear and whispered, I always thought watching these guys was as close to a spiritual experience as someone with no soul can get, but seeing them with you here, seeing that look on your face, it's even better. I'm so glad you agreed to share this with me. It was a testament to the awesome nature of the whales that our close proximity and the cool air that felt like a caress against my ear as Jasper whispered, did not set my senses ablaze. This morning I was too awestruck to think about my physical attraction. I just wanted to focus on these amazing creatures and their absolutely majestic, carefree exhibition. I'm so glad you thought of this. Are they like this all the time? I asked, unable to take my eyes off the whales long enough to look at him. They're not always this active, he said, but they are used to lots of people watching and I think they almost know what's expected of them. But it's all natural, right? I mean, no one trains them or gives them treats for tricks. No, that's what's so amazing. They just lead this happy life here and they don't seem to mind that we want to watch. The pod was moving away from us now, but we did not follow. The captain has to let other boats get closer now that we've had our show, Jasper explained. We're lucky we're not here in the afternoon along with all the other tourist boats and don't have to wait our turn. The pod was much further away now. I put the binoculars back to my eyes in time to see some of the whales slapping their tail fins on the water, as if they were waving goodbye. I turned so that my back was against the railing and looked up at Jasper. This was the most amazing thing I have ever seen, I said earnestly. I have no words to describe this experience. And I never would have thought to do this myself. Thank you. He looked down at me, not saying anything. He reached towards the railing with his left hand, effectively trapping me between him and the railing. Not that I was complaining. I certainly didn't want to be anywhere but where I stood at that exact moment. My mouth opened slightly as my breathing got heavier and, almost as if it were happening to someone else. I felt my tongue dart out to moisten my lips. Jasper's eyes, focused completely on my face, darkened slightly. Bracing himself against the railing, he started leaning towards me, his face lowering towards mine. We had a scout report that there are some humpback whales in the area. Should we head in that direction? I was so caught up in the moment, so lost in Jasper's eyes, that for a second my mind could not identify the disturbing sound. Then I realized that it was the captain's voice. Jasper stopped mid-movement and a flash of absolute fury passed across his face, quickly masked by a blank expression. He muttered an expletive. "That would be great, Captain," he said, without bothering to turn to look at the man who, I could now see, was standing on the narrower upper deck balcony. I looked back at Jasper. Whatever forces have taken over us a few moments ago, we knew they were now gone. We were back to Jasper and Bella, a couple of friends on a whale-watching adventure. He stepped back away from me and the railing. "It's cold and wet out here, Bella," he said. "Let's go inside and get you warm. It sounds like we have a little time before we get to the next spot." Until he said something I hadn't even noticed the chill and the drizzle. Now that the adrenaline and excitement of my close encounters with whales and Jasper had worn off, I shivered involuntarily. Without a word, I walked past Jasper into the salon. He followed closely behind me. We took off our jackets and hung them over the chairs in the dining area. I shivered again. "I think I saw some hot tea and coffee on the buffet. Would you like me to get you some?" "Hot tea would be great." Almost before I could blink, Jasper was pressing a mug full of hot amber liquid into my hand. I walked over to the sofa, sat down, and took a long sip of tea. Jasper was still standing by the table, looking out at the ocean through the large windows. His posture betrayed a lot of tension and I wondered if he was thinking about what nearly happened outside. For once, it hadn't been my doing. He had been the one who very nearly killed me. He had definitely wanted to do it. I saw the desire in his eyes. And I had no doubt he would have done it had we not been interrupted. Was he berating himself for that near slip now, hating himself for almost cheating on Alice? Did he hate my being here, tempting him, doing nothing to stop him? I looked glumly into my mug and took another long sip of tea. I wished there was something I could do or say to make the situation easier for him, but nothing came to mind. I felt a profound sense of disappointment in myself, because despite all my attempts to lock away selfish Bella, I desperately wanted that key. And, at least in that moment, didn't care if Alice got hurt in the process. I wasn't thinking about anyone but myself. I was a monster. The whale songs that had continued to play in the background came to an end and an oppressive silence descended on us like a cloud. I knew that someone had to overcome this mood that threatened to destroy our entire time together. "So do you come out to watch the whales often?" My voice was low, but I knew he'd be able to hear me perfectly. He turned to face me, considered me for a moment, then walked over and sat on the sofa next to me. "About once a year," he said. "I'd come out more often if anyone wanted to come with me, but my family, they're not too interested." I look at him incredulously. How could anyone not find the whales fascinating? Have they ever seen them? They all came with me one year. It was a disaster. Emmett just wanted to jump in the water and hunt. Edward and Carlisle found it peaceful, or so they said, but they prefer books. Esme humored me, but I know she would have rather been gardening. Rosalie had no patience. I think she spent most of the trip in the bathroom looking in the mirror. And Alice brought a sketchbook and designed a full line of black and white outfits. He laughed at the last recollection. At least she was inspired, if not in the way I would have expected her to be. But after that trip, well, I never asked anyone to come with me again and none of them complained. I was still staring, not knowing what to say. I reached over to take his hand. "I guess this is yet another example of me bonding with a natural food source," he joked. "No wonder my family doesn't get it." "I get it," I said quietly. "So if you are ever in the area again and want someone to come with you, just ask me." He looked down at my hand holding his, then over at me, and smiled. "Thank you, darlin'," he said. "I hope we'll get a chance to do this again someday. Folks, you may want to head out on deck again. We're seeing a lot of birds, which means there may be a feeding ground ahead, so we might see some seals or sea lions. And we're coming up on the area where the scouts spotted the humpbacks." The captain's voice interrupted over the intercom again. The man had absolutely horrible timing. We got up, put on our jackets, and headed back out to the deck. The captain had been right. This area was teeming with wildlife. With Jasper around, I didn't need books or a guide. He pointed out the sea lions resting on rocks and hunting in the water, the birds of prey circling overhead and, when we finally spotted them, a pod of 5 humpback whales. These guys are so majestic and interesting. They hunt cooperatively too. They spread out in a group and spiral underwater towards the surface, creating a wall of bubbles to round up a high concentration of prey. They're also pretty acrobatic. As if on cue, the whales started breaching, jumping high out of the water and slapping themselves in huge belly flops as they came down. Jasper and I both laughed. We watched the humpbacks for a while until they disappeared off in the distance. Ready to head back to Seattle? I heard the captain ask. At least this time he wasn't interrupting anything. Yes, thanks, Jasper answered. Great show today. We got lucky, the captain agreed. Finding the resident orca pods isn't too difficult, but the humpbacks were a treat. We went back into the salon and took off our jackets again. I was giddy with excitement of what I had seen. Even though by necessity we were further away, this was so much better than watching a nature show on TV. Witnessing these awesome creatures firsthand was simply breathtaking. So what are we doing now? I asked Jasper after we settled in on the sofa again. Well, we have a little while before we're in the city, so I thought maybe we'd work on your poetry project. And when we get to Seattle, we're going underground. I looked at him curiously. Underground? Yup, we're going to see the Seattle of the old days. Dusty and cramped and, at least currently, underground. Huh, was all I could say. You'll enjoy it, trust me, he said. And I did. He got up to bring over my bag, which he had brought in from the car at the start of the trip, and took out a couple of Carlyle's books. Now, let's find you the perfect love poem. So is there anything in particular you're looking for in this poem? Jasper asked. I thought about the question. I'd like something romantic, but not too gushy. Obviously nothing too long, complicated, or overt. Something that wouldn't be a problem for Mike. No words over 6 letters long, then. He asked sarcastically. I rolled my eyes. Please, stop. Let's not do this again and spoil our day. Mike's not dumb and he is my partner for this project, so you can either help me or not, but if you're just going to make comments like that, then we're better off doing something else right now. Jasper looked away for a moment, then turned back to me with an apologetic look. You're right, Bella. I'm sorry. That was inappropriate, and I definitely do not want to spoil our day. Have you had a chance to look at the poems I suggested? I shook my head, and held out my hand for one of the books. I opened it to the first bookmarked page and read the poem. It was definitely a love poem, fairly short and simple, but not even remotely romantic. I flipped to the next selection, finding it very similar. I continued to read his suggestions, with the same emotional results. After reading the last marked poem I closed the book, looked up to find him watching me carefully. What did you think? He asked. I didn't respond right away. I wanted to phrase my answer carefully, so as not to offend him. I couldn't quite reconcile in my mind the Jasper I had been getting to know and the Jasper who selected these poems. I don't think any of these will work, I said. They just don't seem right, like there's something missing. As I was speaking, a certain suspicion grew in my mind. Jasper, are these really your favorite American love poems? Do you even like these poems? He looked away again. No, not really, he answered. Then why would you make these recommendations? He looked down at the floor and sighed. My favorite poems are reserved for, well, they wouldn't be appropriate to use in a project you're doing with Newton. I thought these were safer. They wouldn't give him any wrong ideas. I considered this for a moment. It made perfect sense. The Jasper I'd been getting to know would have preferred intricate, meaningful, romantic poems that undoubtedly would have given Mike wrong ideas. I understood where he was coming from. It's not that I don't appreciate what you tried to do, but my selection can't be all about what would and would not bother Mike. I'm going to have to explain my choice, and I just don't think I could do it convincingly with any of these, I said, as I held up the book, so I guess it's back to the drawing board. I opened the book again and started flipping through it page by page, reviewing the other poems. I found several that had potential and marked them accordingly. When I was done with the book, I glanced over at Jasper, who was looking at me uncertainly. Shall we switch? he asked, offering me the other poetry book. I changed my recommendations, he clarified. Sure, I said, swapping books. I was curious how his poem selections would change based on our earlier discussion. Right away, I could tell that he had listened. The poems he marked would have been the ones I chose had I started with this book. These are all great, Jasper, I said. Enthusiastically. Thanks. I should be all set for tomorrow. I like your selections too, he said, so which one will you use for the project? I'm not sure yet, I hedged. I didn't really want to tell him about my veto power agreement with Mike. I'll have to think about it some more. I'll make my final pick tomorrow, after I've had a chance to sleep on it. You're not even going to give me a hint. He sounded disappointed. All right, I relented, opening up the book with his choices. I like this one. She pressed her lips to mine. A typo. How many years I must have yearned for someone's lips against mine. Pheromones, newly born, were floating between us. There was hardly any air. She ed me again, reaching that place that sends messages to toes and fingertips. Then all the way to something like home. Some music was playing on its own. Nothing like a woman who knows to the right thing at the right time. Then the things she's missed. How had I ever settled for less? I was thinking this is intelligence. This is the wisest tongue since the oracle got into a Greek's ear. Speaking sense. It's the good. Defining itself. I was out of my mind. She was in. We married as soon as we could. Jasper nodded. I really like that one too. It's pretty amazing when love starts out beyond the physical. And I understand the author completely. There is something incredible about a woman who reaches your mind. Not being interested in women, I wouldn't know, I laughed, but I like that the author appreciated his wife's intelligence first and foremost. I continued to flip through the book. I like this one too. Love is a place, and through this place of love move, with brightness of peace, all places, yes is a world, and in this world of yes live, skillfully curled, all worlds, short and sweet, and yet so meaningful, Jasper said approvingly. Yes. And it's by E. Cummings. He's one of your favorites, isn't he? I enjoy many of his poems, Jasper confirmed. What else? No, I said. 2 is enough. And that's enough homework for today, I added. Isn't today supposed to be all about fun? Listening to you read poetry is fun for me, he said. Come on, just one more. All right. Last one, I capitulated. They came to tell your faults to me. They named them over one by one. I laughed aloud when they were done. I knew them all so well before. Oh, they were blind, too blind to see. Your faults had made me love you more. I didn't want to look at him when I finished reading. Would he guess that this particular poem reminded me of him and how the qualities that he and others saw as faults were precisely what drew me to him? That's the epitome of true love, isn't it? He asked rhetorically. To love someone because of their faults, not despite them. It's a lovely poem. Yes. It says a lot in just a few lines. Great imagery, too. I could easily see the scene. And now we should really stop. I took the book I was holding and placed it inside my bag. I reached for the other book and did the same. Then I got up to look out the window. How much further do we have to go? Not too much further. We're in Puget Sound already. Would you like to go out on deck and check out the scenery? Sure, that would be great. I got up and stretched, my muscles a bit sore from sitting too long in the same position. We grabbed our jackets and headed out onto the deck together. The sky was still overcast, but it was no longer drizzling. We walked to the deck railing and looked out towards the shore. We got lucky with the weather, I said, realizing how ridiculous my statement would seem to another human, not a ray of sunshine in sight. Your smile is sunshine enough, darlin', he cocked his head to the side and smiled. Why thank you, sir, I responded flirtatiously, flashing what I hoped was a demure smile and batting my eyelashes dramatically. You're most welcome, ma'am, he drawled. Then we both burst out laughing. I glanced over at him, standing next to me yet seeming entirely too far away. I took a step closer to him so that there was no space between our limbs. He looked down at me, his expression a bit surprised. He didn't seem to be getting the hint, so I moved over a little more, bumping him with my hip. His brows furrowed in confusion and his eyes asked a silent question. I sighed. It looked like I was going to have to do all the work myself. I lifted his right arm away from his body and moved under it, pressing myself to his side while my left arm wrapped behind his waist. I snaked my right arm across his waist in front and clasped my hands over his left hip. I was still looking up at him and watched as understanding dawned, and he pulled me towards him with his right arm, which he rested above my right hip. I placed my head on his chest, my face angled towards the shore so I could continue looking out. "Thanks for today, Jasper. It's been fantastic." "You're welcome," he said. "And yes, it has. Really fantastic. I hope the rest of the day continues to meet your expectations. Will you be with me?" "Of course. Then I'll love every minute." I flushed when I realized I had said the word, love, out loud, but he didn't seem to notice. We stood together for quite a while, watching the shore as the yacht made its way to Seattle, and I was totally content. I almost resented the city skyline which loomed larger and larger ahead of us. I was sure Jasper had made fabulous plans, but a big part of me would have preferred just being as close to him all day as we were now. Once we reached the city, I feared the mood would shift and this easy intimacy would be gone. As if to reinforce my building resentment, Jasper lowered his head and whispered, "I'll be right back, darlin'. I just need to confirm some arrangements with the captain." Reluctantly, I unlaced my fingers to let him go. He walked back inside, but I decided to stay on deck, leaning forward with my forearms against the railing. I wondered what else Jasper had planned for the rest of the day and smiled. Whatever it was, it certainly wasn't going to be subtle. I wasn't the only one with a flair for the dramatic. The yacht was just entering Belle Harbor Marina when I felt two strong arms wrap around my waist. "Are you ready for Phase 2 of Operation Seattle Storm?" he whispered dramatically in my ear. I giggled and leaned back against him. Even if we weren't literally attached at the hip, a day with Jasper would still be really great. Plus, the excitement in his voice was catching. "Absolutely." We waited until the captain finished docking. Then, holding my hand, Jasper led me to the marina parking lot, right up to a waiting limousine. I gasped, realizing that we were going to be chauffeured around the city, but I didn't say anything, determined to keep my side of the "no complaints" bargain. "Mr. Hale." The driver confirmed Jasper's identity as he held the back door open for us. Jasper nodded in confirmation. "Jasper," he said, "and this is Bella." The driver nodded. "I'm John," he said. "Anything you need, just let me know." Jasper helped me into the cart and got in behind me. I looked around the inside of the limo, outfitted with an extensive entertainment center and a mini bar. I had never seen a limousine outside of TV and movies. It was impressive. "Too much, Jasper," I said, shaking my head. "Way over the top." He raised one eyebrow. "Surely you're not complaining." I gave him an extensive eye roll. "Nope, that would be going back on our deal," I said. "I'm just making a comment." John was behind the wheel now, awaiting instructions. "Pioneer Square, please," Jasper directed, "Doc Maynard's public house." Turning to me, he explained. Public transportation wouldn't really work with our timetables. Driving would have required renting a car and messing around with parking, which is not exactly inexpensive, and by the time we paid for all the cab fares it wouldn't have saved any money over this. So you see, a limousine really was the most practical solution. I looked at him skeptically. His explanation was reasonable, a little too reasonable. I had a feeling the devil was in the details. Still, I reminded myself yet again, for him money was no object and he was just trying to be nice. It was much better to just ignore the whole thing and enjoy the rest of the day. Driving down towards Pioneer Square, I had my nose pressed up against the window like a kid at a candy display, taking in the architecture of downtown Seattle. As close as the city was to Forks, I really hadn't been here much, so the excitement of the city hadn't worn off. I never looked back to confirm it, but I was sure the entire ride down Jasper had watched me with a smile pasted on his face, knowing I was thoroughly enjoying this part of the day. The limo dropped us off in front of Doc Maynard's bar in the center of Seattle's quaint historic district. Jasper took John's cell phone number to let him know when and where to pick us up later. Inside the bar several people had already gathered, eagerly awaiting the start of the tour. Jasper and I found a couple seat in an out-of-the-way spot. "What, no private tour?" "I'm shocked," I teased him. He gave me a semi-guilty look. "It crossed my mind," he admitted, "but I figured I was already pushing my luck and your endurance with all the other stuff I planned." I'm glad to see you have some common sense left, I said lightly. I'm not sure I do, he said dourly. This tour is not going to be easy. Lots of humans in tight, cramped spaces. It will definitely be a test of my self-control. I felt a prickle of concern. I didn't even think of that, I said, ashamed that I had completely failed to consider his potential discomfort. We don't have to do this. He grinned at me mischievously. I'm just kidding, Bella. I'll be fine. This is one of the top tourist attractions in Seattle, so we definitely do have to do this. And I've been down in the underground before. It's not too bad. With your help I should be perfectly all right. What can I do to help? I asked, somewhat confused. Remember the way you helped me Thursday in the kitchen? I was thinking if someone started smelling too appealing on the tour I could just, replace their scent with yours for a while. I shivered remembering the moment in his kitchen. Was it only 2 days ago? The sensation of having Jasper inhaling my scent was exciting enough in the bright light of day. I couldn't imagine what it would be like in a dark, more confined space. And what the heck was I going to hold on to this time? I didn't think the underground had any conveniently located kitchen counters. Let's hope that won't be necessary, I said, squirming in my seat. He considered me carefully, obviously sensing my trepidation and discomfort. He grabbed my hand and gave it a light squeeze. It'll be fine, darlin', I promise. Don't you know? Whenever you're near me, I don't notice anyone else. My breath caught and I looked at him sharply. Another shiver went thought me. He had to know how what he just said could be misinterpreted. He had to sense the attraction I felt for him, which seeped out no matter how much I tried to block it. I looked deep into his eyes for some reasonable explanation. But, though his gaze didn't waver, it also didn't provide any relief. For the first time since we discussed this topic a few nights ago, I acknowledged the possibility that maybe, just maybe, the attraction I felt was not entirely one-sided. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Bill Spidle's Underground Tour, the voice of the tour guide interrupted my thoughts. I looked to the bar, where the guide was launching into his introductory speech. I felt Jasper squeeze my hand again and then release it, as we both turned to listen. The tour was fabulous. Our guide was personable and funny and relayed the history of Seattle in such an engaging manner we were almost transported back in time. We learned that Seattle grew around the logging industry, that it was at first built on a landfill and that in the beginning it experienced many problems caused by tidal flooding. The guide told us about the fire of 1889 which destroyed most of the wooden buildings in the city, and about the plan to rebuild everything in brick and stone and to regrade the city about 12 feet higher to avoid future flooding. I could hardly believe when he explained that people were so eager to rebuild that rather than waiting for the regrading process to be completed they simply designed the new buildings to have 2 entrances, one at the old level and one on the second floor, when that floor would become the new street level. The guide's description of the rebuilt Seattle, with stone and brick buildings lining the streets which actually crisscrossed the city 12 or more feet above the sidewalks like the Great Wall of China, and the people's need to scale ladders each time they wanted to cross from one side of the street to the other, was vivid in my mind. I was sure that had I lived in the Seattle of the day, with my absolute lack of coordination, I would have never left my city block. Our group headed down into the underground, and we learned about how eventually the lower sidewalks were covered up, with glass blocks used in parts of the sidewalk to provide natural light to the lower level. The lower level of Seattle continued to be used for a while, but was eventually closed down in 1907 due to health concerns. We walked through portions of the old sidewalks, viewing some of the former commercial establishments and the relics used in these strange spaces. I found it absolutely amazing that it wasn't until 1965 when someone finally got the idea to open up some of these underground spaces and bring people in for tours. The whole concept of the underground was absolutely fascinating to me, and I wondered that I had never known about it before. Throughout the tour Jasper and I stayed towards the back of the group. With his perfect hearing, Jasper did not need to be in the front, and in the back we could be a little further away from the other people, giving Jasper more breathing room. At each stop on the tour, Jasper positioned himself closely behind me, with his arms wrapped around me as he whispered the guide's words directly in my ear to make sure I didn't miss anything. Unlike this morning, when I had been distracted by the whales, his cool breath now provoked all the reactions of a caress. The sweet torture intensified even more when the guide would stop talking and I could feel Jasper inhaling my scent, just as sensually as he had the last time. It took every ounce of self-control I had, but somehow I managed to maintain my composure, keep breathing, and stay on my feet. At the end of the tour, as we emerged from the underground into a museum-like room, I spotted a sign for the restroom. I explained to Jasper that I needed a human moment and left him to examine old Seattle photographs and documents. In the restroom I went through my regular cold water routine and managed to calm myself down a little. I berated myself for not anticipating this problem and hoped that whatever we were doing for the rest of the day would give us a little more space apart. My self-control was frayed, hanging by a few meager threads which could snap at any moment, and that was simply not something I could allow. I looked at myself in the mirror. I was slightly flushed, but overall the turmoil I felt inside was not visible to the outside world. Of course, it would be clearly visible to Jasper. My flush deepened. I knew I couldn't hide in the bathroom forever. Jasper would be concerned, especially given our last experience together at a public restroom facility. I allowed myself another splash of cool water and went back out. A photograph hung on the wall caught my attention and I stepped in to take a closer look at the Victorian scene. Hard to imagine all of these have been here for over a century, isn't it? I heard someone say and turned to see a stranger standing beside me. I appraised him curiously, noting his average height, brown hair, warm brown eyes and friendly, easygoing smile. "Yeah," I said, "it's pretty mind-boggling. Do you live in Seattle?" "No, just in for the day. The family and I are visiting my aunt and uncle. They all went to the aquarium today, but I'm not much of a fish lover, so I decided to do this." Looks like I made the right call. I blushed. Was this guy trying to pick me up? "I'm Caleb," he said, extending his right hand. "Bella," I replied, flustered, shaking his hand. "Nice to meet you, Bella. Are you doing anything right now? Would you like to have a cup of coffee?" He was still holding onto my hand, his thumb moving gently over mine. I was flustered. This was so unexpected. I've never had to deal with this situation before. I had no idea how to refuse the advances of a handsome stranger. "No, thanks. I'm kind of with someone." I tried to withdraw my hand, but he held it strong in his grip. "Kind of." He raised his eyebrow. "How about you kind of ditch them and have that coffee with me?" I was starting to feel very uncomfortable. This guy was not taking the hint. I tried to pull my hand away again. "No, thank you. I need to get back to my boyfriend." I hesitated at the last word, knowing that it was a lie, but needing to convince this stranger that I meant what I said. It didn't work. His eyebrow rose further. I was really starting to get nervous. "If you'd like to keep that hand attached to your wrist, I suggest you listen to the lady and walk away." Now, Jasper's voice beside us was low and menacing, startling us both. We turned to look at Jasper. Caleb, noting the barely contained fury on Jasper's face, released my hand as though I had just burned him. He held both of his hands up in a defensive gesture as he started to back away. "Hey, there's no problem here. I didn't mean any offense. She's with you, man, I get it." Jasper stopped paying attention to him, turning to me and enveloping me in his arms. "Are you all right?" he asked quietly. I nodded, relieved and calmer now that I was with him again. "He was pretty harmless, I think," I said. "He just didn't know how to take no for an answer." "Sorry I had to call you my boyfriend. I'm sorry I didn't get here quicker. I came as soon as I felt your distress. I shouldn't have been so far away, it's too hard to weave through this crowd." We both knew if he had needed to he could have been beside me instantly, but that would have exposed his true nature to all the people in the room, which had to be avoided at all costs. Fortunately, the Caleb situation did not require any extraordinary measures. "It's okay, Jasper. You made him go away, that's all that matters. No harm done. Let's just get out of here, okay?" "Sure, darlin'." The car's waiting outside. Back in the car I was still preoccupied with Caleb. My first reaction to him had been neutral, even somewhat positive. I liked the friendliness I saw in his eyes. And he hadn't done anything wrong, not really. Holding my hand a bit too long, extending the coffee invitation beyond the first rejection when it was so obvious that the rejection was less than honest, none of these things made him a bad guy. If I had met him at another time, I probably would have accepted his offer. So why did I feel so apprehensive about the whole encounter? I knew the answer was Jasper, and the thought really bothered me. It wasn't that I didn't want to accept Caleb's invitation because I was with Jasper today. It was more that I wasn't interested in the invitation because I wanted to be with Jasper every day. I wanted the lie that Jasper was my boyfriend not to be a lie. I was so messed up. Fantasizing about someone I could never have. I absolutely had to get some measure of self-control and perspective. I could have Jasper as a friend, that's it. No point in allowing myself to hope or even think about anything else. Are you sure you're all right, Bella? Jasper asked, his voice full of concern. I looked at him and his worried expression. I had to pull myself together, for his sake. He deserved to have a fun day. I had to put all this nonsense out of my mind, at least for now, while I was with him. I'm good. Guess I'm just not used to that kind of attention. I don't know why not. And I don't know why I didn't keep a closer watch on you in there. I knew what practically every guy in there was feeling when they looked at you. I should have guessed one of them was going to make a move. Jasper. I gasped. I couldn't believe the things he was implying. Bella, he ran his hand through his hair in exasperation. I wish you could see yourself as others see you. I rolled my eyes and tried to turn away, but he captured my face with his hands and looked deeply into my eyes. You're so beautiful, darling, all the more so because you don't realize it. When you walk down the street, practically all men notice you, regardless of their age or if they are or not attached. They don't all lust after you, but enough of them do to drive me crazy. I'm so glad you can't feel it, because if you did I swear you'd never leave your house. My eyes widened and my mind tried to wrap itself around what he was saying. He thought I was beautiful. No, other men thought I was beautiful and it was their feelings that were driving Jasper crazy. Okay. That was a little disappointing, but good reinforcement for the self-control. I should have known that I needed to stay closer to you today. From now on I'm not letting you out of my sight. Nothing like this will happen again. I sighed and removed his hands from my face. Jasper, thanks for stepping in with Caleb and thank you for not overreacting in there. Edward would have, well, he may not have been as controlled. He was always a drama king, Jasper muttered. I guess that's the one thing we had in common, I laughed. Anyway, thank you for all that, but I think maybe you're overreacting a bit right now. It was just an isolated incident. Don't blow it out of proportion, okay? It's not like I was in any danger. But you were uncomfortable. I felt it. Well, yes, sure. It wasn't the most comfortable situation. But life is all about dealing with uncomfortable situations. Like being around humans is for you. I don't want to be monitored and protected any more than you do. He looked crushed as he finally understood my point. He covered his face with his broad hand and exhaled deeply. You're right. I'm behaving like an idiot. I touched his cheek. No, I didn't say or mean that. It's probably that need for protection vibe I send out that you spoke about before. I guess I make it difficult for people not to hover, especially my friends. So just keep that in mind, okay? He nodded. I placed a finger over his lips. Enough said on this subject, I smiled. So what are we doing next? We were driving through the downtown area again, back towards the marina. I hoped our day in Seattle wasn't over, but I had been too lost in my own thoughts when we got into the car to pay attention to Jasper's instructions. Are you hungry? The question caught me by surprise. I had been so caught up in all our activities I hadn't even thought about eating. Between the Pop-Tarts and the breakfast on the yacht, I couldn't say that I was starving, but I acknowledged that some nourishment would be in order. I got grumpy when my blood sugar level got low and I didn't want to be grumpy with Jasper. A little, I answered honestly. Good, because next we'll get you something to eat and see the best view of the city. The car pulled to a stop at a curb. Let's go, Jasper said, we'll call you when we're ready to go, John. We exited the car and I looked around, then up. We were at the base of the Space Needle. From here it looked so impossibly tall, like an alien spaceship on stilts. Have you ever been at the top? Jasper asked. I shook my head. He smiled. Good. I'd hoped this wouldn't be a boring repeat experience for you. Come on. He pulled me along, as excited as a little boy. I followed, somewhat reluctantly, looking at the top of the structure. I didn't have a fear of heights, really, I didn't, but this just didn't look secure enough. It looked like the building could collapse at any moment. I bit my lower lip in frustration. I could feel how important this was to Jasper, but I couldn't completely suppress my anxiety. He must have felt it too, because he slowed and looked back at me. You don't want to go? He couldn't quite hide his disappointment. I was playing for time. I didn't want to confirm his suspicions, yet I also could not deny them. It's so high. With one step he was standing directly in front of me. Our bodies were nearly touching. He reached for my other hand, holding both of them down by our sides. I threw my head back to look up at him, his head was lowered to look down at me. Our eyes met and locked together. "Do you trust me?" he asked. I nodded, my head moving only slightly so that I could continue to watch him. "Then, you know I would never let anything happen to you." I nodded again. "So, there's nothing to be afraid of, is there?" I shook my head. "And, you'll come to the top with me." Once again, I nodded. I was completely mesmerized by his eyes. At this moment I would gladly follow him through the gates of hell, confident that he would be able to keep me safe there, as well. "It'll be fine, Bella. Nothing bad will happen. You'll like it, I promise," he reassured me, though it was no longer necessary. "Okay." One more nod. I still couldn't find my voice. "Cat got your tongue," he teased. "Maybe." I shook my head to clear it. "I didn't realize you could be quite so persuasive." He laughed. "One of my many talents. Now, if you really don't want to go up there, we can skip it. But I guarantee it's completely safe." I shrugged. He had me convinced. "Lead on," I said. He led me to an elevator that whisked us to the top of the structure. When the door opened, however, I didn't see the observation deck I expected. Instead, we stepped out into what looked like a lobby of a restaurant. I looked at Jasper with questioning eyes. "You need to eat, remember?" In truth, I had forgotten. But when we spoke of eating earlier I was envisioning something like a hot dog or some chips, not an obviously upscale restaurant which, at least from our vantage point, appeared to be completely empty. A man stepped into the lobby and I assumed he would inform us that we were at the wrong place, but instead he greeted Jasper as Mr. Hale, and led us to a table, seating us directly next to the windows. Jasper. "Yes, darlin'. We're moving." He laughed. "Yes, this is a revolving restaurant. We're slowly spinning around the axis of the needle. This way you can get the whole panoramic view while you eat." I considered this for a second. Not only were we at the top of this extremely tall, precarious building, but we were also spinning around its axis. Some of my anxiety returned. "Truly, Bella, it's perfectly safe. The restaurant has been here since 1962 with no mishaps." I swallowed hard and looked around. Except for the man who showed us to our table, we were, in fact, the only people in the restaurant. Why is there no one else here? On weekends the restaurant closes between brunch and dinner service. But knowing the timing of our day, I made some calls and they agreed to make an exception for us. I raised an eyebrow. I had a pretty good idea of what Jasper had done to persuade the restaurant to make an exception for us. He had certainly known what he was doing when he got me to agree not to complain. But a deal was a deal, so I sighed and resolved to enjoy myself as much as I possibly could. I looked at the menu that had been placed on the table for us and made my selections just in time to relay them to the waiter, who arrived to take the order. "This is really different," I said. "I never even knew a place like this existed. The view is amazing." I glanced out at Seattle below us. The sky was still overcast, but without the drizzle we could see the whole city clearly. "I know you think it's too much," he acknowledged, "but I just wanted to do something unique. And after that whole Caleb fiasco, I can't say I'm sorry that we're in this restaurant alone." I had to give him that. There was no possibility that any stranger would bother me here. I didn't realize how anxious you would be about being up here, though. "You're okay now, right?" I nodded, hesitantly. I was okay, for the most part. "Maybe you could distract me," I offered. "What would you like me to do?" The waiter arrived with my iced tea and the crab and shrimp Louis salad I'd ordered. I ate some salad and drank some tea before I continued. "If I promise not to use it for the project, will you tell me one of your favorite poems?" Jasper's expression was inscrutable as he considered my request. He hesitated, but just as I became certain that he was going to refuse, he started speaking. "There are many things in the world and you are one of them. Many things keep happening and you are one of them, and the happening that is you keeps falling like snow on the landscape of not you, hiding hideousness, until the streets and the world of wrath are choked with snow. How many things have become silent. Traffic is throttled. The mayor has been, clearly, remiss in the city. Was totally unprepared for such a crisis. Nor was I. Yes, why should this happen to me? I have always been a law-abiding citizen. But you, like snow, like love, keep falling. And it is not certain that the world will not be covered in a glitter of crystalline whiteness. Silence. I stared at him, transfixed. The images painted by the author were amazingly beautiful, but the overwhelming love described was complex and not necessarily welcome. The poem represented the struggle of someone who thought he had been on the right path being diverted by the overwhelming force of love, still unsure whether this new course was a preferable one. I wondered why Jasper would have chosen this as one of his favorite poems, but the answers that crowded my mind were impossible and hopeless. It was a perfect poem to send a message, but the message could not have been one he intended. No point in allowing myself to foolishly dream, only to be crushed by reality. I seem to have rendered you speechless, Jasper commented, watching me carefully. I laughed nervously, realizing that I had made a mistake by failing to respond. Yeah, I guess. I was just thinking that there is a lot going on in that poem beneath the surface. Yes, there is, he agreed. Neither one of us seemed inclined to say anything else. I returned to my salad. How long has that poem been one of your favorites? I asked tentatively after a few silent bites, wanting to know the answer yet afraid to find out what it was. It's a fairly recent favorite, actually, he said, not quite meeting my eyes. It's beautiful. It is. I returned to eating my salad and watched the view change as the restaurant continued its rotation. As I ate, I thought about the situation with Jasper. I was playing a dangerous game, one that I knew I couldn't win. All the time I was spending with him, all the intimate conversations, all the touching and close calls, all the things he said that I tried to misinterpret, all of them would come back to haunt me very soon. Jasper would leave, it was inevitable, and when he left I would be broken. And there would be no one to help me pick up the pieces and no one to be angry with but myself. It was hard enough getting over Edward. It would be impossible to survive losing Jasper if I continued down this path. Whether I wanted to or not, I had to be honest with him, had to tell him how I felt so that maybe he could help me get over these foolish fantasies, as he had once promised he would. Jasper, I asked timidly. What is it, Bella? He sounded concerned. I think we need to talk. He didn't seem surprised. I agree. In fact, I was planning on it. But I was hoping to leave it until later tonight, when we're on our way home. Oh, I said. So he had noticed all my crazy emotions and knew I had a problem. I didn't know whether to be upset or relieved. On the way home sounds good. No sense spoiling the rest of our day with an upsetting discussion. There would be plenty of time for that later. I must have looked pretty freaked out, because he leaned over the table and placed his hand over mine. It'll be all right, Bella, he said reassuringly. We're good at talking things out. He was right about that. The best thing about our relationship was that, for the most part, we could talk about anything. It would be a little harder for me to talk about this with him in person, instead of on the phone, but I knew I could count on him to help me through it. The waiter came back to collect the dishes and to ask if I wanted coffee or dessert. I declined both. Jasper thanked him and discreetly slipped him some bills that, presumably, were sufficient to cover the check and tip. We got up and headed out of the restaurant. I tried walking back to the same elevator we came up in, but Jasper steered me towards another door. Since we're this far up already, we might as well head up to the observation deck, he explained. The observation deck was everything I imagined. At first, I insisted that we stay in the indoors portion, exploring the information and trivia provided on the SkyQ kiosks. Eventually, though, Jasper convinced me to come out to the open-air outer level. With him by my side, eventually my anxiety disappeared completely and I really started to enjoy the experience. We walked around the whole perimeter, looking down at the city and pointing out Seattle landmarks to each other using the provided graphics and marveling at the beauty of all the visible mountain ranges. I looked through the powerful telescope trying to find our yacht in the marina, only to have Jasper point it out after he spotted it with his perfect eyesight. When I mentioned that I wished I had a camera so we could get our picture taken together, Jasper produced his mobile phone and an obliging tourist snapped our photo. It was difficult to see details on the small phone screen, but I loved the way the two of us looked standing closely together, laughing. Just before we decided to head back down, I turned to Jasper and, all cautionary thoughts from the restaurant forgotten, wrapped my arms around him in a spontaneous hug. Thank you so much for convincing me to do this, I said, my smiling face upturned at him. I can't believe I almost missed all this because of some stupid phobia. He smiled back at me broadly and lowered his head so that our foreheads were touching. You don't know how happy it makes me to see you enjoying this, he murmured. It was worth all the work it took to get you up here just to see the smile on your face right now. It's the most breathtaking sight I've seen all day. You have a pretty breathtaking smile yourself, Major Whitlock, I teased. I'm pretty sure more than one woman out here is giving me the evil eye right now. I wouldn't know, he said. Are there other women out here? I stepped away from him and swatted him on the shoulder playfully. Quit being such a flirt. He raised an eyebrow, still smiling. Quit acting like you don't like it. I blushed. Darn him and his abilities. It's not like I could argue, at least not convincingly. It was time to change the topic of conversation. So are we going to stay up here for the rest of the day, or do you have something else planned? I thought we'd check out the aquarium. I think you'd really like the tidal pool exhibit. Ordinarily I would have loved going to the aquarium, since I really like tidal pools. I remembered the hike I went on in the spring at First Beach to see the natural tidal pools. That little hike had resulted in mild injuries, so it was probably a lot safer for me to go to the aquarium. However, I also remembered Caleb mentioning that his family had gone to the aquarium, and I really did not want to see him again if he decided to join them after all. Jasper sensed my hesitation. Or we could do something else, he added. Would you mind terribly? I asked. I'd love to go there with you another time, just not today. He gave me a puzzled look, but didn't push me for an explanation. Instead, his brow furrowed a little. I had no doubt he was rearranging the rest of our afternoon plans. I watched as his face changed from concentration to a wide smile. I know exactly what we'll do instead, but don't ask, it's a surprise. I rolled my eyes. Of course it is. The whole day has been one surprise after another. Why should this be any different? Just go with it, Bella. Jasper, you know I will. Like I told you Thursday, today I'm all yours to do with as you please. Oh, wait, did I really just say that? That came out totally wrong. Jasper turned away, sliding open his cell phone, but not before I saw the stunned expression on his face. Great, now he thinks I'm throwing myself at him. Terrific. Just terrific. I could feel a fierce blush spreading on my face. John, I heard him say, we'll be down in a few minutes. Please pick us up where you dropped us off. When he turned back to me his face was composed, no sign of the earlier reaction. He gave no indication that he wanted to address my last statement, and that was fine by me. Ready to go? He asked. I simply nodded, my face still burning. Ordinarily, at this point we would have reached for each other's hands, but neither of us did so now. My one single, stupid misstatement created a tension between us where there was none before. We waited for the elevator without speaking. No one else joined the line, so when the elevator arrived it was just the two of us stepping in for the ride down. I could feel the awkward energy crackling between us as we turned to face the door. I angled my face slightly to look at him out of the corner of my eye and caught him doing the same thing. We both looked away immediately. I was tingling all over. I saw him shift slightly, almost as if he were uncomfortable, which, as far as I knew, was nearly impossible for a vampire. Unconsciously, I mirrored his action, shifting away from him slightly as well. The small movement did nothing to alleviate the new burning sensation that was spreading throughout my body. I watched the door of the elevator anxiously, willing it with my mind to open and let us out of this highly charged, moving cell. A few more seconds of this and I wouldn't be responsible for my actions. Without even looking at him I knew he felt the same way. Moments later I felt him turning towards me and reaching for my hand. He grabbed my hand and pulled me, only hard enough to bring me within the circle of his arms. He looked down at me, his golden eyes a shade darker than before. "Darling," he said, his voice deep and tender. "Jasper," I whispered. His head dipped again, just like this morning out on the deck. My lips parted slightly in anticipation. I could feel his cool breath on my face, his spicy scent increasing my level of excitement. I started to close my eyes. And then the elevator door slid open. Startled, Jasper changed the course of his head almost imperceptibly, so that instead of his lips coming into contact with mine, his nose brushed against mine and came to rest against my cheek. He let out an exasperated sigh and we both turned to face the elevator attendant before stepping out. Outside, the breeze felt good against my skin as we walked to the car. I was extremely agitated and needed something to help me cool off before Jasper and I found ourselves in yet another closely confined space. I didn't know what to make of what was happening today. Could my attraction for Jasper really have such an effect on him that it would cause him to act impulsively and disregard his commitment to Alice? That was the only explanation I could come up with, and yet it didn't make any sense. If Jasper could effectively control his bloodlust, why not the other type of lust as well? Then it dawned on me. Maybe the control over his bloodlust was taking up all of his energy so that there was nothing left to control other urges, especially if they were forced upon him by someone who spent a lot of her time in close proximity with him. I was horrified. It was bad enough that I could not control my feelings and that Jasper could sense them. Now they could possibly be impacting him and causing him to act out of character. Causing him to lose control. This was intolerable. And just a couple of days ago I had effectively stripped him of the only defense he had available, stopping him from calming down my emotions when they became too much for him. No wonder he needed to talk to me later. Clearly we could not continue on the path we were now. Either I would have to let him use his ability on me or we would have to stop seeing each other until I managed to get my own feelings under control. I hesitated when we reached the car, reluctant to enter the closed-in space where my emotions had the potential to impact Jasper so severely. I wondered how to maximize the distance between us in the vehicle without making my efforts too obvious. I started to get in, but Jasper placed a hand on my upper arm to stop me. He hesitated, can we talk for a minute, Bella? My stomach knotted up, but I nodded and turned back to him. We walked away from the car, out of John's earshot. What happened back there? He moved his head in the direction of the Space Needle. That shouldn't have happened. I can't explain, there was just this moment and something in the air and... I'm sorry. Wait, why was he apologizing to me? How was I supposed to respond? Fortunately, I didn't have to think about that too hard, as he continued without pause. I'd hate for that lapse in judgment to ruin the rest of our time together today. Do you agree? I nodded. Of course I agreed. I would have given anything to go back in time and erase the last 15 minutes. So maybe we can just... He expelled a burst of air through his nose and inhaled again deeply. Just forget it happened. Just ignore the people on the elevator and focus on these two. He slid open his phone and held it so that we could both see the photo taken of us such a short time ago. I stared at the screen and focused on our smiling faces. I really wanted to go back in time. Yes, I said. I'd like that. But how? He looked at me, scrutinizing my face carefully, then opened up his arms in an inviting fashion. I hesitated. Was this a smart thing to do? What if I started having more inappropriate thoughts? The look of disappointment on his face upon seeing my delay convinced me that I had to try. I stepped closer to him and wrapped my arms around his waist as his arms encircled me. It felt nice. Not inappropriate. Just nice, comfortable, and homey. I rested my cheek against his chest and sighed. I felt a most remarkable sense of comfort and belonging. And then, without any warning, I felt his fingers on both sides above my hips start to move, and the comfortable feeling evaporated as I was forced to laugh. He was tickling me. I gasped. Jasper, stop. I pleaded through my laughter. I looked up to see him smiling down on me mischievously. Ask me politely. He was laughing as well. Please, stop, I begged. You're killing me. I was laughing so hard tears were beginning to well up in my eyes. He let me go, then, and I jumped away heading for the safety of the car, but he caught me from behind, which only gave him better access to the sensitive skin of my abdomen. His fingers skimmed across my shirt with the lightest touch, sending me into another fit of laughter. I could hear his echoing laughter ringing pleasantly in my ear as I tried to extricate myself from his grasp. Jasper, this is torture. You have to stop. I complained through my continuous laughter. I don't know. You seem to be enjoying yourself, he teased. But then his fingers stopped moving, and he pulled me closer against him briefly before letting me go. I leaned over for a few seconds, hands resting on my upper thighs as I tried to regulate my breathing. Then I straightened and looked back at him with a smile. I'll get you for this, Jasper Whitlock, I threatened, when you least expect it. His eyebrows went up and down in unison. I very much doubt you'll succeed, but it will be fun seeing you try. I huffed, pretending to be insulted. Never underestimate the power of human ingenuity, I said in what I hoped was a mildly menacing tone. I'll figure something out. He inclined his head in a quick bob. I hope you do, darlin'. In fact, I'm looking forward to it. And now, let's get on with the rest of our day. All the tension between us was gone as we walked back to the car. Out of the corner of my eye I saw an older woman standing with her leashed Pomeranian, watching us with an obviously approving smile. I looked to Jasper, who placed his arm around my waist and pulled me to his side as we walked. My own happiness spread throughout my body. Everything was back on track. Take us to the Bay Pavilion at Pier 57, please, John, Jasper said after we were both in the car. I looked at him questioningly, but he just shrugged his shoulders. You'll see in a bit. No sense in spoiling the surprise now. I didn't complain. Instead, I settled back in the leather upholstery and enjoyed the brief drive. We got out of the car at the pier. I looked at the building in front of us, still not understanding what we were doing here. I followed Jasper inside and soon saw the reason he chose this place. I laughed. You found an arcade. I told you I would, he said smugly. Now, they only have the Pirates of the Caribbean machine. I know it's not one of your favorites, but it's the best I could do on short notice. I looked at him in amazement, so flattered that he cared enough about my stupid little quirks to find a place where I could play pinball, of all things. Of course, now he would find out that everything I told him was the truth. As much as I liked playing pinball, I really wasn't any good at it. It was going to be a short stop. We found the pinball machine in the back of the arcade. Not surprisingly, it wasn't being used. We walked up to it and I studied the playing field. It looked like it could be a lot of fun. I glanced at the coin slot. We needed tokens. Jasper volunteered to go back to get some. I stayed to learn more about the game. I chuckled where I saw that the word, rules, had been crossed out and replaced by, more like guidelines. The makers of the game had a sense of humor. Jasper returned shortly and slipped the tokens into the coin slot. She's all yours, he said as he stepped aside. I walked up to the machine timidly. I haven't played in a long time, I cringed a little. I'm probably really rusty. And I've never played this machine. Darling, it doesn't matter. We're not here for a competition. Just have some fun. Enjoy it. I stepped up and launched the first ball, placing my fingers over the flipper buttons on the side. The game had a classic feel. Just two flippers, a wide-open lower playing field and a crowded upper field. I wasn't the best flipper handler, so this was exactly the kind of game I feared the most. Too many times the ball would come shooting at me directly down the middle and I'd watch it disappear right between the flippers, nothing for me to do. Still, I managed to keep each ball in play a respectable period of time, even locked up and released some multi-balls. I enjoyed the play of the lights across the fields and the different quotes from the movie being played in the background. Yo ho ho and a bottle of rum, didn't we already kill that thing, you're the worst pirate I've ever seen. At times I would look over at Jasper, who was leaning on one of the other machines, watching me indulgently with a self-satisfied grin. I tried to limit the number of times I looked at him, because it seemed each time my attention was diverted I lost another ball. But I also couldn't help looking, since I enjoyed seeing him there as much as I was enjoying the game. After a little while I was on my last ball. Should I get some more tokens, darlin'? He drawled. No, I declined. How about you just help me keep this one in play a little longer? His grin turned into a wide smile. As you wish, he said, and moved over to stand behind me. Launch it, he encouraged, and then placed his fingers lightly over mine over the flipper buttons. Playing with Jasper was awesome. Of course, there wasn't much for me to do. I let him control the flippers by pressing my fingers gently over the buttons. With his perfect coordination, his playing style was much calmer than mine, and I probably could have leaned back against him and taken a nap without interrupting the game. Instead, I just watched the play intently, for the first time having enough time to get to know the rules. Jasper completed each element of the game perfectly and methodically, letting me watch the story unfold as the creators of the game intended. In its own way, it was as much of a miraculous experience as the whales we saw earlier. I absolutely loved it. Do you want me to keep going? He asked after he completed all of the tricks once. I shook my head. No, I've seen enough. We don't have to stay here all night. Jasper deliberately let the ball fall through to end the game. I exhaled audibly. That was something, I said. Thank you so much, again. You are spoiling me rotten. That's the idea, darlin'. That's the idea. Hand in hand, we walked out of the arcade back onto the pier. It took me a little while to adjust to the natural light. I glanced around. Jasper, look, a sketch artist. I exclaimed excitedly. It's so amazing what they can do in just a short period of time. I've always wanted one of those done. He looked at me with a smile. If you've always wanted one, then you'll have one done today. My smile faded. I was already uncomfortable enough with all the extravagant plans Jasper had made for the day. And now he wanted to spend more money on sketches. I couldn't just keep accepting his generosity. No complaints, remember, he reminded me gently. Nothing would make me happier than to give you this memento of our time together. I relented. No matter how much I hated the thought of more money being spent on me, I desperately wanted this memento as well. Something to remember him after he was gone. The artist finished with his customer, handing her the completed portrait and accepting her payment. He looked back and, seeing the two of us, pulled over a second stool. No, no, Jasper said quickly. This will just be her. He tried pushing me towards the stools, but I grabbed his hand and refused to budge without him. Come on, I pleaded. It has to be the two of us. Your girlfriend's right, the artist added. Trust me, someday you'll want this reminder of how the two of you look right now. Jasper still looked like he was going to resist. Please, I said in a small voice as I widened my eyes and stuck out my lower lip in a pleading pout. It was childish, but I had a feeling it would work. All right, Jasper reluctantly agreed and followed me to the seats. Great, said the artist. I'm Ken. What are your names? Jasper and Bella, I quickly responded. Okay, Jasper, I need you to sit on the back stool and spread out your legs so that Bella can sit between them on the other stool. Bella, slide the stool you're sitting on back towards Jasper. Jasper and I followed Ken's instructions. Terrific. Now, Jasper, bring your arms to the front and wrap them around Bella. Good. Bella, cross your arms in front on top of Jasper's and lean back into him. We continued to follow the instructions, which now placed us in close proximity to each other in a fairly intimate position. I blushed and looked up at Jasper. He looked down at me reassuringly, but behind me I felt him shift his stool back slightly. My flush increased. Bella, tilt your head to your right, Ken continued. A little bit less. Perfect. Jasper, no, you don't have to change a thing. Ken picked up his charcoal and started sketching. So now your job is to sit relatively still for 10 to 15 minutes while I try to capture the moment. Are you from around here? We're from Forks, I said. On the west side of the peninsula. Ah, Ken commented. And you came to the city on a date. What have you done so far? I decided not to correct his impression that Jasper and I were on a date. It would take too long to explain and, besides, I rather enjoyed this illusion. We went whale watching in the morning, then we did the underground Seattle tour and then we went to the Space Needle. Ken whistled. Wow, Jasper, you sure know how to do it right. You're a lucky girl, Bella. I know, I agreed. He's incorrigible. He's in love, Ken said. I blushed anew. With all the blushing, Bella, you're making me wish I was doing this in color. You two do make a lovely couple. Bella is lovely, anyway. I heard Jasper say behind me. It took a lot of effort not to break pose to look back at him. Indeed she is, Ken agreed. So, is this it, or do you have more planned for tonight? I didn't know how to respond since Jasper had not filled me in on our evening plans. Tonight it's just dinner and conversation, Jasper replied. And maybe a little dancing. I couldn't help but look at him in surprise. Didn't he realize yet how uncoordinated I was and how dancing was just not an option for me? He was looking down at me with a bemused expression. No complaining, he reminded me once again quietly. But you don't have to do anything you're not comfortable with. I returned to the pose and smiled. Now that I knew the option was mine, dancing with Jasper didn't sound like such a bad idea. If we only slow danced, close to each other, his arms wrapped securely around me so that I had no chance to make a fool of myself. It really didn't sound like a bad idea at all. Jasper, you're quite the romantic, Ken said, planning such a special day for a special lady. Nothing I could plan could be as special as Bella, but I did my best. Well, from the look on both of your faces, son, I'd say you succeeded. Ken continued to sketch in silence for a while. I didn't mind at all. Sitting there by the waterfront, a gentle breeze coming in off the ocean, leaning back against Jasper's hard, muscular chest with his arms encircled around me, I felt there could never be a more perfect place and time. I wanted to stretch this moment to infinity. Too soon, Ken put down the charcoal. All done, he said, taking off the sketch and handing it to me for evaluation. I took one look at it and gasped in shock. The couple in the sketch resembled Jasper and me physically, but it couldn't have been us. The girl was gorgeous, long hair flowing down her shoulders in waves, a smile of complete contentment on her face, and a confident happiness evident in her eyes as she leaned back against the man behind her. He had his arms wrapped around her loosely, but possessively, signaling to the world that she belonged with him. His face was turned slightly towards her and down, his wavy hair falling rakishly over one eye. His focus and concentration were exclusively on her, and the look in his face and eyes was that of a man who was looking at the most important woman in the world, his one true love. I looked at the sketch in wonder, completely awed by its beauty. Then my face fell a little. Ken must have noticed the change in my expression. Something wrong? You don't like it? He asked, sounding a bit hurt. No, it's not that, I said quickly. It's beautiful. I guess I was just looking for something more realistic. Ken laughed. Bella, I'm a good artist, but I only draw what I see. Trust me, if I had taken a photograph it would have looked exactly the same. I looked back to Jasper, who was studying the sketch carefully over my shoulder. Seeing my gaze, he lowered his head and rubbed his cheek against mine. No photograph or sketch could ever do her justice, Ken, but this is as close as anyone will ever get. He loosened his embrace, reaching to his back pocket for his wallet. He pulled out several bills and handed them to Ken. I knew it was much more than the regular price of a sketch. Ken's eyes opened wide as he took the money and shoved it in his pocket. Thanks, man. That's very generous. You more than earned it, Jasper said simply, standing up and pulling me up with him. He reached for the rubber band offered by Ken, rolled up the sketch loosely, taking care not to crease it, and slipped the rubber band over the roll to maintain its shape. He handed the sketch to me and took my hand. Thanks, Ken, he said over his shoulder as we walked away. So what do you think, Bella? Ready to go back to the yacht? He asked. What happened to the dinner and dancing? There's a chef aboard the yacht, probably preparing dinner as we speak. As for the dancing, well, it'll be better for my ego if you refuse me in private. How do you know I'll refuse? I'm hoping you don't, darlin'. I'm definitely hoping you don't. We walked back to the car and, after calling the captain to let him know of our plans, Jasper instructed John to take us back to the marina. I looked down at the rolled-up sketch in my hand, trying to resist the impulse to unroll it and look at it again. Shall I get it framed for you? Jasper asked. I thought about it for a while. Much as I wanted to, I couldn't very well display the sketch anywhere. How would I explain it if anyone ever saw it? I shook my head. No. It's easier to hide when it's like this. I can't take a chance on Charlie or anyone else seeing it. He nodded his understanding. We'll have to find a book large enough to press it flat in. We'll make sure it's something boring, so no one is tempted to look inside. Carlisle should have something suitable in his library. That's a good idea, Jasper. Thanks. The car pulled into the marina parking lot. I waited as Jasper settled the bill with John, and then we walked back together to the yacht. Captain Jones was waiting for us and began final preparations to sail as soon as we came on board. Chef's preparing dinner in the kitchen, he informed us, but the rest of the yacht is open for your pleasure. Would you like to go inside or stay out on deck for a while? Jasper asked. Let's stay out, I said. We'll have to be inside later, so we might as well take advantage of this opportunity. Jasper took the sketch from my hand. Let me just take care of this. Be back in a moment. True to his word, even at human speed he was back from the salon in less than a minute. We walked to the railing and looked out at the Seattle skyline. I realized I would never be able to see the city again without thinking of this day with Jasper. The thought that this magical time with him was coming to an end made me melancholy. Are you okay? He asked, obviously sensing my mood. Yes, I'm just sad that it all has to end. I feel like Cinderella watching the clock, seeing it get closer and closer to midnight. It's just one day, Bella. It doesn't have to be the last day we spend together. I swear I have no plans to turn into a pumpkin. I laughed. Prince Charming didn't turn into a pumpkin, silly. Neither did Cinderella. And, if I recall, the story didn't exactly have a tragic ending. Didn't the two of them live happily ever after together? I cringed. It wasn't exactly a fair comparison. Prince Charming wasn't a vampire with a family and mate waiting for him in Alaska. I looked away. Suddenly I didn't feel like looking at the city anymore. Let's go to the front, I suggested. We haven't been there yet. Jasper followed me to the bow of the yacht and we looked out. Towards the horizon. The sun had finally descended below the clouds with just wisps of red streaks visible in the distance over the water. Daylight was giving way to dusk. It was all so beautiful. This was a perfect day, Jasper. I know I keep saying the same thing, but thank you. I'll never forget this. Me either, he said. And thank you for letting me plan this and for sharing it with me. You don't realize how good you made me feel today. Really, how good is that? I challenged. He looked thoughtful for a moment, then a mischievous glint came to his eyes. About this good, he said as he stepped to the V in the deck railing, climbing up on the lower rail and spreading his arms wide. I'm the king of the world. He shouted. I giggled. Very original, Jasper, I said. I'm sure no one has ever done that before. Although I was laughing, I was also amazed by the way he looked up on that railing. Like a figurehead on the prow of a ship or a golden deity. He looked at me over his shoulder and beckoned me to him. So what if others have done it? It's still a classic moment. Want to try it? I shook my head. I'd better not, unless you feel like going for a swim. Come on, Bella, he said. You know I'll keep you safe. Here, we can even stay on deck. He jumped down from the railing and extended his hand to me. I took it and stepped in front of him into the V-point. That's it, he murmured, now spread out your arms. He guided my arms out, supporting them with his. And just like Rose in the movie Titanic, I felt like I was flying. Sure, it was corny, but also strangely romantic, and I was so relieved that I was supported by the deck railing and Jasper when he leaned over and whispered, I was already feeling pretty great, Bella, but nothing beats sailing into the sunset with you. I sighed. I loved hearing him say it, but stuff like this was exactly the reason why he and I needed to talk. I was about to say something, when he turned me around and pulled me away from the railing. May I have the favor of a dance? He asked. I saw him reach into his pocket and music started flowing from a speaker system I hadn't noticed before. The song was Selena's, I Could Fall in Love, the same song I played for him last night. Suddenly, despite the cool ocean breeze, I felt very, very warm. I promise it won't hurt, he said. I'm actually pretty good at this. All you have to do is follow my lead. Reluctantly, I took his offered hand and placed my left hand on his shoulder. He placed his right hand on my waist and started to lead. Following him was almost effortless, and for the first time in my life I actually enjoyed dancing. See, Bella, he teased gently. That's not so bad, is it? I didn't respond, preferring to continue gliding along the deck to the beautiful song. Selena reached the Spanish lyrics and I remembered that I still didn't know what she was saying. Would you like me to translate? Jasper asked, as though he had read my mind. I nodded. I'm always dreaming of you. Key. Dotting my lips, caressing my skin. Hugging me with crazy longings. Imagining that you love me. The way that I could love you. My breath caught and I had to look away. His talent must have been rubbed off on me and I didn't even know it. I had found a song with lyrics that expressed exactly how I felt, though in a different language. I swallowed hard, wondering what he was thinking, what he had thought when I played this song last night. I guessed this was as good a time as any to start our discussion. I took a deep breath and was about to speak when I saw a man dressed in a chef's coat coming over from the salon. Mr. Hale, ma'am, he said quietly, clearly uncomfortable with interrupting our dance. Dinner is ready whenever you are. Jasper stopped just as the song ended. Perfect timing, he said. Shall we? I wrapped my arm around his and we walked back to the salon. I gasped at the transformation. The dining table was beautifully set and decorated with a gorgeous low floral centerpiece. Jasper pulled out a chair for me and waited to push it in for me as I sat down. I'll serve, if you don't mind, he said to the chef. We'd prefer to be alone. Not at all, sir. Bon appetit. I heard the man say behind me. Then I heard the click of the door that led up to the wheelhouse. A moment later Jasper was at the table delivering a beautifully plated crab cake and another plate with tortellini kebabs. These are beautiful, but you know I'm just one person, right? There is a limit to how much I can eat. Jasper sat down next to me, instead of at the opposite end of the table. I know, darlin', but I still don't know what you do and do not like to eat, so to be safe I had the chef prepare 2 completely different meals. Just to increase the odds that you'll find something to suit your taste. So you can eat whatever you like. I stared at him in disbelief. Was it actually possible for someone to be this considerate? Or, he said, with less assurance, you don't have to eat anything at all, if I manage to choose all wrong. I can ask the chef to come down and prepare something else. No, I said quickly. This is wonderful. Both of these are wonderful, I exclaimed as I looked at the 2 appetizers before me. I just can't believe you did all this for me. Though I suppose, suddenly I was embarrassed that I had been so surprised at his thoughtfulness, since he had never failed to consider my needs before. I suppose I should have expected this. You've planned out everything else. But Jasper, I said urgently, you have to stop doing this. Stop trying to make everything perfect. It's too much. I mean, please don't misunderstand, I love it and I appreciate it, but nothing and no one else could ever compare to this, and it's not fair. I turned away from him. I wanted to postpone this conversation until after dinner was over, so that we could speak without interruptions. I needed to tell him that I was feeling things I shouldn't be feeling and that his consideration and attentiveness only made it worse, but this just didn't seem like the right time. I needed to stall. Would he let me get away with leaving that last statement without a follow-up? I had to try. I picked up the fork and took a bite of the crab cake. It was delicious. This is divine. I took a quick look at him. He was watching me with a concerned expression. I could tell he wanted to say something, but was trying hard to restrain himself. I hated doing this to him, leaving things hanging the way I did, but I just wasn't ready right now to address that very sensitive topic. I tried one of the tortellini kebabs after dipping it in the accompanying sauce. It was wonderful as well. I wish you could taste these, they're fabulous. What else is on the menu tonight? If everything else is this good, I'd better pace myself. I saw real conflict in his face, his reluctance to abandon our barely started discussion battling with his desire to answer my question. The latter won. Caesar salad, spinach gorgonzola salad, lobster tail and filet mignon, poached salmon, cheesecake with strawberry and chocolate sauce and tiramisu. My eyes must have bugged out of my head. Even tasting just a little bit of each dish was going to make me too full. Still, it all sounded great. Well, I said with a sigh, as much as I love these, if I'm going to try all that other stuff I'd better stop and move on to the salads. As it is, my stomach will probably run out of room before we get to dessert, and that's the best part. Seemingly before I even finished speaking, Jasper whisked the appetizers away and returned with the salads. The Caesar salad was magnificent, the fresh dressing prepared just right. The spinach gorgonzola salad with candied walnuts and raspberry vinaigrette dressing was just as good. I limited myself to a couple of forkfuls of each and watched as Jasper brought the main dishes. The lobster tail was my undoing. It was by far my favorite and there is no way I could stop at just a couple of bites. I ate it without the butter or lemo, just savoring the rich, luxurious flavor. This is absolutely amazing, I said as I closed my eyes to really focus on the taste, very possibly the most wonderful food on earth. I opened my eyes to see Jasper watching me with an amused expression. What? I asked, slightly embarrassed. Nothing, he said, shaking his head. It looked like he was trying to hold back laughter. Obviously it's something. What's so funny? I was starting to feel a little mad for being left out of the joke. He must have sensed my impatience, because he decided to answer. Well, let's just say that if I didn't know you were eating, I'd really be wondering what you were thinking about. The look on your face as you ate that lobster was quite, sensuous. I could feel my face turning crimson. I hadn't realized my enjoyment of the lobster had been so obvious, or that it may have looked like something other than what it was. Yeah, well, I struggled for something, anything to say that would ease my embarrassment. Since I know you're busy storing this information in your perfect memory, why don't you add this bit to it too? I only allow myself to eat lobster once a year, at most. If I ate it more often it would stop being as special as it is. So if you've been thinking up ways to serve me lobster on a daily basis you can just forget that. I was almost glad to see the look of disappointment on his face. I was getting to know him really well, anticipating the way he thought. I took a nibble of the fillet, it was as soft as butter, I didn't even need my steak knife. The poached salmon was equally delicious. I wished I was able to eat more, but, as predicted, I was way past my capacity limit. As soon as I put down my fork Jasper returned the main dish to the kitchen and brought out the desserts. I looked at the scrumptious-looking cheesecake and the martini glass filled with tiramisu, and I cursed the cruelty of having to forego the desserts. Then I noticed that next to the tiramisu lay a giant caramello bar. I looked up at Jasper, with a surprised but pleased smile. It was his turn to look embarrassed. I wanted to have at least one thing for you tonight that you were sure to like, he explained. I reached over to put my hand over his. Considering everything else he had planned for today, this was just a minuscule little gesture, but it meant so much to me. Thank you, I said for what seemed like 1,000th time. I wanted to say more, but that would have taken us into that dangerous territory again, and I wanted just a few more minutes of this fantasy before reality crashed the party and potentially destroyed my perfect day. I looked at the desserts again. I really couldn't eat another bite. But I thought after the talk, I might just need to seek some sugar-laden comfort. I'm super full, Jasper, but maybe if I put them in the fridge for now I can try some later. I started to get up but he placed a hand on my shoulder to keep me in my seat. Let me. It only took him seconds to put the desserts away and return to the table. So, we both said it at the same time. I looked at him and laughed awkwardly. I had been dreading this moment all afternoon. Maybe another dance, he asked. He seemed as eager as I was to postpone the inevitable conversation. I never thought I'd be this grateful for an invitation to dance. I nodded and nervously stepped into the dance hold. I realized that music was already playing, had been all throughout dinner. I chastised myself for being so unobservant. Jasper was always so deliberate in everything he did, I was sure his choice of music was filled with hidden messages. I wished I could go back in time to know what songs had already played. The song that was playing now was only vaguely familiar. Given his unique voice, I was pretty sure it was by Sting. I listened to the lyrics. Be still my beating heart. It would be better to be cool. It's not time to be open just yet. A lesson once learned is so hard to forget. Be still my beating heart. Or I'll be taken for a fool. It's not healthy to run at this pace. The blood runs so red to my face. I've been to every single book I know. To soothe the thoughts that plague me so. I sink like a stone that's been thrown in the ocean. My logic has drowned in a sea of emotion. Stop before you start. Be still my beating heart. I stumbled and nearly lost my footing. I only managed to remain upright with the support of Jasper's arms. I was grateful, but I couldn't look up at him. My face was as flushed as the song lyric described. He knows. Oh God, he knows. That must be why he chose this song. He knows how I feel about him and this is his way of communicating that. But what does this mean? Does he want me to say nothing? Would he prefer for me to keep my feelings to myself? How long can I do that and still continue to spend time with him? I'm not as able to control my feelings as he obviously hopes. I felt Jasper pull me closer as I continued my internal monologue. His right hand moved from my waist to the small of my back. He took my right hand and positioned it around his neck while his left hand entwined with his right. I felt my left arm move up as if of its own volition and the fingers of my hands interlaced behind his neck. I closed the distance between us, pressing myself to his chest. I felt like a death row inmate being served my last meal, like this was the very last time Jasper and I would be this close. As much as I hated to think about it, I was determined to experience it fully, storing up the sensations to last for a lifetime. The feel of his cool body against my overheated frame, his seductive, spicy scent, the comfort and safety of his arms. We weren't dancing anymore as much as swaying, moving only very slightly within a small area. My eyes were closed and the right side of my face was pressed closely against him. I felt his chin resting against the back of my head. The song changed and the tempo slowed down. I focused on the lyrics. What can you lose? Only the blues. Why keep concealing everything you're feeling? Say it to her, what can you lose? Maybe it shows. She's had clues, which she chose to ignore. Maybe those she knows. And just wants to go on as before. As a friend, nothing more. So she closes the door. Well, if she does, those are the dues. Once the words are spoken, something may be broken. Still, you love her. What can you lose? But what if she goes? At least now, you have part of her. What if she had to choose? Leave it alone. Hold it all in. Better a bone. Don't even begin. With so much to win. There's too much to lose. Once again he had found the perfect song to reflect my feelings. I nearly broke into tears, keeping only the most tenuous hold on my emotions and composure. He knew how I felt and he didn't want me to say anything. If I voiced the unthinkable, the friendship between us would be irrevocably broken. I felt like someone had reached in for my heart and squeezed every single drop of blood out of it before cruelly twisting it and ripping it out of my chest, leaving a throbbing, gaping hole. The despair I felt was unbearable. I was overwhelmed by a profound sense of loss of something I never had and never had a right to want to begin with. Jasper pulled me in even closer, nearly lifting me off the floor. "Bella, darlin'," his voice sounded as pained as I felt, "may I?" I nodded against his chest, the smallest of movements. I knew what he was asking and instantly felt a wave of calm washing over me, dulling the ache and filling the emptiness. The artificial calm also seemed to impact my control over my limbs, and I sagged helplessly against him. I felt his left arm move up to just beneath my shoulders as he leaned down and inserted his right arm behind my now bent knees. He lifted me up and deposited me on the sofa, all the while continuing to fill me with the calming waves. Once I was on the sofa, I reached for a toss pillow and hugged it close to my chest as I curled into a fetal position. Jasper kneeled on the floor in front of me and soothingly ran his hand over my forehead, smoothing my hair and tucking loose strands behind my ear. "God, Bella, I am so sorry. I never meant for this to hurt you so much. I wish I could do something, change my feelings in some way so that I wouldn't cause you all this pain." I tried to smile, not sure if I was succeeding. "You don't have to apologize, Jasper. I understand. I wish I could change my feelings too. But I just don't think that's possible for either of us, is it?" Even as I spoke, I was shocked by the lifeless sound of my voice. "No. At least, I don't think it's possible for me." We were both silent for a while. I noticed the music was off now. The absence of sound was crushing despite the continuing calming waves. "Jasper," I had to ask him to stop. As horrible as the pain had been, this emotional analgesic was almost worse. Knowing what was right below the surface and not being able to feel it left a void of its own. "I know what I'm feeling hurts you too, but I need to go through it, I think." He nodded and looked away. At once the full force of the pain returned. I hugged the pillow tighter to my chest. "I had listened to that song countless times in the last few days," he said, dully, trying to decide whether I should say anything to you. "I wish I could remain silent, leave things unsaid, but after today I don't think that's an option. I have to say something, even at the risk of destroying the friendship we've built. Here it comes. Here's where he tells me that he sensed my feelings for him, and that he can't be friends with someone when that friendship puts his relationship with Alice at risk." I braced myself as best as I could for his next words. "I've tried so hard to deny it, to explain it, to run away from it. I never expected this to happen, never thought it was even possible. But ever since that day you came to see me at the house, it's just been so completely overwhelming. I felt, but never understood, what Edward went through when he realized he needed to be with you despite how wrong it was for him to do so. Now I know just how painful his struggle was, because I feel exactly the same way. I have no experience with this kind of thing, so I'll do it the only way I know how. I'll just come out and say it. I have feelings for you, feelings I've never felt for anyone before. Ever. Not in my human life and not as a vampire. I don't know what it is and why it is, I just feel so connected with you intellectually and emotionally. No matter what I do, everything about you drives me to feel this way. The way you've gotten to know me, the way you let me get to know you, the way I need to know everything about you that I haven't learned already, the way you completely accept me for who I am, the way you always catch me by surprise, the way you share my interests and are willing to indulge me with those interests you don't necessarily share, the way I feel when I'm talking to you, like we could go on forever and never run out of things to say, the way I can't stop thinking about you, the way I ache to hear your voice when we're apart, the way I see your face whenever I close my eyes, and the way time stands still when you're not with me and races when we're together. I can't stop it, I can't resist it. And I know I probably shouldn't do this, shouldn't tell you, shouldn't risk everything we have right now. But if I didn't tell you, then I would forever wonder, what if? And I think that uncertainty would be worse even than knowing that you don't and could never feel the same way. But Bella, darling, sometimes I get these glimpses of feelings from you that actually give me hope. So even though I will accept anything you tell me tonight, I hope against hope that there is a chance that you've felt some of this connection too, that you might, at least in some small part, feel the same way. He stopped and looked at me expectantly, waiting for a response. I continued staring at him, not fully comprehending. I had been prepared for the worst, for the end of our friendship, the end of my time with him. I had never considered this possibility. I wasn't sure that I had heard him correctly, that his speech wasn't just some cruel figment of my imagination. Even as I listened to him, I was too afraid to believe. I knew I should say something. He had put everything out on the table and it wasn't fair to stall. But suddenly it was all too much. The stress of the situation finally chipped away at the last vestiges of my control, and the entire gamut of emotions flowed into me like a tsunami, overwhelming me completely. The anticipation, pain, fear and disbelief mixed with joy, relief, confusion and uncertainty. I was caught up in the torrent, unable to find a firm grasp or footing. I couldn't speak. I didn't know what to say. I pushed myself up, first into a sitting position, then to my feet. Jasper stood up with me, looking concerned and uncertain, but said nothing and made no move to touch me. I walked to the kitchen. At the sink I turned on the cold water. Not knowing where the glasses were and not wanting to bother to find out, I cupped my hand and scooped up a handful of water, bringing it to my mouth. I felt Jasper ghosting around the kitchen, opening and closing cabinets, and then saw his hand offering me a glass. I accepted gratefully, filled the glass and drank without stopping. Drinking the water gave me some precious time to think. I wasn't dreaming or imagining things. He really had just told me that he felt about me the same way I felt about him. And now I just needed to confirm, out loud, that I felt the same way. This should be a piece of cake. Much easier than what he had done. I set down the glass and leaned on the counter using both hands for support. I took one last big breath. Maybe it's better if you don't say it, Jasper interjected before I could get out a word. I can see how difficult this is for you, and you don't need to go through any more pain on my account. I already have my answer. I sighed. In a way it was a relief to know that he wasn't omniscient, that despite his ability to know what I felt he misread and misinterpreted my actions and emotions as easily as I did his. It put us on a somewhat more equal footing. But right now, knowing how much pain my false presumptions had caused me, I wished he had more of an insight, so that he didn't have to suffer needlessly too. I turned around to look at him. But he had already turned away from me. I walked up to him and wrapped my arms around his waist, pressing my cheek into his back. I felt him stiffen, but I didn't back away. Jasper, I said softly. It might have been too soft for another human, but I knew he could hear me perfectly. You weren't wrong about those feelings you sensed from me. I feel the connection too and can't stop thinking about you when we're not together. I've never shared so much of myself with anyone, never met anyone who was so accepting of me without any judgment and who gave so much of himself without reservations. And I've never felt so safe with anyone, not just physically, but emotionally too. I honestly don't know what I'm going to do without you after you leave. He stopped breathing. For an agonizing moment everything was perfectly still. Then he loosened my hold on his waist and turned around, reaching to clasp my hands in his. He brought them up and placed a key across the knuckles of each hand. Bella, if you feel the same way I do, even a fraction of the same way I do, if there is any chance of us being together, then I'm not leaving until we know for sure where this leads. I could not bear to walk away if there is even a scintilla of possibility that you want to be with me as much as I want to be with you. I stared at him with eyes open wide. This was my dream come true, wasn't it? Hadn't I been hoping that he would feel this way about me, that he would return my feelings for him and choose to stay with me? Shouldn't this declaration make me deliriously happy? I didn't understand why his words, the words I thought I so longed to hear, caused pain instead of happiness. And then I realized what was wrong. All those times I had allowed selfish Bella to fantasize about Jasper saying these exact same things, of Jasper actually wanting to be with me, a part of me clung to the certainty that no matter what I did, Jasper would not reciprocate. I counted on Jasper's love for Alice to stand in the way of any interaction between us beyond mere friendship. I berated myself for tempting him, yet had full faith that he would not waver, he would not give in. I relied on Jasper's strength to stop me from betraying my friend. I could have inappropriate thoughts and feelings, but knew Jasper would make sure I never took any inappropriate actions. Wasn't this the reason why Alice hadn't called or intervened in our relationship already? In the back of my mind I had always reached that conclusion. Now everything was different. Now being with Jasper wasn't some impossible, unreachable fantasy. Now I knew that he not only felt the same way I did, but that he was willing to discard his relationship with Alice, to commit the ultimate act of betrayal, just to stay with me and find out if we had a future together. As soon as I thought about betraying Alice, another question muscled its way to the forefront of my mind. Had he considered this himself, and could I assume he reached the same conclusions I just did? Clearly I wasn't very good at reading him, and this was a topic too dangerous for assumptions. We needed to talk about this. I needed to know exactly how he felt. I took a deep breath, once again steeling myself for the worst, and asked the question I never thought would cross my lips. Jasper, what about Alice? His grip on my hands tightened slightly and he took a deep breath. When he spoke his voice was pained, but also steady and resolute. I know that this will cause her a great deal of anguish, and I hate myself for what I'm going to do, but once I started to have feelings for you I knew it was just a matter of time before I had to do the inevitable. There is only one option. I have to leave Alice. I gasped in shock. His pronouncement sounded so awful, so final. I recalled the pain of Edward leaving me, and I imagined Alice's pain, so many times worse for losing her soulmate, a man with whom she spent so many years, whom she loved with all her being. Alice was my friend. I could not allow this. I could not cause her suffering for the sake of my own happiness. The price was simply too high. I withdrew my hands and placed them over my face. Despite Jasper's seemingly calm demeanor, I knew he must be feeling turmoil inside. If I got him to talk about Alice and their relationship, if I got him to remember how much he loved her, maybe I could change his mind. Bella, this isn't about you, not really, Jasper said quietly. Even if you didn't return my feelings I can no longer go back to Alice, go back to the way things were. You opened my eyes, darling, introduced me to a side of me I never knew existed. I feel like I've been sleepwalking all my life and now I'm finally awake, and the things that satisfied me before are no longer enough. I would rather be completely alone than to stay with Alice and the rest of the family and still feel alone among them. I looked up at him again. But you won't be alone, Jasper. If you were able to find another side of you through me, why can't Alice find another side of herself as well? You need to give her a chance to do that. At the very least you owe her that chance. He obviously heard what I said, but his resolved expression did not waver. Neither did my determination. Can we sit and talk about this? I asked. He didn't respond, but he did follow me and sat beside me on the sofa. Tell me about her, Jasper. Tell me about you and Alice. He shook his head. I know what you're trying to do, Bella. It's not going to work. Humor me. If it truly doesn't matter, then what's the harm in telling me? He sighed, then began speaking, calmly and quietly. From the moment I first laid eyes on her, Alice was a force of nature. I walked into that diner in Philadelphia, saw her, and didn't know what to think. At first I was expecting an attack, but I wasn't worried. She was so tiny, hardly a threat. I had no idea that her real power had nothing to do with her size. Then she accused me of being late in such a way that I had to apologize for something I didn't even know I had done, and that set the tone for the rest of our relationship. I winced at his last remark. His voice had been bitter when he said it. I'd never heard him speak in that tone of voice about Alice before. Something in him really had changed. I love Alice, he continued, the bitterness gone. She saved me from a miserable existence, a life not worth living. She showed me a different way. She gave me a family. It was more than someone like me could ever deserve. I owe her more than I can ever repay. I gulped. Then how can you even consider leaving her? I have to leave because I've never felt about Alice the way I feel about you. She and I have nothing in common. We never talk, not really. We never do anything together that she doesn't initiate. Throughout our decades together, Alice has always known what would happen in advance, and I simply followed her instructions. I could never surprise her, never choose, I could never even do the wrong thing, make a mistake. I was the ultimate puppet. My heart broke for him as I listened. I reached out and took his hand. Even as I wanted to deny his version of life with Alice, I knew he was telling the truth. I had been on the receiving end of Alice's plans, and I knew firsthand what it felt like to be swept up into her grand schemes. There was no refusal, no free will. I loved Alice and I knew she always meant well, but when I tried to imagine a lifetime of shopping, and makeovers, and parties, I had to admit that I would not have been able to handle it. I considered Jasper carefully, finally understanding some of what he was trying to say, and wondering how he had been able to stand it for as long as he had. I didn't mind before, because life with Alice was so much better than my life before I met her. He answered my unspoken question. And before you came along, I just didn't know another way of life existed. Everyone in the family bends to Alice's will. Of course, unlike me, they aren't her constant focus of attention. But still, just as before I met Alice I thought I needed human blood to survive, afterwards I was convinced I could not live without her constant supervision and intervention. I squeezed his hand and moved closer to him, leaning my head on his shoulder. Instinctively I knew how difficult this was for him to talk about, and I wanted to give him a small measure of comfort. I felt him rub his cheek slowly against the top of my head, then inhale deeply. Then you came along and showed me how much more there can be, and I can't go back. I can't be the puppet again, Bella. And it wouldn't be fair to Alice for me to be with her when my feelings for her have changed, when I feel so much more for you. I gnawed on my lower lip, realizing that this was not a spur-of-the-moment decision for him. He had given this a lot of thought. And I had to admit that after hearing his explanation I understood his reasons. I loved Alice and did not want to cause her any pain, but I loved Jasper too, and going back to Alice and the way things had been would undoubtedly cause him pain. Could Alice change to keep him with her? Would she even want to once he told her of his feelings for me? And if she really loved him, why hadn't she seen this and asked him to come back to her? Why wasn't she fighting harder to keep him? Or maybe she had been and he just hadn't told me. I had to find out. Have you spoken with her about any of this? No, Jasper's tone was clipped. I haven't spoken with her since last Tuesday. Do you think she's seen? He contemplated my question. I'm not sure. She would have seen us in Seattle together, of course, but as for the rest, I only made the decision this evening to confess my feelings for you and to leave her regardless of your response, so she wouldn't have had a lot of notice. Still, by now I imagine she will have seen it all. So she'll be expecting it. She'll have time to prepare. She'll have time to draft a battle plan or a goodbye speech. She'll have time to hate me for ruining her life. She'll have time to plot her revenge. I dropped Jasper's hand and moved away from him, running my fingers through my hair. I had to take responsibility for my role in this situation. Had I not gone back to the Cullen house, had I not started to see Jasper far more often than any good friend of his absent girlfriend should, things may have turned out differently. But if I had to do things over again, would I do anything different? The honest answer was, no. Still, I owed it to Alice to stay away from Jasper until the two of them sorted out their relationship. And if, in the end, they repaired the damage and chose to stay together, then I would be happy for them even through my own loss. I turned to face Jasper, looking deeply into his eyes. You have to go to her and tell her in person. You know that, right? You have to tell her everything and give her a chance to respond, to change. Because I can't be that girl. That girl who fools around with her best friend's man behind her back and who only cares about herself. I can't even consider being with you until you settle things with Alice, one way or another. And in the end, Jasper, know that I want you to be happy, regardless of where or with whom. So you have to go to Alaska, as soon as possible. You need to be honest with her. And then, if your decision is still the same, you'll come back and we'll figure things out as they come along. My decision will be the same, and I will come back to you. But I know you're right. I owe it to Alice to explain it all to her in person. I'll leave tomorrow after you go to Mike's. He grimaced slightly as he said Mike's name, which suddenly made a lot more sense, and I'll be back as soon as possible, probably Monday. I shook my head vehemently. Don't rush this, Jasper. You and Alice have been together too long for you not to take as much time as you both need to come to the right decision. Please don't do to her what Edward did to me." I closed my eyes and gritted my teeth at the thought of the way Edward had left me. Even after only a few months together, I thought I deserved better. Jasper and Alice had been together for decades. He needed to respect that and stay with her as long as was necessary, give her a chance to change his mind if that was what she wanted. "And please keep an open mind," I added. "You haven't seen Alice in a long time and you've been spending much too much time with me. It's possible that some time and distance away from me will provide a different perspective, and that seeing Alice again will help you rediscover why you fell in love with her in the first place." Jasper shook his head. "I will keep an open mind, darling, I promise, but I know for sure distance will do nothing to change or diminish my feelings for you. I already tried that when I left for my hunt, so I know firsthand that being away from you only makes me want to be with you more. And as for falling in love with Alice, when I met her she told me we would be together forever and I believed her. I fell into a relationship, but I don't think I ever fell in love. All I can promise is that when I speak with Alice I will resolve everything. There will be no loose ends for you to worry about when." Quote. I looked at him disapprovingly. "If," he amended, "if I come back." I had a feeling he had only been appeasing me with the last statement, but it was the most I could ask. This was as much as I could give Alice, she would have to do the rest of the work herself. We sat silently for a while as I contemplated the cold, hard truth of the distinct possibility that tomorrow afternoon would be the last time I would ever see him. I dug my nails into my palm so that the physical pain would distract me from the emotional pain threatening to take over again. Jasper reached for my hand and uncurled my fingers to intertwine them with his. "Bella, will you promise to do something for me while I'm gone?" I nodded slowly. "Will you make sure that Newton keeps his paws off of you as you work on this project? I won't be around to scare him off, and I'd hate to have to kill him when I return." I couldn't quite tell if Jasper was serious or if he was joking. I decided it would be better to treat his comment as a joke. "Not to worry, Jasper. If necessary, I can growl as well as you. And Mike knows better than to try anything at this point, really. You heard our conversation Wednesday night. He thinks I'm still pining for Edward. Are you?" His quiet question caught me off guard. "What? Are you still pining for Edward?" I opened my mouth to speak, then closed it again. I stared ahead with unseeing eyes, completely lost in thought. I wanted to answer in the negative, because I wasn't pining, exactly. But I couldn't deny that a part of me still loved him, still missed him, still felt the pain and betrayal over his abandonment. "No," I said finally, "I'm not pining for him. But you still love him." Jasper pressed. "I suppose," I answered honestly, "that a part of me will always love him. And if he came back tomorrow and told you he still loved you and begged for your forgiveness." I look at our intertwined hands. Why was he doing this to me? Didn't he realize how painful this subject was for me? Edward was the last person I wanted to talk about right now. Still, after I made him talk about Alice, and I supposed I owed him an honest answer, whatever that was. My heart twisted painfully in my chest. I had not allowed myself to think about the possibility of Edward's return before. A part of me hated him, not so much for leaving me as for the way he had done it. But that other part, the part that still loved him and missed him, could that part of me forgive him if he came back and he were truly sorry? Could I envision myself back in the role of Edward's girlfriend? It felt like too many things happened and the girl who could lose herself in Edward hero worship no longer existed. I think I could forgive him, but things would never be the same. I don't think I could ever be with him again. I look at my relationship with Edward differently now than I did when I was in it. When I first realized that Edward actually wanted to spend time with me, I felt so lucky, so privileged, so special. I literally went to talk to him the first time when he wagged his finger over at me in the cafeteria, and that never seemed to change. He was like my own personal superhero, saving me again, and again, from myself and others. And with that hero worship came blinders. When I was with him I lost myself in him. I didn't do things with others, I didn't have my own interests, everything was about being with him and doing what he liked to do. Now that I think about that time, I was always afraid of losing him, always convinced I didn't deserve him, always thinking I wasn't good enough. I was afraid to really be myself around him. I don't think that's healthy. And, in the end, those thoughts allowed him to hurt me as badly as he did when he left. If he came back now, how could he possibly justify what he did? Not just leaving me the way he did, but forcing all of you to leave with him, forcing all of you not to speak with me, even to say goodbye. What possible reason could he give to justify doing that? I could forgive him for it, but I could never be with a person who willingly caused me so much pain. I could never trust him again. What if he told you that he left and made all of us leave to protect you from the dangers of the vampire world? That he left because he loved you so much he wanted to give you a normal life where you wouldn't have to face dangers like me. I looked at him carefully. His expression was pained. Was this the reason Edward gave his family for leaving? And they actually went along with it. How could they? How could they lay all that blame at Jasper's feet? Sheer fury boiled my blood. That's the most ridiculous, selfish, hurtful, manipulative thing I've ever heard. I spat out. I got up and began pacing, stalking the room like a caged wild cat. I never wanted to be protected for the vampire world. I wanted to be a part of the vampire world. He wouldn't grant me that wish, and then he denied me even the scraps of just letting me hang out on the periphery because ostensibly it was too dangerous for me. That wasn't his choice to make. I don't need a boyfriend who treats me like a child and makes all decisions for my own good without consulting me. Even Charlie and Renee don't do that, and I actually am their child. I guess if he had the guts to actually give me that excuse, I would tell him that I already had a father and wasn't looking for another one. I saw Jasper watching me with awe. I realized this was the first time he had ever seen me this angry. Even when he and I had the argument in my truck, I was far more controlled. I was instantly sorry that I had let myself get so worked up. I'm really sorry you had to see that, Jasper. It's just that I can't believe he would have used such a stupid reason to destroy everything we had, to destroy me. He stood up and walked over to me, pulling me into his arms and pressing me close to his chest. He keyed at the top of my head. Don't ever apologize about being passionate, Bella. You're gorgeous when you're angry. He chuckled and added, I just hope I never do anything to have that anger directed at me. I'm sorry for betraying his confidence, Bella. I should not have done it. I should not have told you why he left. But for my selfish reasons I needed to know what your reaction would be. Because he may come back someday, darling. And we both need to prepare to face him if he does. He pulled back and tipped my chin up to look into my eyes. I'm not proud of what I've allowed to happen with you. I knew as soon as you came back that Thursday, and I felt your faith in me when I told you about my training, and then when you came to me for advice the next day, and every time we spoke or saw each other thereafter, that I was in the wrong. Wrong to continue seeing you when you were the love of my brother's life and I was still with Alice. Wrong to pretend I could just limit my feelings to friendship. My betrayal will hurt the people I love most. Not just Edward and Alice, but every other member of the family as well. I am a horrible person for placing my own needs and happiness above all of theirs. But none of that is enough for me to stop and do the noble thing and let you go. The way I feel about you, the way I feel when I'm with you, is strong enough to overcome the feeling of self-loathing over what I'm doing to them. You need to know that, Bella. You need to know exactly how selfish I am. Because if Edward came back for you and you were with me, I would not stand aside. I would not let you go without a fight. I would use any means necessary to keep you with me. So I need to be sure that if he did come back, you would not want to go back to him, because I would hate to hurt you in the process of fighting to keep you with me. You would never willingly do anything to hurt me, I said confidently. But the situation you described is not something you need to worry about. Thank you for bringing this up and making me talk about it. For the first time you've made me realize that I really am over him. I will never forget that first love, and he'll always have a small piece of me. He deserves that, I suppose. But he will never have my heart again. If you still want me after you speak with Alice, I'm yours. We stared at each other. He moved his hands up and held my face between them, using his thumbs to stroke over my cheeks to the corners of my lips. This was a perfect moment for our first key, but with Alice between us it could not be so, and we both knew it. Instead, we just stood there, lost in each other's eyes. I had chosen my path. For Jasper the road diverged now, and he had to make a choice as well. I knew waiting for his decision would be excruciating, but I was at peace knowing I would be okay no matter which path he chose, as long as it led to his happiness. Suddenly I felt like celebrating. My lips broke out in a bright smile. What is it, darlin'? He asked, smiling back. I think I'm ready to try those desserts. I didn't remember much of the rest of Saturday. The desserts, as delicious as the rest of the food, put me into a sugar coma and I must have fallen asleep cuddled against Jasper on the sofa, as we avoided the loaded subjects of our previous discussion and focused on safer topics, like favorite music. I woke to Jasper's hand gently caressing my face. I was in the passenger seat of my truck and highly disoriented. It's time to wake up, darlin', Jasper said. You have to get home by curfew. It took me a while to focus my eyes and look around. Finally the street started to look familiar. We were parked a couple of blocks away from my house. As soon as it became obvious that I was aware of my surroundings, Jasper got out of the truck and opened the passenger door for me, then helped me get out and walked me to the driver's side. Are you okay to drive to your house? He asked. The fresh air helped to revive me even more. I judged the short distance from where the truck stood to my driveway and nodded. All right, darlin', he said as he helped me get behind the wheel. I'll watch from here. I think Charlie might be waiting. Call me after you get ready for bed. I know you're exhausted and we don't have to talk, but I really don't want to miss this night with you. I nodded again, rubbing sleep out of my eyes. Jasper closed the door. I started the truck, smiled, and drove away. At home I said a few words to Charlie, got ready for bed as quickly as I could, given my semi-conscious at best state, set the alarm for the next morning and called Jasper. True to his word, he didn't try to talk to me. Instead, he wished me good night and told me how happy he was to finally be able to sing me this song. I could stay awake just to hear you breathing. Watch you smile while you are sleeping. While you're far away and dreaming. I fell asleep before I could hear any more of the lyrics. I woke up to the sound of my alarm. I groaned and moved to turn off the annoying buzzing. Good morning, I said, surprised that Jasper hadn't greeted me already. Hello, Bella. Did you sleep well? He sounded concerned and distracted, qualities that I hadn't heard in his voice before. Is everything all right? I asked, slightly anxious. Everything's fine. When are you leaving for La Push? Half an hour. I just need to shower, get dressed and get all the food together. Good. You're going directly there, right? No stops. Right. I was starting to get suspicious. Jasper, what's going on? I'll tell you about it when I see you later, I promise. Right now I don't want to make you late. You'd better go and get ready, all right? Okay, I said, hesitantly. You will explain later, right? Of course, darlin'. Just trust me for now. I'll see you soon. See you soon, I said. For the first time I saw that Jasper dropped off the call before I had a chance to do so. I had no idea what was going on and it was making me nervous. Why was Jasper acting so strangely? Absolutely nothing came to mind. Figuring that further speculation would be useless and a waste of time, I decided to concentrate on getting ready. Jasper had, after all, promised to fill me in later, and it was only a few hours before I saw him again. I got ready quickly and efficiently, then headed down to the kitchen. Charlie was up already, drinking coffee and reading the paper. Ready to go, bells. Almost, Dad. I just have to pack up the food. I pulled out a couple of empty plastic bags and gathered the food I would need for the brunch. I didn't know how well equipped the Blacks' kitchen was, so I also packed some utensils and a couple of cast iron skillets. When everything was gathered up, Charlie helped me carry the bags to my truck. All right, Bells. Let's head out. I'll follow you. At La Push Jake was waiting for us outside. He ambled casually to my truck as I parked. Need any help, Bella? He asked, his face covered with the familiar, welcoming smile. Yeah, sure, that would be great, I said. Why don't you take the skillets? They're the heaviest. Jake walked over to the passenger side, opened the door and took out the skillets easily with one hand. I can handle more than these, he said. Great, grab a bag, then, too. He took all the bags, slammed the passenger door shut with his foot and proceeded to walk back to the house. Charlie, who had pulled up and parked behind me, joined me and we followed Jake inside. Morning, Chief. Bella, Billy was in the living room, watching TV. Good morning, Charlie and I responded simultaneously. I laughed. Well, I said, I'd better get cooking. Jake's in the kitchen, Billy said. I told him to make himself useful. I laughed again. My guess was that Jake would just get under my feet, but it would be nice to have company while I prepared the frittatas. I left Charlie and Billy in the living room and headed for the kitchen, finding Jake sprawled out on one of the chairs, which looked entirely too small for his huge frame. "So what gives?" Jake asked. "How come you're over here on a Sunday playing Susie Homemaker? Feeling guilty about ditching me yesterday for your other friends." "Ditching you?" I was confused. "We hadn't made any plans for yesterday." "I know," he said, "but I kind of got used to spending Saturdays with you." "What were you doing, anyway?" I panicked. I knew if I lied Jake would see right through me. But I also couldn't tell him the truth, especially with Charlie in the next room and within earshot. I went to Olympia with my friends Angela and Ben." I felt the blush spread all over my cheeks. Jake noticed it immediately and his mouth turned up in a wicked grin. He got up and walked over to stand right beside me, leaning to place his lips right against my ear. "So that's the official story," he whispered. "Now tell me what you were really up to." "Later," I whispered back. "Please," I added, hoping he would take mercy on me. Jake snorted. "Since you ask so nicely," he whispered and moved back. "Cool." His voice was back to its usual volume. "I bet it was more fun than hanging here with me." "Not more fun," I said. "Liar. Just different. What did you do yesterday?" I started preparing the frittatas as Jake launched into a description of his Saturday activities. From the sound of it, he was plenty busy without me around. I gritted my teeth. Jake was a good friend, but I wished he didn't enjoy teasing me quite as much as he did. He almost gave me a heart attack with that Olympia question. I made pretty quick work of the frittatas and soon I was sliding both skillets under the broiler. While I cooked I had Jake set the table and pour out the orange juice and coffee. Billy and Charlie joined us in the kitchen. Once I served the food, talk turned to sports. I didn't exactly participate in the conversation, but I was grateful I didn't have to make up any lies about my life. "This is great, Bella," Billy said at one point. "Thanks for cooking this morning and for coming out. I haven't seen you in a while." "Yeah," I said lamely, "it's senior year and I've been pretty busy." I threw Jake a desperate glance. This conversation was rapidly heading south. "So what is this thing we're eating?" Jake asked. "Thanks, buddy." I shot him a grateful look. "Sausage, potato and cheese frittata. A free wata. Frittata. It's an Italian omelet." "Huh," he said, looking at the food on his fork carefully. "It's really good. But what's wrong with American omelets?" "Nothing. I just wanted to do something a little different." Just then the room got darker as a large figure shadowed the glass in the back door. We all turned to see the visitor. "Jake, it's Sam. Get the door," Billy said. Jake scowled, but got up and opened the door. The man who came in was even taller and broader than Jake, something I didn't even know was possible. When he walked into the already crowded kitchen, a dark, hard look in his eyes, it seemed like he drained all of the oxygen out of the atmosphere. I started to feel very uncomfortable. "We need to talk," he said to Billy without exchanging pleasantries with the rest of us. Billy nodded and pushed himself away from the table. He wheeled himself into the living room. Sam followed. "He's definitely back," I heard Sam say, "and there's a new one, too." He was too far out of earshot for us to hear the rest. I looked at Jake, puzzled. He shook his head. His eyes shifted to Charlie subtly, indicating that this wasn't the time to talk. The three of us continued to eat in silence. The atmosphere in the room suddenly very tense, even thought the source of the tension was gone. I was only too glad to start cleaning up when we all finished eating. Sam was gone in just a few minutes, leaving via the front door. Billy wheeled back into the kitchen and turned back to his food. "What was that all about?" Charlie asked. "Nothing important. Just some tribal business," Billy replied easily. He and Charlie continued to talk as Jake helped me by drying the dishes. When we were done he grabbed my hand and started pulling me out the back door. "Come on, Bella, I have to show you the progress I'm making on my car." I followed without protest. We made it to the shed and sat down. "You spent the whole day with him yesterday, didn't you?" he asked, his voice hard. I sighed. I couldn't lie to Jake. "I did, but you don't have to sound so disapproving." He snorted. "Don't you think it's just a little odd that less than a month after one Cullen dumps you and the whole family splits you start spending all your time with one of his brothers who just happens to be skulking around without letting anyone know he's back in town?" It was hard to argue with him when he put it like that. Sam thought he had left earlier this week, but I'm sure he was talking about him returning back there. He tilted his head towards the house. That's how I finally figured out what you were doing yesterday. How did you come up with that Olympia alibi, anyway? Ben and Angela really did go to Olympia yesterday. I just didn't go with them. They agreed to cover for me. Huh. And what did they think you were doing? Did they know about the other Cullen? Hale, I corrected him automatically. No, they don't know. Angela let me get away without giving her details on what I was doing. Jake whistled. Nice friend. You could have been needing some pay. Bert you met on the internet or some psycho killer and no one would have been the wiser. Angela knows I wouldn't do anything like that, I said. She trusts my judgment. I looked at him pointedly. I'll trust your judgment when you start showing that you actually make some good decisions, Jake shot back. I mean, you know I love you like a sister, right? And I'd never let either of my sisters get away with this crap. I just don't get it. It's like any Cullen will do for you. That remark really hurt. I knew nothing could have been further from the truth, but I also knew if Jasper and I decided to be together someday, everyone in Forks would think exactly what Jake was thinking right now. I frowned. I didn't like the talk that would go on behind my back, but it would be worth it to be with Jasper. You don't understand, I muttered. Explain it, then. Make me understand. I took a deep breath. Was it safe to talk to Jake about this? Why not? I've told him about everything else. Jasper is nothing like Edward, I told him. He's really easy to talk to, we have a lot in common and he's kind of like you. I can tell him anything, be totally myself around him. An angry grimace covered Jake's face. You couldn't be yourself around Edward? He asked. I shook my head. With Edward the first was always afraid to do anything that would make me seem immature. He hated how immature all of the other girls at school were, and I didn't want to do anything that might make him think I was like them. Jake cursed and I saw his hands curl into fists. Wish I could get my hands on that jerk, he muttered under his breath. Anyway, I said quickly. Jasper's nothing like that. He's completely non-judgmental. We have fun together. Jake looked thoughtful for a moment. It looked like he might relent a little, but then another shadow crossed his face. So you like hanging out with him? I get that, but didn't you say he already had a girlfriend? And weren't you friends with her? I mean, do you really want to hook up with a cheater? Jasper's not cheating, I said vehemently. Nothing's happened between us outside of friendship and he is going to talk with Alice and tell her everything before anything can happen. They may even end up together, in which case I'll step away. My voice nearly broke as I said this, reality giving me a swift punch in the gut. Sensing my pain, Jake threw his arm around my shoulders and pulled me closer to him. God, Bella, how do you get yourself into these things? Can't you find a nice unattached guy who isn't a total freak? What about Mike? I know he may be sort of ordinary, but he didn't seem like such a bad guy. And he really likes you. I sighed. I wished it was that easy. I wished I could just turn my feelings on and off and direct them at whoever I wanted. It sure would make my life less complicated. Mike's a good friend and if Jasper hadn't come back maybe that would have worked, but not right now. Not while there's a chance. It was Jake's turn to sigh, though his sigh was one of frustration. You're as stubborn as a mule, you know that. Yeah, I agreed, I know. We heard the back door to the house open and Charlie bellowed, Jake, the game will start soon, we're heading over to the Clearwaters. Be right there, Jake yelled back. Come on, he said to me, you'd better get back. You're seeing Mike today, right? Having dinner with him. He gave me a sly smile. I rolled my eyes. I guess Charlie's been talking again. But maybe this one time it wasn't such a bad thing, if it got Jake to back off a little. And I didn't have to tell him I was going to see Jasper too. It's just a school project, I said. Sure, but you don't want to be late, he said as he winked at me. I rolled my eyes. What was it about him and Charlie that kept pushing me towards Mike? I thought you were on my side on the whole Mike thing, I complained. Lesser of two evils, Bella. Lesser of two evils. But you know I'll always be there to run interference too if you need it. Jake helped me load my cooking implements into the truck and ran off to join everyone at Harry and Sue's, waving as he departed. I couldn't help but smile as I watched him. Jake gave me a lot of grief sometimes, but I knew when push came to shove he would always be in my corner. Driving out of La Push to Jasper's house I was both excited and nervous. The excitement was something I'd come to expect any time I thought about seeing Jasper. The nervousness was due to my knowledge that he would soon be leaving for Alaska to discuss things with Alice. Plus Jasper's attitude this morning wasn't helping. I had forgotten about it while I was at Jake's, but now I found myself wondering what could possibly have had Jasper so concerned. I was so focused on my thoughts I almost missed the tall figure standing by the side of the road near the sign indicating the boundary of the Quileute Reservation. The figure looked familiar, and as I pulled closer I realized that it was Jasper. My stomach tightened up. I couldn't understand why he would be waiting for me here instead of at his house. What if someone had seen him? I pulled over at the side of the road and waited for him to get in on the passenger side. Jasper, what's wrong? Why are you here? What if someone sees us together? My anxiety caused the words to come out rushed and clipped. I'll explain everything later. For now let's just drive to my house. His voice was calm, which helped me settle down a little. I threw the truck into gear and got back on the road. Hey, darlin', it's good to see you, Jasper said as he reached for my hand. You look beautiful. I blushed. I liked hearing the compliment. Thanks. You look pretty great yourself. I snuck a peek at him from the corner of my eye. Great didn't even begin to describe it. His hair was a bit more tousled than normal, giving him a rakish look. He wore light gray Dockers and a pale, moss green button-down shirt with a banded collar. The long sleeves were rolled up to a 3/4 length, exposing some of his arms. Now that I knew what to look for, I could discern some of the barely visible scars, which only made him more attractive to me. I shivered slightly and focused my eyes back on the road. How was brunch? He asked, somewhat reluctantly. Fine. Jake and I got into an argument about you. What the heck did I just say that for? Did I accidentally put truth serum into the frittata? Oh. Jasper raised one eyebrow. Why would you be talking about me with Jake? He figured out that I spent the day with you yesterday and he didn't approve. I wasn't aware we needed his approval. Jasper's tone was decidedly unfriendly. He sort of sees me as a sister, so he's very protective. A sister, huh? Jasper snorted in disbelief. Yes, a sister. He doesn't like the fact that you're Edward's brother and that you're not single. Jasper considered this and some of the resentment lifted off his face. I suppose he's right about that, so I guess I could see why he would be concerned. It's none of his business, I muttered, slightly resentful. I couldn't believe Jasper was actually taking Jake's side. If I had to choose someone worthy of you, Bella, I wouldn't exactly pick me either. You deserve so much more. Stop it. Stop treating me like I'm not smart enough to know what I want or what's good for me. I was getting mad. This was exactly the problem in my relationship with Edward. No, Bella. That's not what I'm doing. If I had to choose someone for you I might select someone different, but I'm smart enough to recognize that I have no say in your choice, and I'm damn glad. Because as I told you last night, I'm extremely selfish, and I'm absolutely thrilled your definition of who's good enough for you is different from mine. My anger was gone instantly and I smiled. We were at the Cullens' driveway now, and I pulled off the road to complete the last 3 miles of the drive. Good, I said, because as Jacob recognized earlier today, I'm as stubborn as they get and none of you will be able to change my mind. I made my choice and I'm absolutely convinced I chose the perfect man for me. I parked in front of the house and the realization that I was about to find out why Jasper met me out on the road instead of here made me nervous all over again. Jasper was out of the truck and opening my door before I could reach for the handle. He helped me out of the truck and pulled me into a tight embrace. The hug felt a little too urgent and desperate to calm my already frayed nerves. Jasper released me without a word and we walked to the house. He locked the door after we walked in, something I didn't think I had seen him do before. We settled in on the living room sofa. All right, no more stalling. I need to know what's happening, I demanded. Jasper grabbed both of my hands in his. I know I said I would leave for Alaska this afternoon, but there's been a slight change of plans. My brow furrowed. What's going on? Last night, after I dropped you off, I came home and changed, then went out hunting. It's what I usually do while you're sleeping. While I was out I crossed a familiar scent. It's Laurent, Bella. He's here. My heart stopped for a second before resuming its beat. I was certain my face was turning 30 shades of white. I probably looked as pale as Jasper. He squeezed my hands reassuringly. As soon as I knew he was here I came over to your house and I've been watching you ever since. The only time you've been out of my sight is when you were at La Push, and there, well, I knew you would be safe there. I can't leave you alone to find him, but we know from Alice that he will come looking for you, and I'll be waiting for him when he does. How long? I don't know, darling. We'll just have to wait and see. But I assure you, you will be perfectly safe. I would never let anything happen to you. We just have to put a few simple rules in place. All right, I nodded. And you'll have to swear that you'll do as I ask, okay? It can't be like Phoenix. You'll have to trust me. Understand? Yes, my voice sounded weak even to me. Bella, I know what I'm doing, remember? This is not a problem, just an inconvenience. Everything will be all right. Do you still trust me? Yes, my voice was a degree stronger. As terrified as I was, I trusted him absolutely. Okay. From now on you'll only go to the usual places. School, work, home. That's it. It will reduce the area I have to cover and help me find his scent if he crosses it. Makes sense. I nodded again. I won't be able to see you again until I get him, so I want you to carry the phone with you at all times. Use it to tell me exactly where you're going or any other time you need to talk to me and I'll do the same. Agreed. I shook my head. What? Why? Why won't you be able to see me? He sighed. I don't like it any more than you do, darling, but I won't be able to really hunt while I'm guarding you and it would just be too dangerous for me to be too close to you. I think I have enough control, but I'm not willing to take that chance. But we'll keep in touch. We'll talk. You might even be able to see me sometimes while we do. I just won't be able to get too close. You understand, right? I guess so. But you'll be so thirsty. What about other humans? I'm sure some smaller animals will cross my path to help, and other humans are not nearly as compelling as you. I'll be fine. He paused, and I nodded to indicate my understanding. So call me, please, as often as possible, 'cause I'll really be missing you. Okay. He moved his right hand up to my cheek. I leaned into it like a cat, rubbing my face against his hand. I had been prepared to miss him when he left the state, but having him here, so close, and not being able to be with him, was going to be unbearable. I hate this, Jasper, I whispered. I know, Bella. Believe me, I know. I hate it too, but it's only temporary. What if it's not? How long can you do this without really hunting? What if you get really thirsty and he still hasn't shown? I've thought about that. I'll give it a week. After that, I'll call Emmett. With the two of us here it should be easy work. He can guard you and I'll hunt Laurent down. I shivered. The tone of his voice left little to the imagination. I knew exactly what he was going to do to Laurent once he found him. Do you have to kill him, Jasper? I mean, if he doesn't do anything bad. If he doesn't try to attack me or other humans. Maybe you could just give him a warning and scare him away. Jasper dropped his hand from my cheek and looked away for a moment, then turned back to me. I'll have to judge the situation when it gets here. I can't promise anything, darling. If I feel he's a danger to you, a warning will not suffice. I know, all I can ask is that you consider other options. Obviously you'll know best what has to be done. I trust you completely. Thank you, he said, that means a lot. So back to the rules. 1. Familiar places only. 2. Use the phone. 3. Scream. I raised my eyebrow. Since I'm still trying to keep a low profile and not reveal to people in Forks that I'm back, I may not always be able to see you, but I'll always be within shouting distance. So if anything happens at all, yell or scream for me. I'm just telling you this as a precaution. He will never get that close to you. But I wanted to let you know just in case. If anything happens where you need my help and can't call me, even if it has nothing to do with Laurent, just scream and I'll be there. The thought that I might ever need this strangely human form of alarm made me afraid again. I really hated all this, hated that once again I had to deal with a stalker vampire, even if he didn't seem as intent on killing me as James had. Most of all I hated that his presence would delay everything. Delay Jasper's conversation with Alice and the time when I would know whether Jasper and I had a future together or not. I knew a week for Jasper must seem like a blink of an eye. For me it loomed like an eternity. I could only hope that Laurent would make his move soon. I didn't want to have to explain to people next week why I couldn't do things with them. I remembered my promise to Mike to go to the bonfire at First Beach with him Saturday. I decided that I wouldn't say anything about that yet. Maybe it wouldn't be an issue. If the situation dragged on, I could always cancel at the last minute. Bella, since I probably won't be able to come back here until I deal with Laurent, I need to get some things together. I was hoping I could store them in your truck, since I will be near your house whenever you're there. Is that all right? Of course. And I have to go upstairs to get everything, but I don't feel comfortable leaving you down here unprotected. Will you come with me? I nodded. We got up and walked upstairs together to the room he used to share with Alice. I suspected seeing that room would be difficult, and I wasn't wrong. I felt her presence everywhere, a painful reminder that by falling in love with Jasper I was intruding, stepping on someone else's property. Looking around, I saw aspects of Jasper and Alice's personalities perfectly intertwined, and I wondered how he could even think he would be able to separate himself from the woman who had obviously been his other half for so many years. Undoubtedly sensing my sadness and discomfort, Jasper ghosted quickly around the room, gathering the things he needed. A few changes of clothes, some electronics, a few books. I wondered about the electronics. He wouldn't exactly be near an outlet. How will you keep all this charged? I have spare batteries and there are outdoor outlets everywhere, Bella. There's one at your house at a fairly inconspicuous location. I should be able to set up a charging station without a problem. Oh, he thought of everything. He really was a master of strategy. Bella, these clothes, he pointed to what he was wearing, might be a little too dressy for vampire hunting, so I'm going to change. I'll just be in the bathroom and I'll keep the door ajar. Please stay here, all right? Sure. For the first time since he told me about Laurent, color returned to my cheeks. The thought of him changing in the next room without even a closed door between us increased my body temperature by several degrees. I looked down at the carpet, embarrassed. He crossed the room and was next to me in a flash, lifting my chin to make me look at him. You are so beautiful, Bella, he said, his gold eyes locked on mine. And that blush, he stroked my cheek with his hand, drives me to distraction. I can't manifest it as easily as you can without embarrassing us both, but believe me, thinking of you has a similar effect on me. I was sure my blush deepened by several degrees and I stepped into him, pressing my face against his chest so that he couldn't actually see me. Then, suddenly aware that standing so close to him could provoke one of those embarrassing reactions, I hastily stepped away. Jasper chuckled. It's all right, Bella, he whispered in my ear, his cool breath sending shivers through me that had nothing to do with temperature. I've had many years to master that aspect of my self-control. You're perfectly safe around me, at least as long as you want to be. He looked at me, raising both of his eyebrows comically. I laughed, glad that he elected to defuse the situation. Just go change, already, I said, trying to push him towards the bathroom. My efforts were just about as successful as me trying to move a brick wall. Wow, Bella, he teased, if only I knew sooner how eager you were to get me out of my clothes. I rolled my eyes. Give me a break. It's not like you're going to put on a show. Not unless you want me to, he teased again, untucking his shirt and reaching for the top button. I rolled my eyes again. If you don't quit that, I'm going back downstairs. Jasper was instantly serious. No, please stay here. I'll be right back. He disappeared into the bathroom and I sat down on the edge of the bed. I wasn't even thinking about what he was doing in the other room. Reality had just dumped a cold bucket of water on me and all I could think about was how, once again, I was being hunted and in need of protection. Absent-mindedly I ran my fingers over my scar and shivered, this time from fear. Suddenly Jasper was sitting next to me and I was in his arms. No one will ever get close enough to you to do that again, he promised. Not as long as I'm around to do anything about it. After Jasper packed up his things into a small sports bag, we went back downstairs, knowing we only had a couple of hours together. I wanted these hours to be happy, to make a good memory I could hold on to for as long as Jasper and I had to be apart, so I did my best to bury my fear and depression and asked to do the one thing we would not be able to do for a while. Watch some more episodes of Firefly. This time, Jasper didn't watch me from afar. Instead, I was tightly wrapped in a warm blanket as I sat between his legs, leaning back against his chest, encircled by his strong arms. I threw my head back, resting it against his right shoulder. He leaned his head forward so that our cheeks touched. Periodically he swept his head down along my left shoulder, inhaling my scent, as he did that first time in the kitchen. If anything, his actions had an even bigger impact on me than they did then, but after our discussion the previous night, I also tapped into a previously undiscovered source of self-restraint. I wanted to be with Jasper, but not until he was truly free to be with me. And now that I knew I could no longer fully count on him to stop me from taking that first step down the road to hell, it somehow became easier to police myself. Jasper didn't let me go when the shows were over. Instead, he pulled me ever closer to him. "It's killing me to let you go, you know that, right?" he growled. "To give up this precious time with you so you can spend it with Newton, discussing love poetry." I sighed. I'm not exactly jumping for joy about it either, but there's nothing I can do. There is no other time this week we can work on it. Besides, his parents are expecting me for dinner. I turned my head to look at him. "You know I'd much rather stay here with you. I just hope the kid behaves himself and doesn't get any ideas." He paused. "Any more ideas than he already has, that is." I smiled. Now that I knew the real reason behind Jasper's attitude towards Mike, I found it endearing. "His ideas aren't really all that relevant, are they?" I asked. "Not if he doesn't act on them. He wouldn't try anything in his house with his parents right there without my consent, and you know he won't have that." I tugged on his arms until he loosened them enough for me to stand up. I unwrapped myself from the blanket, folded it and placed it on the sofa. Jasper stood up next to me and pulled me into his arms again. This embrace was as desperate as the first hug he gave me when we arrived, and I returned it with similar emotion. "It's only a little more time, darlin'," he said softly. "Soon Laurent will be gone and I will speak with Alice and then we can start over, together." I sighed against his chest. I wasn't sure if he was trying to reassure me or himself. He made it sound so easy, so inevitable, but I knew things were never that simple, not in my life. I couldn't let myself believe that everything was going to be fine. All of my experience led me to other conclusions. I could hope for the best, but I had to prepare for anything. "It's getting late," I said, as I pulled away. "I have to get going if I'm going to make it to Mike's on time." Jasper grabbed his bag and we walked back out to the truck together. We didn't speak and the atmosphere was thick with tension neither one of us knew how to diffuse. I let him out a few blocks away from the Newtons' home and drove myself the rest of the way. In the driveway I took a big breath, pasted on a fake smile, and headed for the front door. Mike must have been waiting for me, because he opened the door before I even had a chance to press the doorbell. His smile was far more genuine than mine. "Hey, Bella. Come on in," he motioned for me to come inside. The Newtons lived in a newer house, one much larger than Charlie's. The beautifully furnished and decorated living and dining rooms were visible from the front hall and looked more like magazine layouts than rooms in a real home. Mike shrugged when we noticed my appraisal. "My mom likes to decorate," he explained, "and we almost never use this part of the house. Do you want something to drink before we go up to my room?" I gulped. I suppose I should have realized we would be working in his room, but hearing him say it was a little shocking. "It's just a room, Bella. He probably has his computer in there." "Sure," I said. "Come on in." He moved down the hall and I followed him into the area of the house that the family apparently actually used. There was a large kitchen, a dinette and a family room. Mike's mom was preparing something on the stove. "Hi Mrs. Newton," I said. "Hello, dear," she smiled at me. "Do you kids need a snack while you work? Dinner won't be ready for another couple of hours." "I'll grab some chips," Mike said. "What would you like to drink, Bella?" "We have soda, water, juice." "Some soda would be great." I was surprised at how comfortable this felt, warm and welcoming. I started to relax. Jasper's jealousy had put me on edge regarding Mike, but I could see now there was nothing to worry about. He was just my friend and we were just going to study. A perfectly normal human activity, no different than hanging out in Jake's garage. I smiled in relief and followed Mike as he grabbed a couple of cans of soda and a bag of chips and headed back out into the hallway and up the stairs. "Have fun," his mom called behind us, "and make sure those chips aren't all over the floor." I stepped into Mike's room cautiously, not sure what to expect. It was obvious that his family was well off. The room was large and Mike had his own computer, a flat-screen TV, some sort of video game console and an entertainment system. His full-size bed didn't take up nearly as much available space as my twin-size bed did in my room. His walls were decorated with athletic-themed posters and memorabilia, including a shelf of his own trophies. What really caught my eye, though, was the well-stocked bookshelf. I walked over to examine the titles. He had some classics as well as thrillers, spy novels and mysteries by best-selling authors. Judging by the titles, there were also quite a few historical novels. I pulled one out at random, The Archer's Tale by Bernard Cornwell, and read the synopsis on the back. "You really like to read," I said, looking back at him and not quite able to disguise my surprise. He looked down and rubbed the back of his neck with his right hand. "Yeah, don't tell anyone, though," he looked back up at me, "it would ruin my representative." "No worries, I can keep a secret. This looks interesting," I said, lifting the book in my hand. "Oh yeah," he said enthusiastically, "that one is great. It's actually the first in a series about an archer in 14th century Europe. The descriptions of the battle scenes are fantastic." I smiled, returning the book to the shelf. I reached for another one, Pompeii by Robert Harris. "And this one?" I asked. "That one is about the Mt. Vesuvius explosion from the point of view of a Roman aqueduct engineer." Again, the descriptions of everything preceding the explosion and the aftermath are just awesome. I returned the second book to the shelf and looked at Mike carefully, almost as if I were seeing him for the first time. This was a side of him I never knew before, and I really liked it. I always knew he was more than a dumb jock, that he was far more kind and friendly and smart than most guys his age, but I never expected him to be so passionate about historical fiction, and it made me wonder how many more secrets Mike kept from us to make himself seem more stereotypical than he really was. "These sound really good, Mike. Maybe I can borrow one sometime." "Sure, take Pompeii first. I think you'd really like it." "Okay," I said, reaching back for the book and shoving it into my bag. "Thanks. I'll give it back to you as soon as I'm done. Take your time, no rush." We both stayed silent for a minute, not quite knowing what to say next. Finally I remembered the reason I was there in the first place. "So," I said as I sat on the edge of his bed and pulled out Carlyle's books, "did you choose a poem yet?" "Not quite," he answered, settling in his desk chair. "I have a couple I'm considering. I was hoping you could help me make the final choice." "All right, let's hear them." "Well, the first one is called, Witch Wife. She is neither pink nor pale. And she never will be all mine. She learned her hands in a fairy tale. And her mouth on a valentine. She has more hair than she needs. In the sun ''tis a woe to me. And her voice is a string of colored beads. Or steps leading into the sea. She loves me all that she can. And her ways to my ways resign. But she was not made for any man. And she never will be all mine." The second, he continued, is called, A Dream Girl. You will come one day in a waver of love. Tender as dew, impetuous as rain. The tan of the sun will be on your skin. The purr of the breeze in your murmuring speech. You will pose with a hill flower grace. You will come, with your slim, expressive arms. A poise of the head no sculptor has caught. And nuances spoken with shoulder and neck. Your face in pass and repass of moods. As many as skies in delicate change. Of cloud and blue and flimmering sun. Yet, you may not come, O girl of a dream. We may but pass as the world goes by. And take from a look of eyes into eyes. A film of hope and a memoried day. He stopped and looked at me, trying to gauge my reaction. I was dumbstruck. Again, I had let my preconceived notions take over, and assumed the poems Mike would choose would be the simple, roses are red, violets are blue, garden variety love poems. I never expected him to select such heartfelt poetry. I noticed that both poems had a common theme. Each one expressed uncertainty about the author's ability to fully capture the perfect lover. And in each poem the lover was idealized, beyond the natural. I looked at Mike carefully, trying to see what was going on beneath the surface. At that point I realized that Jasper had been right. Mike may have been willing to mask his feelings until I was ready, but this did not eliminate them, and they were clearly manifesting themselves through his choice of poetry. Obviously agreeing to be his partner on this project had not been the best idea. Which one do you like, Bella?" Mike asked quietly, cautiously. "I'm kind of leaning towards the second one, myself. I like them both," I answered honestly. "That last one is a good choice. Especially if you're in love with a girl and aren't quite sure if you will ever be with her or not." "Yeah, I thought so too. Not too long and not too complicated, you know." Easy to understand. Yes, I agreed. Easy to understand. I wished I had enough guts to veto this selection, since I had no idea how I could possibly explain in front of the class why I thought this was Mike's favorite, but I remembered what I told Jasper, and I knew I couldn't force Mike to choose a poem that was completely lacking in meaning. His grade was depending on this assignment too. What about you? He asked. Did you pick yours? I like this poem called The Key. I read it to him, watching for his reaction. He considered it and looked at me thoughtfully. It's not one I would have expected you to pick as your favorite, he finally said. I like it, he quickly added, it's just that I would have expected something a little more traditional. He clearly had a better understanding of me than I of him, which shouldn't have surprised me, but did. I tried to step a bit outside my comfort zone for this assignment, I explained. At first the traditional poems stood out, but then I forced myself to really look at other works and this one seemed really right. You like that the author commingles the intellectual images. I was so shocked I literally sat back a little. I hadn't thought of the poem that way. The idea of an intellectual romance appealed to me, but I hadn't considered that Stephen Dunn combined the two aspects of love with his words. My eyes narrowed a bit as I looked at Mike. This was a completely new side of him. Not the easygoing, flirty jock, or the prankster, or the shoulder-to-lean-on friend. This was the Mike other people didn't get to see, the throatful, contemplative, insightful Mike. Yeah, I guess so, I admitted, though I really hadn't thought of it in exactly those terms. He laughed. Good, don't do it now, then. Leave that little insight for my part of the assignment. I chuckled. You got it. What about you and your dream girl? You like it because you're a romantic, but a realist too. Guilty as charged, but it's more than that. The description of the dream girl is perfect. Rather, it's a perfect description of you. My stomach muscled clenched painfully. Jasper had warned me, and still I hadn't expected this. I closed my eyes and took a deep breath. Mike, I paused, not knowing what exactly was the right thing to say. It's okay, Bella. I mean, I know. I understand. Like the poem says, it may never happen. I don't mean to make you uncomfortable. But you know how I feel, and I know you were smart enough to figure out why I liked this poem, even without me stating the obvious. So I just thought, you know, I would put it out there, so we didn't have to avoid talking about the elephant in the room. I smiled. I've never been compared to an elephant before, I teased. Hey, if the trunk fits. Quote. I took a toss pillow off the bed and chucked it in his direction. It landed well short of my intended target. Oh, it's gonna be like that, is it? He said threateningly, leaning forward to pick up the pillow. No fair, I cried, you actually have hand-eye coordination. He laughed as he put down the pillow. You know I wouldn't. I can't pick on someone half my size. I laughed too, surprised that I was actually having fun and that things weren't at all awkward. We drank our sodas and ate the chips, taking care not to drop any on the floor. Then we went back to work on the project, printing out copies of each other's poems and jotting down notes for our presentations. Just as we were finishing and I was packing away my books, Mrs. Newton called from downstairs to let us know dinner was ready. Perfect timing, Mike said. We walked down together to the dinette. I exchanged greetings with Mr. Newton, who must have just come back from the store, and we all sat down to eat. Mrs. Newton asked us about the project as we ate the delicious pot roast she prepared for us and, to my never-ending surprise, I found myself enjoying this part of the evening as well. Just for a little while I forgot about Edward, Alice, Laurent, and even Jasper, and simply enjoyed this very natural human moment. After dinner Mike walked me out to my truck. So we're in pretty good shape for Thursday, right? Yes. Great shape. Thanks. You made this a lot easier than I thought it was going to be. That was the plan, he said. See you at school tomorrow. He pushed the door to the truck closed and backed up a few steps. See you, I said, loudly enough for him to hear me, before backing out of the drive. As I turned my head to make sure the street was clear I spotted Jasper's bag, and instantly remembered that he had to be here somewhere, guarding me. I felt absolutely horrible for allowing myself to forget. I backed into the road and drove to my house, keeping to the speed limit to make it easier for Jasper to follow. Charlie's cruiser was already in the driveway when I arrived, so I grabbed my bag and the kitchen stuff and went straight into the house. How did the project go? Charlie yelled from the living room. I walked in to find him on the sofa, watching TV. Great. We're pretty much done. I won't have to do much this week. Good. Did you have a nice time? Yeah, I admitted, the Newtons are really nice. They are. Really nice. Good family. Raised their boy well. Spreading it on a little thick, Dad, I said. Don't push it. Right, not pushing. Glad you had fun. Me too, but now I'm going to put away the stuff from this morning and then go upstairs. I have some other homework to do. When I got to my room I realized that I really didn't have that much to do. I finished my Spanish and math assignments fairly quickly and didn't feel like preparing for the chemistry lab we would be doing the next day. I sat on my bed, hugging my pillow and missing Jasper. I wanted to call him, but a part of me dreaded learning his reaction to my afternoon at Mike's. Eventually, the part of me that missed him won out and I pulled out my phone. Hello, Bella, he answered on the first ring. I wondered how long you were going to wait to call. Hi Jasper. I would have called earlier, but, I hesitated. Just how honest was I prepared to be with him? But what, darling? I decided I had to tell him the truth. But I wasn't sure how you were going to react to the whole Mike thing. He sighed. I suppose I deserve that, he said. I haven't exactly behaved rationally before. And I can't pretend that it was easy listening to the two of you tonight, especially when he explained about the poem. But I trust your judgment, Bella, and you certainly were more right than I was about today. For the most part Mike held himself in check. Thanks for acknowledging that. I got a little nervous there for a while, but it didn't last long. So, where are you right now? I'm in the woods behind your house. I found a pretty good lookout point on one of the trees. I'm high enough that I can see if anyone approaches the house from any direction. I tried to imagine Jasper perched in a tree like a hunter. The dark green and black clothes he had changed into this afternoon would certainly help him blend in with the vegetation. I knew he would be able to stay out there forever, never getting tired, never losing balance, never needing a bathroom break. He was absolutely the ideal surveillant and I knew as long as he watched over the house, Charlie and I would be perfectly safe. I also knew that what I really wanted was to have him inside with me, rather than somewhere out there watching. And that's when it hit me that, at least for this one last night, that wish could be a reality. Jasper, can I ask you a favor? Anything, darling. Would you, my voice broke, would you spend tonight with me? He was silent. I didn't mean it the way it sounded, I quickly explained. I just meant that you'd hunted last night so you should still be fine around me tonight, right? So why waste that? Why couldn't you come over and stay with me in my room? We could have a few more hours together before you won't be able to be near me. Please. He didn't answer immediately. Yes, he said eventually, I'll be over soon. Crack open your bedroom window. I practically ran to the window, feeling a sense of déjà vu as I lifted the lower sash just a bit. It had been a while since a vampire spent the night in this room with me. Jasper and I hadn't had that kind of a relationship, we still didn't. But if ever there was a night to make an exception it was this night, and I was glad I had enough guts to ask. Jasper climbed through the window a few moments later. I walked up to him and we exchanged a long hug. I've missed you, I said. After being together all day yesterday, this is really hard. I've missed you too, darling, and I've had fewer distractions. I just hope Laurent makes his move sooner rather than later. I looked up at him. No sign of him yet, I take it. None at all. But I'm sure he's still in the area, and he'll make a mistake at some point. Jasper steered me towards the bed and we both sat down. Maybe you could call Alice to see if she's seen anything else. He shook his head. She would have called me herself if she saw anything definite, I think, and if I called her I would have to tell her about you, and we both agreed that would be better done in person. I nodded. Then I had another idea. What about Emmett? If you called him for help right away instead of waiting you could find Laurent faster. I considered that, but as dense as Emmett is sometimes, I think even he would recognize how I feel about you, and I don't want anyone else to know before I have a chance to speak with Alice. So I want to avoid calling him unless it's absolutely necessary. So for now, it just is what it is. I'm afraid so, Bella. But at worst it will only be a week. That's not so long, even for a human. I was glad he could joke about it. I remembered the few days we spent apart the previous week and how hard it was for both of us. I didn't think this week was going to be any easier. Still, I had to concede that Jasper had thought of everything and his plan was the best one we had. I sighed. A week really wasn't that long, even if right now it felt like an eternity. To take my mind off the subject at hand, I started talking about music again, knowing that we never got far in our conversation last night. After a while we laid down on the bed, mostly for my comfort, and continued talking until we heard Charlie making his way upstairs. I panicked, but Jasper merely ghosted to stand behind the door so that he was hidden when Charlie knocked and stuck his head in to tell me good night. When he was done in the bathroom I grabbed my night clothes and toiletries and headed for the bathroom myself. I got ready for bed quickly but didn't rush back, suddenly extremely nervous. I took a deep breath to steady my nerves and walked back into the bedroom, turning off the light before I even closed the door. I knew Jasper would be able to see just fine without the light, but the darkness provided me with an illusion of concealment. I was still super self-conscious as I crawled under my quilt and turned to my side, with my back to Jasper. He moved up next to me, wrapping his arm around me. "You don't know how often I've thought about being with you like this." His soft voice made me tremble. I knew I shouldn't ask, but I couldn't help myself. "You've thought about this? Really?" He murmured. "I've imagined lying just like this next to you and sharing another of my favorite poems with you." "What's the poem?" I asked, my lids feeling heavier and heavier. "It's called, Variations on the Word Sleep, by Margaret Atwood. I would like to watch you sleeping. Which may not happen. I would like to watch you sleeping. I would like to sleep with you, to enter your sleep as its smooth dark wave slides over my head, and walk with you through that lucent, wavering forest of blue-green leaves, with its watery sun and 3 moons, towards the cave where you must descend, towards your worst fear. I would like to give you the silver branch, the small white flower, the one word that will protect you from the grief at the center of your dream, from the grief at the center. I would like to follow you up the long stairway again and become the boat that would row you back, carefully, aflame, in 2 cupped hands, to where your body lies beside me, and you enter it as easily as breathing in. I would like to be the air that inhabits you for a moment. Only, I would like to be that unnoticed, and that necessary." "That's an amazing poem, Jasper," I whispered. "You'll have to read it to me again, when I'm not so tired." I punctuated my statement with a yawn. "I will, darlin', I will. For now, just go to sleep." I closed my eyes and started drifting away as he sang. "Sometimes I watch you while you sleep. I know you're somewhere in a dream. And I'll cradle you in my arms tonight." I woke up alone. Had it not been for the indentation in the bedding next to me I would have sworn I dreamed that Jasper had spent the night. It felt strange not being able to say good morning to him in person or on the phone. I turned to look at the spot where he had lain beside me and saw the folded note. I reached for it eagerly and opened it up. It simply said, "Call me." I resisted the impulse to scramble out of bed and grab the phone. Instead, I decided to get ready for school first and call him on the way. That way we could have a longer uninterrupted conversation. I showered and dressed quickly, packed up my books and ran downstairs. I grabbed a pack of Pop-Tarts, not even bothering to toast them. I affixed my earpiece and flipped open my phone as I ran out the back door. "Good morning, gorgeous," his husky voice in my ear sent a delicious shiver through my body. "You took a long time to call. I was hoping you weren't angry with me for leaving." I moved my eyes over the tree line in the back of the house, trying to spot his form, even though I knew that my efforts would be futile. "I missed you this morning, but of course I wasn't angry. I'm happy we had as much time together as we did. Where are you? It's better if I don't show myself. But the view is especially lovely this morning." I smiled. "Well, I'm sorry to ruin it for you, but I have to head off to school. I'll stay on the phone until I get there, though, if you'd like. You know if it were my choice I'd never let you go. Drive safely. I'll be right behind you." "All right, see you later, I hope." On impulse, I put my hand to my lips and blew a key, in the general direction of the trees. Then I turned around and went back into the house, locking the back door and going out the front to my truck. "I caught that, you know," I heard him chuckling in my ear. "Good, I would have been disappointed if you didn't." We continued to tease each other until I pulled into the parking lot. Then, reluctantly, I ended the call and walked to class. I saw Angela walking over to and was about to wave, but she deliberately looked away and changed course. I stopped and looked after her. She seemed really mad and I couldn't figure out why. As far as I knew we had been fine the last time we saw each other Friday and we hadn't even spoken over the weekend. What could possibly be wrong? "Hey, Bella," I hear Mike's voice behind me and turned around to greet him. "Hey, Mike." We fell into step together, walking to our first class. He asked a question about an assignment and I responded automatically, but my mind was still on Angela. For the first time ever, my best friend was mad at me, and I had no idea what caused it or how to fix it. In class, Angela continued to avoid my attempts to catch her eye and she didn't open the note I passed to her. She gathered her books before the bell even rang and headed to her next classroom as soon as our class was over, without giving me a chance to speak to her. We didn't have the next few classes in common, and when I tried to ask Ben what was wrong he just mumbled that he had to respect Angela's privacy and that I would have to ask her. I had no choice but to wait until lunch to try to talk to her again. Angela didn't exactly make it easy for me. By the time I walked into the cafeteria she was sitting at the other end of the table, the seats on either side of her occupied. I considered leaving her alone until she was more receptive, but I knew I could never be that patient. So instead, I walked to the side of the table where she sat and asked her directly, loud enough for everyone to hear, "Angela, could I please speak with you, alone?" I knew this was a horrible thing to do. Angela was shy and hated to be in the center of attention even more than I did. She also hated more than anything else to be thought of as impolite. So when I made my very public request, she merely pressed her lips together tightly and got up to follow me out of the cafeteria. I saw Ben throw her a worried look, silently asking if she wanted him to come with her, and I was grateful to see her shake her head. I would have spoken with her in front of Ben if I had to, but it would be easier to talk to her privately. Once we were outside the cafeteria and out of hearing range of our nosy classmates, I changed my tone. "Angela, obviously something is wrong but I don't know what it is. Why are you mad at me?" Angela looked me dubiously. "You really don't know?" she asked. I shook my head. "I really don't," I repeated. Angela looked away, her face filled with sadness. "I would have thought you'd be a little more perceptive than that, Bella. A little more sensitive. I mean, I thought we were friends, but I guess you don't feel the same way." "What are you talking about?" I asked, thoroughly confused. "Of course we're friends. You're my best friend." "Really?" Her question was laced with disbelief. "If I'm your best friend then how do you explain me having to ask my boyfriend to call one of his friends just to make sure that you actually made it home from whatever it was you were doing all day Saturday?" My mouth dropped open. I was finally beginning to understand what happened. "Oh my God, Angela. I'm so sorry. You're absolutely right. I should have called you. It's just that I had such a busy day yesterday. I spent the morning at La Push with Jake and I worked on the poetry project in the afternoon with Mike. And there was no time in between or afterwards when you could have called me. Just for a couple of minutes. Just to let me know that you were okay. I'm really so very sorry. Obviously I wasn't thinking, but you didn't have to have Ben call Mike. You could have called me yourself." I thought about it, Bella, except that I had no idea what you'd told your father about our supposed date together in Olympia, and I was worried that he might pick up the phone and ask me a question I wouldn't know the answer to. So I didn't call you, because I didn't want to get you in trouble. But now I'm starting to wonder why I even cared, since you clearly haven't thought about my feelings at all. You just used me for a convenient excuse to lie to your dad, so you could do God knows what with God knows who. So in the future, just find someone else to lie for you. I'm done." She turned on her heel and started walking away, but I couldn't just let her go. "Wait," I said as I hurried after her and grabbed her arm, forcing her to stop. "Look, I see that I messed up, okay. I should have called. I shouldn't have let you worry needlessly. It was thoughtless. I behaved like a selfish jerk. I see that now. But I will make it up to you. I'll do whatever I have to. You're my best friend. I don't want to lose you. I can't let this get between us." I felt horrible and scared. I didn't want to lose Angela as a friend, yet I couldn't blame her for the way she felt. I had been so selfish, not even thinking about her once all of yesterday. I felt tears well up as I recognized that I didn't deserve her friendship. When Angela turned around I was shocked to see she was crying too. "I just feel like you don't trust me anymore. Like I'm just good enough to protect you from Mike or to give you alibis for your dad. When you were dating Edward the first understood why you spent all your time with him and didn't have time for me, but he's been gone for weeks and you still haven't asked me to do anything with you once, except when you needed to hide from Mike. Something's going on with you and you won't tell me what it is. It's KS, Bella. It's KS being your friend right now. I hung my head, knowing she was right. What could I possibly say to make things better? I'm so sorry, Angela. You're right. I've neglected our friendship and I do S.K. I thought you wanted to spend all your time with Ben, but I should have asked anyway, instead of assuming. And I should trust you more. It's just that, right now, everything is so complicated and I can't really talk to anyone. But I swear, as soon as I can, maybe in another week, I'll tell you everything. Can you forgive me for that long? Can you give me another chance? I held my breath as Angela considered my request. Finally, she nodded. I stepped in and gave her a huge hug. Thank you, Angela, thank you so much. You don't know how much this means to me and you won't regret it, I swear. I promise I'll be a better friend from now on. You have to believe me, I never meant to hurt your feelings. I was just thoughtless. But I'll do better in the future. Angela hugged me back. Our tears turned from sorrow to joy. I know, Bella. I know you didn't mean to hurt me. Over her shoulder I saw Ben look out the cafeteria door towards us, undoubtedly worried about Angela. He really was the sweetest guy. I waved him over and he walked towards us reluctantly, especially when he saw we were both crying. As he came up, I released Angela so she could fall into his arms. Everything all right, Angel? He asked. She nodded. We're fine, she said. It was just a misunderstanding. I'm really so sorry, Angela, I repeated. She reached over to squeeze my hand. Let's just forget about it, okay? I kind of overreacted. No, I shook my head vehemently, you definitely did not. But thank you for being so great yet again. Sorry, Ben, I felt I had to apologize to him too, for involving him in all this. He shrugged. As long as you two worked things out, he said. He pulled Angela back in the direction of the cafeteria and, throwing me one last look over her shoulder, she followed. I headed for the restroom and, finding it empty, took out my phone to call Jasper. You all right, darlin'? He asked as he answered the call. How much of that did you hear? Pretty much every word. I'm glad you were able to resolve things. I feel like such an idiot. How could I not even think about calling her? It's all this secrecy about seeing you. I don't even think about my friends anymore. At least Jake knows about you being here, but everyone else. I feel horrible about hiding things from Angela. Jasper was silent for a while. I'm sorry my presence is causing you pain, Bella. I never wanted that. You could tell Angela about me. She wouldn't betray your trust. No, I know she wouldn't, I said. How could I tell him that I wasn't worried about betrayal, that I was far more concerned about being judged for falling in love with the brother of my ex-boyfriend and the boyfriend of my ex-best friend? You promised her you'd tell her next week anyway. Why not do it sooner? I think I prefer to wait a little while longer. At least until you either break up with Alice or decide to stay with her. All right, darlin'. It's up to you. I just wanted to let you know you had options. I know that Jasper, thanks. I'd better go now. I still haven't eaten and lunch is practically over. Those Pop-Tarts are not going to get me through the afternoon. We said goodbye, promising to talk later. Although I practically ran to the cafeteria, a dangerous proposition under the best of circumstances, I still didn't make it to the food line before the bell rang. Oh well, no one could starve themselves in a day. I would just have to make up for the lunch omission at dinner. Mike came up to me and we walked to the next class together. Looks like you and Angela made up. It was more of a statement than a question. Yes. How did you know we needed to? He shrugged. I pay attention. I notice when you're down or upset or hungry. With a smile, he pulled an apple, a bag of chips and a bottle of soda out of his book bag. I looked at him, surprised. I figured you'd be pushing it with the food line when you didn't come back in with Angela, so I took the liberty of procuring some victuals for you. Victuals. Was there another high school boy out there who not only heard of that word but could actually use it in a sentence? I doubted it. Gratefully, I reached for the food. Thanks, Mike, really. This was super nice. I owe you one. Nah, it was nothing. I have to make sure you don't starve yourself before our English project Thursday. I wouldn't want my partner's death to mess up my GPA. I laughed. So you're feeding me for selfish reasons, then? Good to know. You caught me. He was smiling his adorable dimpled grin that reached all the way to his baby blues. I couldn't help but grin back. Well, whatever your motives, I'm grateful. I really am starving. Glad I could be of service, he said as we walked into the classroom and took our seats. School continued as usual. Nothing exciting happened, no vampire appearances. I called Jasper to check in on my way to work. There was still no sign of Laurent. Jasper didn't say much, which worried me a bit, but there wasn't enough time to pursue a real conversation. Work was fine. It was just me and Mr. Newton in the store, so we kept pretty busy. Afterwards, per my agreement with Jasper, I headed straight home. That night we had a pretty awesome conversation, but through it all I thought about how much I missed him and wanted to see him. It was only the first day and it was already getting bad. Unfortunately, the situation didn't get any better the next day, or the next. I went to school, work, then home, keeping to my routine. I made a conscious effort to spend time with Angela at school, to show her that I really valued our friendship. Fortunately, my work schedule made a good excuse for not asking her to do anything with me this week. Jasper and I talked several times each day, but I could tell his inability to hunt and the frustration of having to wait for Laurent were taking their toll on him. He was getting more and more short-tempered. Some of it may also have been due to my interactions with Mike, who chose this week to become much more attentive. Mike never did anything I could complain about. It was just little things, like offering to carry my books, complimenting me on my appearance, helping me with a chemistry lab, buying me lunch before I had a chance to protest, or slipping me a note with a funny joke when my depression over the Laurent situation must have shown all over my face. Because the things he did were so silly and small and sweet, I couldn't really get mad at him or ask him to stop, even though I knew all the little gestures were driving Jasper crazy. He never brought it up first, but though during our nightly conversations I assured him over and over that I saw Mike as nothing more than a friend and he assured me over and over that he understood and was fine, I knew things were strained. I could hear the tension in his voice every time the subject came up. I started to really hate Laurent. I hated feeling like a sitting duck, waiting for a predator to pounce. I hated having to be constantly under watch and not being able to see Jasper. And most of all, I hated that Jasper had to put his life on hold and suffer to protect me. By Wednesday night I was feeling really restless and asked Jasper if maybe our plan was flawed. Maybe sticking to my house, school and work was a bad idea. Maybe I needed to go into the woods and draw Laurent out there. Unlike Edward, Jasper actually seriously considered the idea, but then dismissed it as too dangerous. He explained that in the forest it would be too easy for Laurent to ambush me and grab me before Jasper had a chance to stop him. There were too many variables. So the only thing we could do was wait. On Thursday, Mike and I did our poetry presentation. I had to admit it went pretty well. Our teacher was impressed with our poem choices, which were far more sophisticated than those of most of our classmates. We were on such a high that I couldn't really deny Mike's request that we go out for ice cream to celebrate. Knowing I had to let Jasper know what I was doing, I excused myself to go to the ladies' room and called him. "God, Bella," he muttered in frustration, "this is really a lousy time for you to vary your course. I haven't done any recon by the ice cream parlor. I don't know what a good observation point will be and how safe it will be for you. I don't know how close I'll have to get to other humans." I knew he was thirsty and worried about his self-control. I felt horrible. "I'm so sorry, Jasper. But I know you'll be fine. And it will only be for a little while, an hour max. I'm sure Laurent won't choose this, of all times, to show up. After all, the ice cream parlor is a public place and he won't want that type of a confrontation." "Fine," Jasper said, resigned. "But make sure it's only an hour. And then, can you do me a favor? Would you please go to see Jake for a couple of hours?" I nearly did a double take. Jasper was actually asking me to see Jake. Why? Because I need to hunt, and I know you'll be safe in La Push. I will. How come? I can't explain now. It would take too long and Mike is waiting for you, isn't he? Just go there right after the ice cream. Charlie won't mind, right? No, I was absolutely positive he would not mind. And call me when you're driving back so I can meet you at the border again. I'll explain everything then, okay? Yes, I said, feeling extremely curious and confused. Still, if it would help Jasper and give him a little time to hunt and get back to normal, I would do just about anything. Plus, I would get to see him tonight. My heart did a double flip and my stomach tingled with butterflies. Good. I'll see you soon, darling, his voice softened with obvious longing. Soon, I repeated. After nearly 4 full days without him, I really couldn't wait. Mike was waiting for me outside the bathroom along with Angela and Ben. You don't mind if we join you, do you, Bella? Angela asked. I smiled at the ridiculousness of her question. Of course not, I exclaimed. I'm so happy you guys can come. I glanced at Mike and he was smiling too, so I assumed he was fine with it as well. In fact, he had probably asked them to come along. I couldn't imagine Angela and Ben inviting themselves. I'll drive, Mike said. Oh, sorry, I need to take my truck. I'm heading to La Push afterwards. I half expected Mike to look disappointed, but he merely pushed himself off the wall he was leaning against and started walking towards the parking lot. I'll take Angela and Ben, then, and we'll meet you there. It only took a few minutes to drive to the ice cream parlor. Mike pulled into the parking lot first and I followed. I watched as Ben and Angela made their way into the restaurant, while Mike walked over to the driver's side of the truck and opened the door for me. I grabbed my book bag and slung it over my left shoulder after I was safely on the ground. He pushed the door closed and we started walking to the restaurant together. Suddenly my toe caught on a crack in the pavement and I stumbled forward, the resulting shift in the weight of my bag forcing my body to twist awkwardly so that I would have landed hard on my left side if it wasn't for Mike. He grabbed my upper arms with his hands and was holding me upright, my upper body suspended in midair. Suddenly time stood still as I stared up into his warm blue eyes, the adrenaline released by my near fall causing my heartbeat and breathing to accelerate. I saw something I couldn't quite identify flash across Mike's face and then he was pulling me up slowly, bringing me closer to his chest and face, until I stood directly in front of him, our eyes still locked together. Are you all right? His voice sounded slightly thicker, huskier. Yee, my voice came out hoarse. I swallowed and tried again. Yeah, thanks. We kept staring at each other. It couldn't have lasted more than a couple of seconds in real life, but it felt like a lot longer. I could see that he wanted to key me and, for the first time, I wasn't really sure what my response would be if he followed through. His deeply shaded human lips looked moist and warm. Shocked, I remembered that I had never really keyed at a human, and a part of me wanted to know what that would feel like, how would the sensation be different. Then I thought of Jasper's perfect lips, which were also a mystery, and I immediately looked away, mentally chastising myself for my errant thoughts. I had made my decision. I didn't need to know what a human key would be like. I wanted Jasper. I wanted him to be the one to hold me and key me and stop me from falling when I was clumsy. And unless I knew for certain that Jasper had chosen Alice over me, I would not allow myself to think about anything else. Steady on my feet now, I took a step back and Mike released his hold. I turned around and started walking again. He followed. Thanks for that, Mike. Really, I said. I can't believe I tripped like that. Seriously, Bella, Mike said, his voice back to the familiar, easygoing and lightly teasing tone. I can't believe you don't fall more often. I've never seen anyone who has a sixth sense for seeking out obstacles in their path like you do. I'm not that bad, I grumbled. I don't know, he refused to concede. I think I'm right on this one. I turned to catch his eye and stuck my tongue out at him. Nice, Bella. Very mature, he laughed. Where did you learn that powerful rebuttal, debate class? What grade are you in again? I didn't bother responding. I just walked through the door that he somehow managed to beat me to and hold open for me. We saw Angela and Ben had already grabbed a booth and were sitting on one side of the table, so we slid into the booth on the other side. When the waitress came to take our orders, Mike insisted that we all get drinks in addition to the ice cream. Then, when the food arrived, he grabbed his glass and raised it to make a toast. To friends and partners, he said. It seemed like the right thing to toast to, so we all followed his lead and drank. From the corner of my eye I saw Mike looking at me. When he realized he'd been caught, instead of turning away, he smiled wider and winked. I smiled back and turned to my sundae. As we ate our ice cream, we talked about school and gossiped about our friends. We all tried each other's desserts, Mike making a face at my combination of blueberry and chocolate chip mint ice cream and me teasing him about his selection of triple chocolate fudge. I was surprised at how much fun I was having and how effortless it all was. I realized that it had been a while since I'd been out with my human friends, ones I actually liked, and how much I had missed it. After we were done with the ice cream, Angela asked if I wanted to go with her to the washroom. I readily agreed and we headed to the back of the restaurant. Once safely in the confines of the ladies' room, Angela turned to me conspiratorially. "What's going on with you and Mike?" she asked. I looked at her, surprised. "Nothing. We just worked on the poetry assignment together." "Yeah, I know, but it's more than that. All week long he's been stuck to your side like glue. I'm not the only one who noticed. People are talking. And earlier in the parking lot when he held you, Ben was ready to put money down that he was going to key you. Good thing there was no one around to take his bet," she giggled. "And that toast. I think Mike was talking about more than poetry partners. So come on, don't tell me you're the only one who hasn't noticed." "What gives?" I was still looking at her, my eyes wide with shock, my brain trying to process everything she'd just told me. People were talking about us. Ben was ready to bet that we were going to key. Just how oblivious had I been in the last week? Had I really been ignoring the obvious? And what about Jasper? He could hear not just me, but everyone in the school. Was his short temper fueled, in part, by everyone's foolish gossip and speculation? "Hey, you really have no clue what I'm talking about, do you?" Angela asked, finally understanding my silence. I shook my head. "I really don't. Mike and I are just friends." "Well, I believe you, but you might want to be a little more careful around school if you don't want people to get the wrong impression. You two are looking pretty chummy these days, and you know how the gossip mill is, it doesn't take much to get everyone going." "Right," I said absent-mindedly. I was still thinking about Jasper and how hurtful this must have been for him. I would somehow have to make it up to him. "Well," Angela said in a tone that indicated we were done talking about Mike and me, "I really do have to use the restroom." "How about you?" I shook my head. "No, but I do have to make a couple of calls." "I'll be right outside." Still a little stunned, I walked out of the restroom and headed straight for the wall-hanging pay phone. I first called Charlie at the police station to tell him of my intended visit to La Push. As I expected, he had no problem with my plans. Then I called Jake, who indicated that he wasn't doing anything and it would be fine for me to come over, but also seemed a bit suspicious about why I wanted to visit on a weeknight. I would have to come up with some believable excuse on the way there. Angela emerged from the washroom and we walked back to the table. I noticed a few bills tucked under the sugar holder and realized that the boys had already paid for the food. "Mike," I said, exasperated, "you shouldn't have done that." "Why not?" he asked. "I invited you. And besides, it's no big deal. Just ice cream and a soda. It's not like a lobster dinner." His choice of words took me right back to the dinner on the yacht and everything that Jasper and I talked about that night. I started feeling all warm and tingly. I was so happy that in just a few short hours I would be able to see and touch Jasper again. I loved talking to him on the phone, loved the sound of his voice in my ear, but without seeing and feeling him, sometimes he didn't seem real. More like a lovely dream or hallucination. So I couldn't wait until tonight when I could see for myself that he was, in fact, more than a figment of my imagination. "Hey, Earth to Bella," suddenly I realized that Mike was speaking to me. I forced myself to refocus. "Oops, sorry. I was just lost in thought." "Yeah," he said. "Like really lost. Where did you go?" "It's nothing, Mike. Just forget it," I snapped, a little too sharply based on his hurt expression. "Sorry. I didn't mean that. It's okay," he said, his voice devoid of its usual laughing undertone. "I didn't mean to pry." Any lengthy response would have required an explanation of my thoughts, which I didn't want to provide, so I just said, "It's okay. No harm done. But I do have to go to La Push now." We all stood up and walked out of the restaurant. Mike seemed a little deflated and he didn't walk next to me on the way out, choosing to put Angela and Ben between us. The three of them walked towards his Suburban and I headed for my truck. "Thanks for the ice cream, Mike," I called out, belatedly realizing that I had forgotten to thank him in the restaurant. "You're welcome," he called back. Then the three of them piled into the Suburban and he drove away, without looking at me. I shivered, filled with remorse for unnecessarily hurting his feelings. I got into the truck and took out my phone and earpiece. I pulled out of the parking lot onto the road leading to La Push and pressed the one button. "He's going too far," Jasper growled. I knew he was talking about Mike. He'll be lucky if I don't rip his touchy-feely arms off the next time I see him. It was nothing, Jasper. Would you rather he let me fall and hurt myself? I'd rather you watched where you were going so that he'd have no reason to touch you at all. Jasper was still growling angrily. So it wasn't just Mike who made him mad. Clearly he wasn't happy with me either. I sighed. I knew his thirst was making him grouchy, and his jealousy of Mike, irrational under the best of circumstances, was not helping any. But was it completely irrational? I remembered how I felt for that one moment when I might not have minded if Mike keyed me. I shook my head. Mike was nice, but I was in love with Jasper. I may have been curious about a key with a human boy, but that's as far as the interest went. I wanted to be with Jasper. "I'm glad you're going hunting, Jasper," I said, trying to lighten up the mood. "You're acting really crabby." He growled again. "I am not, nor have I ever been, crabby. I am pissed off that some damn nomad vampire is delaying the time when we can finally tell everyone that we're together and I can be by your side, so there's no opportunity for Newton to get off touching my woman." I gasped. Jasper. Mike was not. He was, Bella. Take my word for it, he definitely was. I couldn't believe the path of this conversation and I didn't know quite why I felt compelled to defend Mike, but I tried again. "Jasper, I have a hard time. You're not the only one," he kept growling. Newton was having quite a hard time himself. Clearly understanding his implication, I might have giggled if it wasn't for the menacing tone of his voice, which told me in no uncertain terms that he did not mean to be funny. I was absolutely mortified by what he had said and I felt blood rushing to my cheeks. "Jasper Whitlock, now you're just being crude. I know you're thirsty and that's why you're saying what you're saying, but I can't keep listening to this. I'm going to go. I'll call you when I'm on the way home from La Push." "Wait," he spoke so quickly that I heard him before I had a chance to hit the end button. "What?" I said impatiently. No response. "What?" I repeated, louder this time, my voice at a higher pitch. "Nothing," he finally said. "I'll be waiting for you later at the border." "Okay. Have a good hunt. Bye." Right before I hit the end key I heard his belated, "I'm sorry." It was a good thing I was so familiar with the way to Jake's house, because I really wasn't thinking about where I was going. I was worried about Jasper. It was now all too obvious how upset he was about the whole Mike situation and I really didn't know what I could do to help. If only I'd known sooner what people were saying, I could have done something to nip the rumors in the bud. I knew everything that happened was completely innocent, but given that there really wasn't anything else going on in school worth gossiping about, combined with my recent breakup with Edward, I guess people simply latched onto any tidbit they could blow up into a juicy gossip story. It was immature, but that's what high school was all about. And, of course, none of them knew that Jasper was forced by circumstances beyond his control to listen to all their stupid speculations. I could easily imagine how he felt. I knew it would drive me crazy to have to listen to people talking about him and someone else, no matter how sure I was that nothing they said was true. I hoped his faith in me was strong enough to know the rumors were false. He had watched me all week, so he knew nothing happened. But still, I could completely understand why he was so touchy. I knew that I would have to be more compassionate tonight than I was this afternoon. I still didn't want to hear his disparagements of Mike, because Mike's feelings really were not relevant. But I would make sure Jasper understood that all my loyalty and affections were his. Without paying any conscious attention, I pulled up to Jake's house. I watched as the front door opened and he jogged towards the truck holding an umbrella. Somewhere between Forks and La Push it had apparently started to rain. That seemed appropriate, like somehow the universe was as depressed about the situation as I was. "Hey, Bella," Jake said as he opened the driver's side door. "So to what do we owe?" He stopped mid-question. "What's wrong?" I looked at him, surprised. Was it that obvious? "Nothing," I said, but it didn't even sound convincing to me. "You look like someone just killed your cat." "I don't have a cat." I couldn't even smile at Jake's lame attempt at a joke. "Whoa, this is more serious than I thought. I'm gonna guess that you don't really want to go in to see Billy right now." I confirmed his statement with a look and a shake of my head. Okay. Should we go to the garage? It's private and we can talk. I nodded, not really trusting myself to speak. Wait here. I'll be right back. He ran back to the house. Through the open front door I heard him telling Billy that the two of us would be in the back. Then he came back with a couple of cans of soda and a blanket. He helped me out of the truck and we walked to the garage, trying to stay as dry as we could under the umbrella. Here, he said, handing me the blanket, use this so you don't freeze out here. And then spill. I wrapped the blanket around me obediently. It felt nice and soft and warm. What about you? I asked. Won't you be cold? Nah, he said. I seem to be running hotter than normal these days. You're not sick, are you? I asked, concerned. I don't think so. I feel fine. Don't worry about it. Why don't you tell me what's wrong, instead? You look terrible. I bit back a sarcastic reply. This really wasn't the time to have that kind of a conversation. Instead, I hung my head and tried to figure out how to tell him what was wrong without somehow revealing Jasper's vampire nature. In the end I told him that Jasper was delayed in going back to Alice, which placed our potential relationship in a holding pattern. I also told him about Mike's increased friendliness and how, even though it was all innocent, it still fueled gossip at school, which somehow made its way back to Jasper. Jake listened, but he didn't seem particularly sympathetic. What's that quote about deception and webs? Sounds like you got yourself tangled up, but good. Thanks a lot, I said darkly, that's really helpful. Oh, come on, Bella. What do you expect? You're crushing on a guy who has a girlfriend that, conveniently enough, he can't break up with at the moment. He really can't, I interjected, sensing that Jake didn't believe that part of my story. Sure, Jake said dismissively, whatever. So then, instead of being unhappy by yourself like any other girl would be in your shoes, you go and find the one poor slob who's head over heels in love with you and you led him around like a bull by the nose ring. And you're surprised that people might find that something worth gossiping about. And then the two-timing loverboy gets whiff of the rumors and starts feeling possessive even though he's the one who's not available. I mean, really, who am I supposed to feel sorry for in that arrangement, except maybe Mike? I buried my head in my hands. It's not like everything he said wasn't true, but I had still hoped Jake could have some small measure of compassion, could do something to make me feel better. If this was how one of my best friends felt about me, what could I expect from everyone else? I felt him come over and sit beside me. Then I felt his arms underneath me as he picked me up and placed me in his lap, his huge strong arms wrapped tightly around me. I'm sorry, Bella. That was really harsh. You didn't deserve that. But I did, Jake. That's the hardest part. I deserved every word. I really made a mess of things. Since I was being as honest as I could be, and since I didn't think his opinion of me could get any lower, I told him about my conversation with Mike in the parking lot of Newton's store, back when I thought I didn't have a chance with Jasper and I was actually contemplating a possible future with Mike. When I was done, Jake whistled. Dang, Bells, you're just a walking emotional wrecking ball, aren't you? You should walk around with a warning sign. I sniffled. My eyes filled with tears. Oh heck, don't cry, he cringed as he spoke. I don't have any tissues out here and I like this shirt. I couldn't help but laugh a little at that. Jake never struck me as a guy who cared about his clothes. That's better, he said. Better for you and your shirt. I'm not sure it's any better for me. Okay, look, I don't know what to tell you, except that unless you're ready to see where it leads, you have to scale things back with Mike, not just for you and the other Cullen. Jasper, I said, a little exasperated. Whatever, Jake's animosity towards Jasper was unrelenting, not just for you and him, he continued, but for Mike too. He's getting played like a piano here. No one's playing Mike. Seriously. The guy is carrying a torch for you the size of the Olympic flame and you think all that stuff he's doing is because he wants to be friends. You need to start smelling what you're shoveling. Your first instincts on this were so much better. Maintain a distance, for both your sakes. Unless, of course, you want more or you enjoy breaking his heart. Then, by all means, keep doing what you've been doing. I groaned. I knew he was right, but it still hurt to hear it. Do you have to always be so freaking honest? Hey, if you wanted a sugar coating you should have gone to a bakery. With me, what you see is what you get. You know that, Bells. I sighed. We didn't say anything for a while, but he pulled me closer to his chest and I knew that despite everything he said, he still really cared about me. So what are you gonna do? He finally asked. I don't know, Jake. Everything you said makes sense, but it's more complicated than that. There are things happening that I can't tell you about. I wish I hadn't come here and told you all this. I don't want you to hate me. Yeesh, Bella, are you really that stupid? I could never hate you. I'm telling you all this stuff because I think you need to hear it, because I'm your friend. But friends stick by each other no matter what. When it comes right down to it, I don't care what you do to these two yahoos. Hell, I'd mess them up for you if it helped. As long as you're all right in the end. I smiled and reached up my hand to pet his cheek. His skin felt like fire. You're one of my best friends, Jacob Black. Don't ever change, okay? He laughed. As wonderful as I am right now, why would I ever change? After that we moved on to other topics. Jake lifted me off his lap and went to work on his car while we talked about the daily minutiae of our lives. I listened with some concern when he told me about a rift between him and one of his best friends, Embry, who started acting strange a while back and now didn't associate with Jake and Quill anymore, choosing to hang out with another group of older Quileute boys including Sam Yulee, the huge guy who came over Sunday morning. Jake sounded angry, but I could tell beneath the anger was a lot of pain too as he mourned the loss of his best friend. I went up to him then, and hugged him tightly from behind, trying to provide him with the same comfort and support he showed me earlier. Jake sighed, turned around and pulled me into a proper hug. We stayed that way for a long time, each of us trying to cope with our pain. Eventually it was time for me to go back. I stopped by the house briefly to say hello to Billy, then headed back to Forks. As soon as I was on the road I called Jasper to tell him I was on my way home. He sounded better, and assured me that he would be waiting for me right on the reservation border. Every other feeling I experienced faded away when the sheer joy at the thought of seeing him in person absolutely took over, and I drove as fast as the truck would allow. I finally saw him standing by the side of the road and immediately pulled over. This time I didn't wait for him to get inside. Instead, I jumped out of the truck and went to him, falling into his arms. I pressed myself as closely to him as I could, and he wrapped his arms tightly around me. God, I've missed you, he said. I've missed you too, I replied. The rain had stopped while Jake and I were talking, the residual moisture making everything glisten in the moonlight. I noticed that Jasper's clothes were soaked, making mine wet as well. I pulled away. You need to change, I said. You have dry clothes in the truck, right? He nodded. I do, but it's not safe for me to change here, with you in the open. We should go. I frowned. I need to go home. Charlie will be expecting me soon. Jasper nodded. May I spend the night with you again? He asked cautiously, almost as if he was asking against his better judgment. I looked down at the ground, suddenly extremely shy and self-conscious. Of course. I'd like that, I said quietly. He cupped his hand over my chin and pulled my face up to look at him. I gazed into his gorgeous topaz eyes and melted. The fingers of his hand brushed over my cheek as his thumb outlined my lips. This week has been sheer torture, darlin', he whispered. I know. For me too. I'm sorry about earlier. I shook my head. Let's not talk about that now. You're right. This is much too public for my taste. Let's get you home. We do have a lot to talk about. Jasper held my hand all the way home, both of us needing to maintain physical contact. Only the thought of him up in my room with me all night convinced me to let him go when I pulled into the driveway, and even then it was difficult. How are Jake and Billy? Charlie asked when I walked into the house. Okay, I said and went into the kitchen to fix a plate for dinner. Charlie followed me. Are you okay? Yeah, I'm fine. Why? Just unusual for you to go out there on a school night. Great. Charlie picked the worst possible time to be perceptive. I put the plate of food in the microwave as I thought about how to answer. Not being able to think of a good enough lie, I decided to go with the truth. I just had something to talk to Jake about. Get a guy's perspective. Charlie didn't have a follow-up question. I guessed he figured what I needed to talk to Jake about would just embarrass him, which was exactly what I'd intended. Okay, then, I'll go back to the game. Sure, Dad. I'll just eat and head upstairs. I'm kind of beat. Charlie turned and was about to leave the kitchen when he stopped abruptly. Oh, Yeah, I almost forgot. How did your project with Mike go? I sighed. What was with him and Mike? The last thing I needed while Jasper was here listening was for my father to go on and on about how great he thought Mike was for me. It was fine, I said in a clipped voice. Please, Charlie. Take the hint. Was that what you needed to talk to Jake about? Oh, come on. Kind of, since Charlie was not taking subtle hints, it was time for a more aggressive approach, but I really do need to get upstairs and do some homework and then get to bed. I'm exhausted. Oh, okay. Sorry, Bells. I know you've had a lot going on this week. You don't know the half of it. I ate quickly and washed the dishes before heading upstairs. Jasper was already in the room, wearing a fresh change of clothes. This time he was dressed all in black. Black jeans, black hiking boots and a black long-sleeved versus neck t-shirt that draped magnificently over his muscular chest and arms. The outfit only served to accentuate his pale skin and his wavy blonde hair. I swallowed hard as a swarm of butterflies took flight in my stomach. I closed the door behind me and walked up to him slowly, not willing to take my eyes off him for an instant. I stopped a few inches away from him, reaching up to touch his face with both of my hands, to make sure he was really in the room. He closed his eyes as I ran one of my hands through his hair while I traced the fingers of the other over his cheeks, his forehead, his eyes, his nose, his chin and, finally, his lips. So you really are here, I whispered. I was afraid I might be daydreaming. Do you do that often? He asked softly. I thought it was just me. He opened his eyes then and caught my wrist in his hand, holding my fingers against his lips. He keyed my fingers and then moved my hand to my lips, pulling me close to him with his other arm. I sighed as my body came into contact with his. It was all I could do not to use the hand still wrapped in his soft, golden hair to pull down his head and let our lips collide. I couldn't remember a time when I wanted to key someone more than I did Jasper at that moment. I felt his hand release my wrist and his fingers moved over my face, exploring it much the same way I explored his. It was my turn to close my eyes and give myself over to feeling his cool, smooth fingers glide over my skin. I placed my free hand against his chest, thrilling at the feel of his well-defined pectorals beneath my fanned-out fingers. I moved my other hand through his hair, down his neck, over his broad shoulder and down his arm, allowing it to rest above his elbow, wrapped around his bicep. I inhaled deeply and my senses were flooded with a heady combination of his usual incredible spicy aroma along with the smell of fresh rain in the forest. I swayed slightly and I felt his arm muscles flex beneath my hand in response to my need for additional support. I heard a quiet moan, only partially understanding that I had been the one to make it. His fingers, finished with the exploration of my face, settled beneath my chin and lifted my head. I opened my eyes again to stare deeply into his. I saw his head dip and panicked momentarily, unsuccessfully trying to pull away. He continued his tight hold, not allowing me to move. Shish, he whispered, shaking his head so lightly it was almost imperceptible, his eyes silently reassuring, asking me to trust him. He lowered his face so that our cheeks brushed against one another, his lips settling at my jawbone. He placed a feather-light key there. It felt cool and soft, like a landing of a snowflake. My head rolled to the side as my neck muscles refused to keep it upright. His lips moved higher, leaving a trail of barely their key until he reached my earlobe, which he briefly ked between his lips before whispering in my ear, his gentle breath causing my whole body to shudder. I want to key you so much, Bella, it's taking every ounce of strength I have to refrain. But soon, darlin', very soon, I will be back a free man, and then nothing and no one is going to come between us. My eyes were closed again and I was relying on him entirely to remain upright. I felt like I was floating in a dream. His promise didn't feel real. I couldn't let it feel real. As much as I wanted to believe that this incredible man actually wanted me, I knew I could not allow myself to do so. It was easier this way, convincing myself that his words were products of my imagination. This way, if something went wrong and he never returned from his meeting with Alice, I could just blame foolish dreams. I wouldn't have to face the fact that once again I had allowed myself to believe in the impossible. Jasper reacted to the slackening in my body by pulling me even tighter against him, nearly lifting me off the floor. He backed up, taking me with him until he reached the edge of my bed. Slipping his free arm beneath my knees, he lifted me as he sat down, cradling me to him and settling me in his lap. I moved both of my arms up, twining my fingers together behind his neck, and pressed my face into his chest. There was nothing I could say. I simply channeled all of my love and desire towards him, knowing he would be able to feel the emotions I could not verbalize. We sat together silently for a long time, neither one of us wanting to interrupt this perfect moment. Then I heard the telephone ringing downstairs, and I instantly sat up straighter, straining to hear what was going on. It was highly unusual for anyone to call this late in the evening, and typically a late call like this meant an emergency. Sensing a shift in my mood, Jasper released me and I scrambled off his lap to move towards the door. I looked back and saw a scowl cross Jasper's face. "It's nothing alarming, Bella," he said in a low voice. Then we both heard Charlie bellow, "Bella, Mike's on the phone." Mike? What in the world could Mike possibly need to call me about tonight of all nights? I mentally cursed Mike and every deity I could think of for their cruel sense of timing. Shooting Jasper an apologetic glacé over my shoulder and whispering, "I'd better get that," I opened the door and went downstairs. Charlie was in the living room, holding out the cordless phone. "Hi Mike," I tried to sound natural as I retreated back upstairs into my room. "What's up?" I closed the door behind me and sat down next to Jasper. I knew he would be able to hear both parts of the conversation no matter where I was in the house, and I wanted to be near him so I could watch his reaction. "Hey, Bella," Mike's voice was cautious, tentative. I just wanted to apologize for earlier, for leaving without saying goodbye." This was the reason he had to call tonight. He had nothing to apologize for. I was the one who behaved like a jerk, forgetting to say goodbye or even to thank him for taking me out until it was almost too late. I looked at Jasper, whose face was suddenly completely devoid of expression. Oh, I didn't know how to respond. "Don't worry about it. I was in such a hurry, I left without saying goodbye either." I cringed, shooting Jasper silent apology. I would make this call as short as possible, but I couldn't just hang up on Mike. "So you're not mad at me, then?" Mike asked. Jasper scowled. "No, not at all. I didn't even give it a second thought," I said. "And please get to the point so I can get off the phone." "Okay." He was still hesitant. "Good. 'Cause, at the restaurant you were. I don't know. I thought we were having fun and then something happened. And I had no idea what. And then it felt like you just couldn't wait to get away, and I kind of lost it and got stupid, I had no idea what he meant. I tried to think to what happened earlier. I said I had to leave for La Push and we all left the restaurant. End of story. We didn't say goodbye, but that was all. I would hardly count that as losing it. Mike, I let a little of my exasperation seep into my voice. "I have no clue what you're talking about. I mean, I accept your apology, but you really have nothing to apologize for. Until you called I thought everything was fine." He was silent. Great. How the hell am I going to get him off the phone if he doesn't talk? "Mike, you still there?" I asked, trying not to sound annoyed. "Yeah," he said. He sounded kind of sad. "He's being played like a piano." I heard Jake's voice echoing in my head. I had to put a stop to it, right now. "Mike, listen, I think that maybe all this work on the project this week gave you and some other people the wrong idea. I'm sorry if you thought." "I didn't," he hastily interrupted. "I didn't think anything." I pressed my free hand tightly over my eyes. Of course he somehow got the wrong idea. I could hear it in his voice. And I had been completely oblivious to it. "Look, I'm really sorry if I wasn't clear this week, if I did anything to make you. I meant everything I said last week, Mike. I'm just not ready right now." Shit. I looked at Jasper's pained expression and I knew he wanted me to be more definite. He wanted me to tell Mike there was never going to be anything between us. But I couldn't go that far. Because really, how could I hope to win against Alice, who hadn't even been bothered enough by me to come back to Forks to fight for her mate, choosing instead to wait for him to return to her? And if I couldn't be with Jasper, then why couldn't I get a chance to see if I could make this human relationship with Mike work? Why couldn't I leave that possibility open? I didn't want Mike now, I knew that, and if Jasper came back there would be plenty of time to make that clear. But I needed a little more time to know exactly where I stood, because no matter what Jasper whispered in my ear, the future was still far from certain. "No," Mike protested, "you didn't do anything. And I didn't think," He cursed quietly. I don't know what I was thinking. I know nothing's changed. It's just that, like I said, at the restaurant, it felt like I did something wrong, like maybe you changed your mind about even wanting to be friends. That statement hurt. Whatever else happened or didn't happen between us, I didn't want to lose Mike's friendship. I thought we said we'd stay friends no matter what, I said slowly. We did. Okay, you know what? I'm just being stupid. I don't know what the hell got into me tonight. Clearly I got some wires crossed somewhere. Just forget I called, okay? Let's just pretend this never happened. Sure, I said, but I didn't really know how that was possible. And we're still on for the bonfire Saturday, right? Just as friends. I shot Jasper a panicked look. I completely forgot about the bonfire. With Laurent still on the loose, I couldn't very well hang out so close to the forest in a place where Jasper couldn't protect me. Actually, before I could say any more I felt Jasper's hand squeezing my arm. I looked at him and he mouthed, "Say yes," his eyes suddenly very intense. I scrunched up my eyebrows in shock, forming a, "What?" with my lips. "Say, yes," he mouthed again, very deliberately, then nodded his head to emphasize his point. I didn't know what this was all about, but I trusted Jasper. Actually, yes, I was. I looked at Jasper again. He was still nodding, his face tight with stress. I was looking forward to it, I choked out. Mike didn't seem to notice anything odd about the tone of my voice. "Good," he said. "All right, then. I'll pick you up Saturday at 3 o'clock. We're all going early to hang out at the beach and go hiking before the fire starts." 3, I said, trying to keep the shock out of my voice. "That sounds good." "Okay, then. See you tomorrow at school." "Good night, Bella." "Good night." I clicked the off button and turned to Jasper. Why would he deliberately tell me to spend an entire Saturday afternoon and night with Mike at La Push? This didn't make any sense at all. Instead of answering my unspoken question, he posed on of his own. "It's about time for you to be getting ready for bed, isn't it?" Confused, I nodded. "Then please take the phone back, tell Charlie about Saturday, and then get ready for bed. I promise I'll explain when you return." I looked at him carefully, wondering if I should argue and insist that he'd tell me what was going on immediately, but I decided it wasn't worth it. Jasper never kept things from me. I knew he wasn't stalling for time, hoping I would forget to ask later. He had simply determined that what he needed to tell me would take more time than we had right now. I sighed and walked over to my dresser, reaching into the top drawer to pull out my nightclothes and toiletries. I dropped them off in the bathroom before heading downstairs to put back the phone. "A bunch of us are going to a bonfire at First Beach Saturday," I told Charlie. "That's okay, right? Are you going with Mike?" "Not this again. Mike's driving me there, but we're going with a bunch of people, just as friends." "Really, Dad, can you drop this whole Mike thing? It's getting old. We are not going out. If that ever changes, I'll issue a bulletin. But until then, I really don't want to hear it." "Okay." Charlie looked a bit taken aback. "Well, I didn't realize you felt so strongly about it." I must have asked him 1,000 times to stop. "Grr, I do. I feel very strongly about it. So do we have a deal?" "Sure, kid," he said reluctantly. "I'll quit pestering you. It's just." "I know," I interrupted him. "I know you're worried about me since Edward left, and I know you think Mike is a nice guy from a good family. I know all that. But please, stop." "All right," he said. "I'll stop. And I'm sorry. Maybe I should have been a little more sensitive before." I sighed and leaned over the couch to give him a quick hug. "It's all right, Dad. Just don't do it anymore. I'm going to bed. Good night." "Good night, Bells. Sleep well." I went back upstairs and got ready for bed in the bathroom. I looked down at my sweatpants and t-shirt. It wasn't exactly a glamorous look. Not something you chose to wear when you were competing for the affections of an unbelievably gorgeous and nice vampire. I could only imagine the kinds of outfits Alice. I stopped myself mid-thought. Of course, Alice never needed to sleep, so any outfits she wore to bed would have had an entirely different purpose. Images of her little pixie body clad in every outfit in the Victoria's Secret catalog flooded my mind. How the heck could I compete with that? Even wearing the very same clothes, it would be no contest, and dressed as I was right now, there was absolutely no hope. I sat on the edge of the tub and rested my face in my hands, trying hard not to cry. Jasper said that he was connected to me intellectually and emotionally, and I just had to believe that this was enough to trump physical attraction. But would he actually remember that when he came face to face with his beautiful mate? All I could do was have faith in him and hope for the best. I took a deep breath, gathered up my toiletries and day clothes, and headed back to the bedroom. This time, I didn't bother to turn off the lights. We had important things to discuss and, at least for the first topic, my need to see him was more important than feeling less self-conscious about my own appearance. Jasper was sitting on the edge of my bed, waiting for my return. I closed the bedroom door, put away my toiletries in the dresser, threw my dirty clothes into the hamper and sat down beside him. "We need to talk about Mike," I said. "I know. I'm sorry about earlier. I may have been a little crabby." I smiled. "Yeah, maybe just a bit. But seriously, you know how I feel about you, Jasper. I think about you all the time. It's quite a distraction, actually. Maybe that's why I don't always notice stuff going on around me." His face clouded. "I had no idea about the rumors going around school until Angela told me today. I'm so sorry you had to listen to that all week. You should have told me." He shook his head. "The rumors weren't your fault and I knew there was no truth behind them. I didn't want you to feel like you were doing anything wrong, because you weren't. I knew if I told you you'd react exactly like this, like it was somehow your fault. You need to stop blaming yourself for things other people do." "But you were hurting," I exclaimed. "And maybe there was something I could have done to stop it." "You would have done that for me." He reached over and covered my hand with his. "This is enough, darling. To know that you would have tried to stop it if you could is enough. And I already knew that. Besides, I'm not so fragile that the speculations of human teenagers can really hurt me." I sighed. "You weren't so reasonable a few hours ago." He chuckled. "Well, as you so rightly pointed out, I was thirsty and frustrated about Laurent. And I have to admit, seeing Mike touch you and knowing what he was feeling when he did." "Stop," I said forcefully. "I really don't want to know what Mike was feeling. Too much information. As long as he doesn't act on those feelings I don't care and I don't want to know. I'm just trying to explain why." "You don't have to explain. I understand. And I'll try to be more careful, watch where I'm going." He swore quietly. "Could you please forget I ever said that? I mean it when I say that none of this is your fault. It's not even the kid's fault," he sighed. "I mean, who in their right mind wouldn't be thrilled to spend time with you? And he doesn't know about me, so it's not like he's intentionally trying to step on someone else's turf." He stood up and walked a few steps, facing away from me. "I just wish I was free already, so we could tell everyone about us. I want everyone to know you're mine. Then I'd actually have a reason to crush Newton if he started getting too fresh with you." "Okay, first of all, he wasn't fresh. He saved me from a fall. And second, you don't have to crush anyone." I walked up to him and placed my hands on his shoulders, pressing my forehead to his back. "Jasper, you know exactly how I feel about you. There's nothing Mike or anyone else can do that would make me feel differently. Only one person can make me feel differently about you, and that's you. Now, I would be lying if I didn't admit that you being so possessive of me wasn't flattering in a way, or that jealousy didn't make you extremely nice." His back straightened a little at that. "Yeah?" he asked, surprised, still turned away from me. "Nice, huh?" His voice seemed to drop an octave for the last two words. I giggled. "Definitely nice," I confirmed. "But," I turned serious again, "it's also a little scary and totally uncalled for. I know things are different in the vampire world. You don't interact with a lot of other vampires outside of the coven, and within a coven you're pretty much all mated siblings, so there are no inappropriate feelings. But I'm human, surrounded by a sea of other humans, many of whom will have feelings about me that are probably very inappropriate. And if you couldn't feel what they were feeling, it wouldn't matter, because the only thing that matters is what they choose to do about those feelings. Now, I understand why it's difficult for you to ignore these feelings, but you have to try. Mike is a teenage boy and he's bound to have some inappropriate feelings about me and a lot of other girls too, I bet. Humans do that. I'm sure you've felt some of the inappropriate feelings I've had about you." Quote. He turned around and looked down at me with a small smile that traveled all the way to his eyes, which suddenly seemed smokier than before. "I may have felt some things from you, darling, but I'm not sure I would have classified them as inappropriate." "Ah, Nice melting butter voice was back, and right during a serious conversation. Stop thinking about the voice. Focus. Jasper, listen to me. What I'm saying is that you can't physically threaten every guy who touches me or who has inappropriate feelings about me. If you do, then I won't be able to have any male friends, and that's not fair. I care about you, very much, you know exactly how much, but you can't ask me to give up my friends for you. For a moment he was lost in thought, considering what I said. I'm sorry, darling. You do provoke a strong possessive response in me. I'd like to think it's all just talk, that I wouldn't actually harm anyone. Even the words scare me a little, Jasper, I said quietly. He was silent a while longer. All right. I don't think I can stop feeling jealous and possessive of you, but I will try not to say anything, and I definitely will not harm anyone unless they're a danger to you. Will that do? I smiled. I knew this was the best I could hope for, and it was more than I had expected him to commit to tonight. That's perfect, Jasper, I said. And now, will you please explain to me why, even though earlier you wanted to rip his arms off for saving me from some serious pain, you now want me to spend an entire afternoon and evening with Mike Newton in the one place where you cannot protect me from Laurent? Jasper's face turned serious in an instant. I think Charlie will make his way upstairs before this conversation is over, so why don't we turn out the lights and continue this talk in bed? My curiosity truly piqued. I walked over to the bed and sat down on one side with my back against the headboard. Jasper frowned slightly. Don't you want to get comfortable under the quilt, darling? He asked. Nope. If I lie down I'll be tempted to close my eyes and then I might fall asleep, and you said this was serious, so for now I'll just stay right as I am, thanks. He shrugged and then nearly instantly turned off the lights and sat beside me. Given the limited amount of space on my twin-sized bed, our shoulders, arms and legs were right next to each other, touching. So, you were going to tell me why someone who claims to be very possessive and jealous and won't let me out of his sight because there's a dangerous vampire in the vicinity, wants me to spend my day at the one place where he can't protect me, and with another guy to boot. Jasper sighed. I know it sounds pretty irrational, but there's a good explanation. I can't wait to hear it. How much do you know about Carlisle's history with the Quileutes? I frowned. I knew only what Jacob had told me earlier this year on First Beach, and, at the time, I wasn't paying too much attention to any information that didn't directly involve Edward. Do you know about the treaty? Jasper prompted. Yes. I was happy I remembered something. Carlisle made a treaty with Jake's great-grandfather that as long as the Cullens stayed off the reservation and didn't hunt humans, the Quileutes would not reveal that the Cullens were vampires. That's right. Now, do you know how the Quileutes knew that Carlisle and his coven were vampires? Not really. I always assumed the Quileutes saw Carlisle hunting. That may well have been the case, but hunting animals is not in and of itself a suspect activity. Humans hunt animals, after all. Even drinking the blood of the animal you hunt is not unheard of in certain cultures, especially the Native American cultures. So our hunting habit would not, in and of itself, reveal us as anything but human. I thought about what he said and it made sense. So there had to be another way for the Quileutes to know. I tried to concentrate on Jacob's story from last spring, hoping I could retrieve something helpful. I wished I had paid better attention. I was getting really frustrated. I'm sorry, Jasper. I just don't remember everything that Jake said. All I can remember is something about the tribe descending from wolves. Did he mention that it was more than just being descendants of wolves? I arched my eyebrow. What was he getting at? I'm really not sure. I just don't remember. I thought hard again. A distant memory was tugging at me now. Something Jacob had said about the cold ones being enemies of the wolf. No, enemies of men who turned into wolves. My eyes opened wide at the suddenly clear recollection. Werewolves, I exclaimed. Jacob said his ancestors were werewolves. And that vampires and werewolves were natural enemies. I turned to look at Jasper. His face, pale and slightly luminescent, was easier to see than the rest of the room, though in the dark even his features took on a grainier black and white movie quality. I was looking for any sign that my inferences were wrong, but all I found in his face was confirmation. Jasper, are you trying to tell me that Jacob's great-grandfather was a werewolf? That he knew Carlisle and his family were vampires because they were natural enemies? My voice trembled a little. I had a bad feeling that I already knew the answer, but wasn't really sure I wanted to hear it. Jasper took my hand and intertwined our fingers, squeezing reassuringly. Yes, Bella, Ephraim Black, and other warriors of his tribe, were werewolves. I gasped. My head was spinning with information that made no sense. My acceptance of the existence of vampires had been easy, almost too easy, but it had taken up all of my capacity to believe in the world of supernatural beings. There was no room for werewolves, warlocks, elves, centaurs, unicorns or any other mythical creatures. As I started to imagine the possibility of a world populated by these mythical others, a world where humans were just one of many, perhaps even a minority of species, and certainly the most vulnerable, the sheer terror of my thoughts overwhelmed me and my breaths started coming in short, uneven bursts. Jasper released my hand so that he could wrap his arm around me. Then, in one fluid movement, he lifted me, shifted his body to the center of the bed and positioned me between his now opened legs, his arms wrapped tightly and protectively around my midsection, his lips next to my ear whispering calming words of comfort. "What is this place, Jasper?" I asked when I finally trusted myself to speak. My voice still trembled a little. "How is it possible that werewolves and vampires both existed here, in Forks?" Jasper sighed. "I don't have the answers for you, Bella, except to tell you that not everything in the world is as it seems, and that some human legends really do have basis in fact. Many Native American tribes have legends about being descendant from spirits of animals. We don't know if any of the other legends are true, but we knew that back when Carlisle first settled in Forks at least some of the Quileutes had the ability to shift from human to wolf form, and that their wolf form was much more powerful than that of regular wolves, powerful enough to kill vampires." I gasped again. "So that's why Carlisle made the treaty. To make sure the werewolves didn't kill anyone in his coven. As you know, Carlisle's nature is that of a peacemaker, so he probably would have tried to negotiate a treaty even if there was no threat, but I'm sure the possibility of one of his family being injured or killed in a battle with the werewolves occurred to him and helped him make the decision. And we have all honored the terms of the treaty ever since, never venturing on Quileute land." I didn't speak, my mind working furiously to make sense of the information Jasper gave me tonight. It was just too much. Then, just when I thought I couldn't handle any more, another thought occurred to me. Everything Jasper was telling me was in the past, but the original conversation was about the bonfire at First Beach Saturday. And suddenly I knew that the old stories were not confined to the past. That somehow the past had seeped into my modern-day life once again. So what does all this have to do with Saturday and Mike? Jasper growled menacingly and then immediately apologized when he felt my shiver of fear. "I'm so sorry, darling," he whispered. "I'm going to work on that, but it might take me a little while to develop sufficient control." I nodded. "It's okay, Jasper," I said, "I know it must be difficult for you to have to suppress yet another instinct." Jasper let out a heavy sigh. Then, pressing his nose against my hair, he inhaled deeply and sighed again. He inhaled once more, this time emitting a low, satisfied purr. "It's a constant struggle," he finally admitted, "but you're worth it." I melted against him, pressing my back even closer to his chest and moving my head slightly so that our cheeks brushed against one another, provoking a heavy sigh of my own. I closed my eyes, reveling in the sensations that were taking over my body which, I was certain, was slowly liquefying. My previous feelings of terror were momentarily forgotten as I became awash in pure deliciousness and my imagination was flooded with images of Jasper's hands, shifting from their comforting position around my stomach to explore the rest of my body, his cool fingers touching and teasing. I heard him groan behind me. "Darlin'," his voice was strained and pleading as he loosened his hold and shifted my body, still keeping me in front of him but leaving a distance between us. "Bella, have mercy, please. I don't know how much self-control I actually have, but we're pushing at the limits, and I know we're nowhere near ready for the consequences if I were to lose it. I can't believe I'm even asking this, but may I please?" He hesitated, and I could tell it was taking a lot out of him to vocalize the question, "May I please try to calm you a little?" I stiffened. I couldn't believe I had been so selfish, so self-absorbed in my own fantasies. That I completely failed to consider the effect my feelings would have on him. My complete mortification effectively extinguished all inappropriately lustful thoughts and feelings. I spoke cautiously, trying to ensure the accuracy of my statement before I even said it. "I think I got it, Jasper. I'm okay now. I am so sorry. I wasn't thinking." And if you still need to, of course you should. I wanted desperately to look back at him, but I couldn't look him in the eye. I had been in this position before, the much too overeager human testing the self-control of a vampire. It seemed some things never changed. You don't have to apologize, Bella. It's all right. It's just that whatever it was you were thinking about made you release really powerful emotions, and when those combined with what I was already feeling, it was a little overwhelming. But I'm fine now. The control is back. Apparently both yours and mine, he chuckled, then stopped abruptly. Charlie is about to come upstairs. Maybe you should lie down, just in case. He shifted from behind me, got up and walked to stand behind the door. I slipped under my quilt and pretended to sleep. I forced myself to breathe evenly as I waited to see if Charlie would check on me before he went to bed. After a few minutes, Jasper came back to sit on the bed beside me. Guess he wasn't too worried about you tonight, he said. Good, I sat up again. Now maybe you can finally tell me what werewolves have to do with Mike. He looked a bit pained. Saturday night, after I dropped you off at your house, I went hunting. Do you do that every night? I asked, suddenly curious. Most nights. I try to hunt nightly because of the training, so I'm not thirsty during the day. Plus, the hunt gets out some of my natural aggression. It's been beneficial. Anyway, as I was saying, Saturday night I was hunting and I ran into a strange scent. I followed it to the Quileute border and that's when I saw them, a pack of 4 werewolves. I gasped and looked at him in alarm. Did he really just tell me, cool as a cucumber, that a few days ago he ran into a pack of his only natural enemies? A pack of 4 werewolves. Just a few miles away from Forks. You just followed a strange scent alone. What if they'd attacked you? Hurt you? Bella, he sighed, I wish you'd have a little more faith in me. I didn't exactly walk into the situation blind. Believe me, I thoroughly evaluated the danger before I proceeded. Even without any battle skills, my ability to control their moods would have been sufficient to keep me safe. When I saw them I simply assured them that I intended to comply with the treaty and their pack leader indicated that they would do the same. After I saw the werewolves, I continued with my hunt and came across Lawrence's scent. And then I had no time to do anything else, my sole focus was to get over here and make sure you were safe. Once I got here and made certain that the house was secure, I had a lot of time to think. I knew you were planning to go to La Push for brunch, and I seriously considered asking you to change your plans, to pretend to get sick or do anything to get out of going to the one place where I could not follow. But then I realized that the reservation was actually a very safe place for you. The werewolves guard the reservation against vampires. So I knew that even thought I couldn't be with you, you would be protected in La Push. And that's why you told me to see Jake tonight. I was finally starting to understand. Yes, darlin', he reached for my hand, lifted it to his lips and at the top. He didn't let go as he continued to speak. I was desperate to see you, but I couldn't risk it without hunting first, and I could not leave you unprotected to hunt, so the only solution was to send you back to La Push. I'm sorry I couldn't explain before, but I figured I needed to deliver this sort of information in person. I leaned over to rest my head on his shoulder. There were werewolves at La Push. Werewolves who, apparently, were no threat to me, and who would keep me safe from Laurent. Werewolves who, given half the chance, would love to sink their teeth into Jasper. I shuddered. Then another alarming question occurred to me. If Jacob's great-grandfather was a werewolf, is Jake a werewolf too? Jasper frowned. I don't think so. I can't be sure, of course, because we don't really know how the whole werewolf thing works. Until I saw them Saturday night, we had all assumed the werewolves died with Ephraim Black and his contemporaries. But you said you and Jake talked about me and his biggest concern was that I was Edward's brother and wasn't single. I have to believe that if he were a werewolf and knew I was a vampire, those other concerns would be inconsequential compared with the concern about my true nature. Relief flooded through me. I didn't know if I could handle having a werewolf as a best friend. And then I was afraid again. Afraid for Jasper. He must have sensed it, because he responded immediately. It's all right, Bella. As long as I respect the treaty there is nothing for me to fear from the werewolves. And if Laurent steps foot on the reservation they might actually do me a favor by killing him. Werewolves are dangerous when they shift from human to wolf form, but as long as you're not near one as he's phasing, you should be fine. And I don't expect any of them will be phasing in public. I don't think they want strangers to know about them any more than we want people to know about us. So Saturday you're sending me to La Push so you can hunt again. In a manner of speaking. He keyed my hand again and turned to look into my eyes. Even in the near darkness his gold eyes sparkled. Last Sunday I promised you I would call in Emmett if I didn't take care of the Laurent situation in a week. My time is up Saturday night and, so far, the coward has refused to come to me. So Saturday, while you're at La Push, I will find him and finish this once and for all. I shuddered again. Darlin', he chastised, where is all that confidence you used to have in me? I thrived on that. I still need that. I looked back into his eyes and turned towards him, placing my free hand on his cheek. Just because I worry about you doesn't mean that I don't have faith and confidence in you, I said. I just don't want you to get hurt defending me. I'll be fine, Bella, I promise. I don't take unnecessary chances. I have a very important reason to stay safe, my future with you. I blushed. Sometimes the things he said were almost enough to really make me hope and believe. But then I remembered how dangerous that was and how vulnerable it made me, and the realist in me took over. I glanced at the clock and realized that it was quite late. I yawned. I knew I would pay the price tomorrow, but I wasn't ready to give up my time with Jasper yet. However, I decided that there was no harm in lying down, so I slid my body down the bed. He followed my lead and lay down beside me. I'm really glad you hunted tonight, I whispered. I was going crazy from not being able to see you and touch you. He turned to lie on his left side and started moving his right hand up and down my right arm. I know, darlin', I felt the same way. You're gorgeous from afar, of course, but nothing compares to being next to you, feeling the warmth of your skin, smelling the sweet air you exhale as you whisper. I can never get enough of you, Bella. You're absolutely perfect. I sighed and turned to my side, facing away from him. He knew exactly what to say to make me feel good, but allowing myself to believe him was far too dangerous. Images of Alice on the Victoria's Secret runway flashed again in my brain. I felt Jasper move closer to me, fitting his body around mine. You're wrong, you know, Jasper said as he continued to run his fingers lightly up and down my arm. Wrong about what? I asked. Wrong to feel inferior in any way. Wrong to feel like you can't compete. Wrong to feel unattractive. What? My voice broke. What are you talking about? I sensed all those feelings earlier when you were in the bathroom and I know you're starting to feel the same way again. I'm sorry if it seems like I'm spying on you, but I can't help noticing. I sighed. It's okay, Jasper. I know I can't hide these kinds of things from you. Well, for once I'm glad I know what you're feeling and that I'm here, because I can assure you that you have nothing to worry about. You don't need to compete with anyone. You've already won, at least when it comes to me. I find you absolutely amazing in every possible way. Jasper, I complained, I know we have some things in common and you like talking and spending time with me, but I'm just an average human girl. Jasper growled. There is nothing average about you. I can't think of anyone more remarkable than you. I sighed again. I appreciated what he was saying, but I knew Alice, and I knew I just didn't measure up. Jasper growled again. Bella, I'm not Edward. I've been around longer and I am far more experienced. In some ways I wish I wasn't, because I know you would feel more comfortable if we were on a more even footing, but then I know someday we'll both appreciate how helpful my experience will be. I blushed at the suggestive nature of his statement, but I couldn't deny that a part of me was absolutely thrilled by the implication. But believe me, darlin', he continued, no woman, human or vampire, has ever done what you do to me without even trying. I couldn't help snorting in disbelief at his last statement. I was the most inexperienced, the most innocent human around. I was 18 and had never even been keyed by someone of my own species. My chaste kiss with Edward had been the extent of my experience. What could someone like me possibly do to someone like Jasper? His hand stopped moving and his fingers curled around my upper arm. Damn it, Bella, why aren't you listening to me? Why don't you believe me? He sounded so frustrated. I didn't know how to respond, didn't know how to make myself believe things that were impossible. Oh, hell, he said suddenly, snaking his arm around my waist and pulling me tight against him. Do you feel that, little girl? He hissed. That's what you do to me without even trying. I gasped in surprise at his actions and then gasped again as I felt and fully understood what he meant. I pulled away as quickly as I could, knowing that my face, neck and probably the rest of my body were quickly being covered with a fierce blush. Jasper, I exclaimed. He had pulled away from me as well, as much as my small bed would allow. I know, his voice was filled with remorse. That was completely improper and offensive. I'm sorry. It's just that you weren't listening to anything I said and I thought maybe if I showed you. But that was wrong. I know it was wrong. Do you want me to leave? I turned around, careful to focus my eyes on his face and not let them wander downward. No, I said. Of course I don't want you to leave. And I'm sorry if being around me causes you discomfort. He groaned at my choice of words. Like I said before, you're worth it. I didn't realize, Jasper. I probably should have, but I've never, I just don't have enough experience. I never thought. I know, darling, and there's no reason why you should have even thought about it. I'm too damn old to be reacting like this, like a freaking teenager. I should be more in control. But that is the effect you have on me. You and only you. I felt absolutely awful for making him feel like he wasn't in control in any way. My face must have betrayed some of my guilt. Don't worry about it, Bella. Don't worry about me. I can handle it, and I can wait until the time is right for us. Until you're ready. But I hate it when you're insecure, when you doubt yourself, when you question your exceptional qualities. I buried my face in my pillow. When he said it like that, I sounded like quite the basket case. And I wasn't. Not really. Except when it came to him, and Alice and vampires in general. But what human could measure herself against the beautiful immortals and come out ahead? I felt him stroking my hair, his fingers weaving themselves in on upward strokes and curling on the way down. I really loved this sensation. I turned my head slightly, so I could see him out of the corner of my left eye. I don't think that I will ever be completely secure until I know you've seen Alice and that your relationship is over. Because even if I let myself believe everything you say, I know things may change once you actually see her. Alice is so wonderful and she loves you so much. How will you be able to resist that? I saw his lips open in response, but I shook my head. Don't say anything, Jasper. It won't make a difference. This cannot be resolved with words, only time. For now, I just want to focus on being with you for as long as I have you, okay? He nodded and pulled closer to me again. I turned onto my left side and we resumed our previous position, his right arm wrapped possessively around me. Good night, Jasper, I murmured, suddenly extremely sleepy. Good night, darling, he said, his lips brushing my ear. As I drifted off to sleep, I heard the faint sounds of a new lullaby. Don't ask me. What you know is true. Don't have to tell you. I love your precious heart. I was standing. You were there. Two worlds collided, and they could never tear us apart. I woke up the next morning to the feel of Jasper hovering above me, his nose moving slowly against mine in a sweet Eskimo key. Prince Charming and Sleeping Beauty had nothing on us. It may not have been a real key, but it was a marvelous way to start the day. As soon as he realized I was awake, Jasper moved back to rest on the bed beside me. Good morning, sleepyhead. Time to go to school. I groaned. After staying up too late last night I was tired, and with Jasper beside me the last thing I wanted to do was go to school. I turned to the right to look at him. Maybe I could skip school today. He chuckled. What happened to the good girl Bella Swan, the police chief's daughter? I can't believe she would ever even think about ditching school. Besides, how long do you think it would take the school to call and alert Charlie if you actually did skip? He was right and he knew it. I really didn't have any options. With an exaggerated sigh, I threw off the quilt and got out of bed, padding over to my dresser to take out something to wear in my toiletries. Well, I'm off to have a human moment or two, I said as I turned around. Will you be here when I get back? He was sitting on the edge of my bed, still wearing the all-black outfit from last night that made him look so dangerously nice. Charlie's gone already, so I thought I'd stay and drive part of the way to school with you, he said. Is that okay? Of course that's okay. It's better than just okay, I smiled. If only every morning could be this good. I took a couple of steps towards him, placed my hands on his shoulders and pushed with the entire force of my body. Still, I knew it wasn't really my strength or weight, but rather his willingness to play along that caused him to fall back onto the bed, with me hovering above him. Mimicking one of his favorite moves, I pressed my nose against his skin at the point of the V-neck opening of his shirt, inhaling as I moved up over his collar bone, the hard muscle of his neck, the hinge of his jaw bone and up to his ear. As usual, his intensely masculine and unique scent was absolutely heavenly. When I was even with his ear, I exhaled softly through my lips, directing the air across his skin, then inhaled through my nose and whispered, "Having you here all morning is fabulous." I gasped as he wrapped his right arm around me and flipped us over while moving us up on the bed, so that I was lying down fully and he was now the one hovering above me, just as he was when I first woke up. He lowered his head so that the tips of our noses were touching, our eyes locked together. "You're playing with fire this morning, darlin'," he said softly. "As you already know, when it comes to you my self-control is rather limited. You really shouldn't try to be my siren. You're not nearly as well protected." I swallowed at his implication. "I trust you. I know you do, Bella. I just hope your trust isn't misplaced." I turned my head from left to right and then back again, stealing another Eskimo key. "It doesn't seem to be this morning," I pointed out. "You're doing just fine." With a groan he pushed himself back up to a sitting position beside me. "No thanks to you." I laughed, feeling slightly guilty, but mostly a little smug and heady with power. As often as his actions had elicited strong physical responses from me, it felt great to finally turn the tables. Still, I had probably pushed far enough. Plus, it was really getting late. I rolled off the bed again, grabbed my clothes and toiletries and headed for the bathroom. "I'll be waiting for you downstairs," I heard him say as I was closing the bathroom door. I went through my morning routine as quickly as possible, grabbed my book bag and headed downstairs, where I downed a quick glass of orange juice and snagged a granola bar to eat in the car on the way to school. I wished I could stop time to spend just a little bit longer with Jasper, but not having any superpowers, I had to resign myself to the reality that our interlude together was almost over. Before we left the house he pulled me into one last prolonged hug. And then we were driving and I was dropping him off a few blocks away from the school parking lot, and my wonderful morning came to a grinding halt. After such a great beginning, the rest of Friday seemed to drag interminably. Everyone at school was excited about the next day's bonfire, but all I could think about was the danger Jasper would be in, hunting Laurent while we were having fun. I understood why I had to go, of course, but it was impossible to work up the appropriate level of enthusiasm. Things between Mike and me were strained too. Everything was fine on the surface, but our interaction was a little less than natural. Things simply felt forced. He no longer threw his arm casually around my shoulder as we walked together between classes, and at lunch he waited until both seats next to me were taken before joining our table. I was paying more attention now, and I could tell that others took notice. There seemed to be quite a few low, speculative conversations by various groups of people, all sneaking glances in our direction. In a way I was glad. As Jake pointed out, this needed to happen for the good of all involved. But on some level one felt sadness too. Back when I was oblivious to all the gossip and thought that Mike and I were simply good friends, I enjoyed my time in school so much more. He had really made my days manageable. Now it was like something vital had been ripped away again. The reasonable part of me knew it had to be that way, but another part wanted to go back to a time when I was clueless but happier. I had no afternoon plans, but I had plenty to do at home, so I didn't mind. First, I gave the house a good scrubbing while doing several loads of laundry. I'd been neglecting housework to spend more time with Jasper and, while Charlie didn't seem to notice, it had been bothering me a bit, so this forced time at home actually worked in my favor. I was done cleaning by the time Charlie came home and we had dinner together in the kitchen, before he retired to watch TV and I went upstairs to work on my history assignment. We were studying ancient cultures and had to design a marketing brochure for one of the Greek city-states. The assignment was to market the city-state to a particular audience. I had to admit it was a unique and interesting project, but one that would take quite a bit of time, especially using my decrepit computer and dial-up connection. Now that my schedule was so unpredictable, I figured I had better get as much of a head start as I could. I went to bed a little early, tired from staying up the night before. I called Jasper and we talked about our respective days. He still sounded frustrated at Laurent's absence, but I could tell he was looking forward to his hunt Saturday. He seemed absolutely convinced that he would be able to track and deal with Laurent while I was at First Beach. As much as I wanted him to be right, I was still very concerned about the confrontation. I accepted the fact that Jasper was a skilled fighter and a careful planner and strategist, but this only minimized the risk. It didn't eliminate it, and as long as there was some risk that Jasper would be hurt, I couldn't help but worry. Saturday morning I slept in for a change. By the time I went downstairs to have breakfast, Charlie was already gone for his weekly fishing excursion with Billy. I grabbed a bowl of cereal for breakfast and ate in the backyard, while talking to Jasper. I couldn't see him, of course, but he could see me, and just knowing that he was out there nearby while we talked made me feel better. I really wished I could see him before I left for the bonfire, but since he hadn't hunted for a couple of days, he didn't trust himself to be around me. I assured him that he would be fine, and I was certain he would have been, but I was unable to convince him. After breakfast I called Jake to make sure he was going to be at the bonfire. I gave him an update on the situation with Mike and warned him not to freak out that Mike would be the one driving me to and from First Beach. He's been fine, Jake, so I don't think it will be a problem, but maybe you could just keep an eye out. Help me out if it looks like I need it. Sure thing, Bells. It's never a hardship keeping an eye on you. I could almost feel him winking at me, thought the phone, and I giggled in response. Behave, you incorrigible flirt. There'll be plenty of girls there for you to lavish your attention on who will actually appreciate it. Wow, Bella, you sure know how to cut a guy down. I mean, I know you've got more guys interested in you than you can handle right now, but you don't have to be so dismissive. I rolled my eyes, hoping he could see that as clearly as I saw his wink, and laughed. If I thought for 1 second that you were being serious I might be a little more sensitive, but as it is I know you're just being a pain. Plus, I know you've got thick skin and an even thicker skull and nothing I say is actually going to hurt you. Jake let out a short bark of a laugh and we hung up, promising to tease each other mercilessly later. The conversation put me in a good mood and I actually enjoyed the rest of my morning and early afternoon as I worked on various school assignments. As 3 o'clock approached, however, I started getting more and more worried. By 2:30 I was dressed and ready to go, nervously pacing the living room as I waited for Mike. My cell phone buzzed and I knew Jasper had felt my tension and was calling to try to calm me down. I'm sorry, but I can't stop worrying about you, I said tersely. Darlin', he said patiently, you're being unreasonable. Today is no different than any other day this week. Laurent could have shown up at any time. There is no additional danger. I sighed. I knew theoretically he was right, but in my mind there was a difference between waiting to confront Laurent from a well-defended position and seeking him out where he could have the element of surprise on his side. Bella, you're stressing out for nothing, really. This is a good thing. At least this way he won't be anywhere near Forks. If I manage to find him and confront him, wouldn't you rather that happen far away from the local human population? I had to give him that point. I certainly did not want Laurent near anyone who lived in Forks. Now, before Mike arrives, can I ask you one favor? When you spoke with him Thursday night he mentioned hiking today. I'd really prefer you not go into the woods, even with a group of people. I don't know how the werewolves work or how many there are, but chances are they will have someone keeping an eye on First Beach. However, they may not have enough members to send lookouts with the hikers as well as keeping someone on the beach and running border patrols. I shivered at his words. Based on our conversation Thursday night I assumed everyone at La Push would be safe from vampire attacks, but I now realized how foolish that assumption was. With so many more people milling about on the reservation, naturally defenses would be spread thin. I was glad Jasper warned me to stay on the beach, but now I wanted to stop everyone else from hiking as well. I knew Laurent was looking for me specifically, but if he was thirsty and ran across some of my friends, I just had to hope that he wasn't in Forks to hunt anyone but me. It was a surreal hope, to say the least. I promise I'll stay on the beach, Jasper. Thank you, darlin'. It will help me to know you're taking every precaution while there. Okay, I'll do my best, but you take every precaution too. Don't do anything stupid or too risky just because you don't really want to call Emmett for help. Deal. Yes, Bella, it's a deal. Now, Mike is about 2 blocks away. Time to put away the phone. Call me before you leave the reservation tonight. If I still haven't found Laurent by then I want to be able to follow you home. My throat tightened. What if something happened and this was our last goodbye? I'll see you soon, darlin'. Trust me, I'll see you soon. I swallowed as much of my fear and anxiety as I could. See you soon, Jasper. I closed the phone and packed it away in my bag just as the doorbell rang. Hey, Bella, Mike said after I opened the door. Ready to go? Yeah, I slung my bag over my shoulder and walked out of the house, locking the door behind me. I got into the passenger seat and buckled in as Mike closed the door and got in on the driver's side. He seemed happier today than yesterday, and that alone put me more at ease. He turned to me with a wide smile. So, ready to have some fun on the beach? I suppose I could have read more into that if I wanted, but I didn't get a sense that it was anything other than a straightforward question, so I just said, let's go, and we were on our way. The drive to First Beach was uneventful. Mike and I mainly talked about the social studies assignment, which he apparently worked on the previous night as well. I was surprised to hear that. I would have imagined a popular guy like him would have been out on a Friday night, but then I knew he wasn't dating anyone, and knowing that we were all going to be busy today, maybe a lot of people stayed home to finish their homework last night. In any case, I was glad not to feel like the only nerd of our group, if the subject ever came up. When we got to First Beach, Mike called Tyler and Eric over and the three of them got some rather large coolers and a grill out of the Suburban. Mike reached to the back and got out a few blankets and tarps. I grabbed those and we all walked to the beach with our gear. You didn't tell me we were supposed to bring stuff, I said to Mike, a bit of accusation in my voice because now I felt like a freeloader who didn't contribute anything to the gathering. Hey, it's no big deal. I mean, my parents have all this equipment because of the store, you know. And I always try to spring for a lot of the food and stuff, I save up my allowance. It's easier for me than for a lot of the others. He was clearly embarrassed, looking down at the ground as we walked. I realized that he wasn't always comfortable with being one of the wealthier kids in the school, and I found it sweet and endearing. Well, I could have made a potato salad or coleslaw or something, I grumbled, but my voice was no longer resentful. I'm actually a pretty good cook. He turned his head slightly and looked at me from the corner of his eye. Sorry I didn't say anything, then. I bet your potato salad would have been better than the stuff I picked up at the store. Maybe next time. I'd really love to try it. Or any of your cooking, for that matter. He was embarrassed again, back to looking at the ground, like he'd said too much. And maybe he had said too much. Inviting him over for a home-cooked meal. That had a lot of implications that were beyond the friendship stage where I needed our relationship to be. Maybe next time, I said. I figured the next bonfire would be in the spring and by then everything would be different. We greeted the few people who were already there and the boys set up the coolers and grill in an area where others had already set up a makeshift mess hall tent. This was Forks, after all, and we had to be prepared for the weather. I spread out tarps on the sand near the temporary fire pit built out of loose rocks and covered the tarps with a couple of blankets, keeping other blankets in their plastic protectors. I guessed that even with the fire we would need those after dark, when the temperature dropped. Until then, it was a good idea to keep them protected from the elements. As I was working, I saw Mike jog back to his car and wheel back a pretty impressive-looking music system. I walked over to him just as he was setting it up and plugging in his iPod. What is this thing? I asked. It's a party machine on wheels, he said, laughing. It's an outdoor iPod docking station and a karaoke machine, just in case anyone wants to get really crazy later tonight. Do you sing? I scrunched my face in a frown, usually only under the threat of torture. Do you? He looked down, adjusting something on the machine. Sometimes, he muttered. He stood up and we joined the rest of the growing crowd. Ben and Angela had arrived and I greeted both of them with hugs. Jessica and Lauren were there as well, along with a bunch of other kids from school. Then, from the edge of the forest I saw Jake, walking over with another boy. I squealed and headed over in his direction. I would have run, but I was afraid of stumbling on a rock or root and falling flat on my face, so instead I just walked as quickly as I could. The slower pace gave me a little more time to enjoy the view. Jake and his friend were way too young for me, but I had to admit they were really good looking and buff. Both were wearing jeans and dark t-shirts that stretched impressively over their well-developed chests and arms. Jake's long hair hung loose around his face on one side, tucked behind his ear on the other. The other boy's dark hair was closely cropped, a style that suited his open face. I could only imagine how these two would be ogled by the girls from Forks. The boys in our school were nice and some were even very good looking, but none had anything in the physique territory that compared to these two. When I finally reached Jake, I moved to hug him in greeting. He wrapped one arm around my mid-back and swung me around in a circle, laughing at my surprise. "Put me down, you brute," I said, laughing. He set me back down on the ground. I saw the other boy raise an eyebrow at our display. Jake didn't appear to notice. "Bella, this is Quill, one of my best friends." "Quill, this is Bella Swan. Chief Swan's daughter, right?" Quill said, holding out his hand. "I'm Quill Atira." I shook his offered hand. His grasp was surprisingly firm and warm. "That's right," I confirmed. "Nice to meet you, Quill. Jake's told me a lot about you," I said with a smile as he released my hand. Some of his swagger disappeared and he became a little flustered. Nice to meet you too. Wish I could say Jacob's told me a lot about you, but he apparently likes to keep secrets." Jake looked at him with surprise and speculation. "There's nothing to tell. Bella's like one of my sisters and I don't talk to you about them either." Quill's smile returned. "Like one of your sisters, huh? Sorry, bro, but maybe you should have mentioned the really good-looking sister." I blushed and looked away. Was this boy actually trying to flirt with me right in front of Jake? I saw Jake punch Quill in the ribs, playfully, but not softly. A painful grimace briefly covered Quill's face. "Watch your mouth, Quill. I know how you think and I wouldn't let you near any of my sisters." I decided it was time to put a stop to this and rejoin the others. "Okay, boys, enough of the juvenile humor. Let me introduce you to my friends." We started walking back to the group. I saw Mike watching us speculatively and, even from the distance, I could tell he was frowning. "Looks like Mike's a little put out," Jake said, softly enough so that Quill wouldn't hear. "He'll be fine," I responded quietly, but I was frowning as well. I hoped that I was right, but I wasn't entirely convinced. We finally reached the rest of the group and I went through the introductions. We were also joined by other kids from Forks and La Push. Mike, Tyler and Eric manned the grills and we started taking turns eating as the hamburgers and hot dogs became available. Feeling a little guilty, I drifted over to Mike's side and kept him company while he grilled. We worked together. As one batch of food was ready, I took the platters out to the others and brought him a new batch to grill from the coolers. I could tell by the smile on his face that this interaction pleased him, and since all we had time for was a little meaningless banter, I didn't think there was any harm in it. Finally, after everyone had eaten, Mike turned off the grill and grabbed the food I made sure to set aside for him from the last prepared batch. "You're pretty good at this, Swan," he said as he finished his burger. "We make a great team. We should open a restaurant or something. You make the potato salad and I'll grill." I couldn't help laughing. "Right, a short order cook. I'm sure that's exactly the future your folks would want for you." "Maybe not," he said with a smile, "but they do want to see me happy. And I have a feeling I'd be pretty happy with that arrangement." I looked away, forcing the smile to stay on my lips even though all feeling of mirth was now gone. "Yeah, well, I think the restaurant business is a little too risky for me, so I'll go the college and career route." Mike knew he had overstepped the invisible boundary I tried to set up between us. He didn't apologize, but didn't say anything else as he kept eating. With the situation more tense between us, I took the opportunity to drift towards the rest of the group when he got up to throw away his plate. A group of people were getting ready to go hiking and asked Mike to come along as he approached. "Sure, sounds great," he said. "Bella, you coming?" I knew he had expected me to say yes based on my willingness to go hiking in the spring, but today was different. Even if Jasper hadn't specifically asked me not to go, I might have opted to stay on the beach just to put a little distance between me and Mike. "No, thanks. I don't think I'm up for it today. I'll just hang out on the beach." "I can stay and keep you company," he said. I could see he was trying to find a graceful way to back out of the hike. "It's okay, Mike. You go and enjoy the hike. There's plenty to do here to keep me busy." "I'm not going hiking, so I can keep you from getting bored," Quill volunteered. I laughed. Mike scowled, but clearly couldn't find a good enough excuse to stay without being too obvious, so he turned and followed the group of hikers, his shoulders stiff with tension. Jake stayed behind as well, so after the hiking group left, the three of us settled on the blankets and talked about the usual topics that made up small talk: school, music, hobbies. There were fewer people on the beach now, and as I looked around I saw one Quileute boy sitting off to the side by himself, not socializing with any of the others. "Who's that?" I asked Jake, pointing my chin in the boy's direction. Jake scowled. "That's Embry," he said bitterly. I remembered what he told me about Embry Thursday night. Still, I found it odd that Embry wouldn't have joined us now. It's not like any of his other friends were around. Why is he sitting there all alone? Should we ask him to join us? Quill shook his head. He doesn't want to have anything to do with us anymore, now that he's so tight with Sam, Paul and Jared. It's like he's too good for us, or something. It's weird. Maybe they have some sort of an alternative lifestyle thing going between the four of them. I mean, they're always together, always showing up without their shirts on, he sniggered. Jared went off with the hikers, so maybe he and Embry had a lover's spat and Embry's pouting. "Shut up, Quill," Jake said darkly. "That's not funny. He's still our friend. Really. He's said 2 words to you lately, then. 'Cause he won't even look at me long enough to say hey. With friends like that." Quill's voice trailed off. Jake's eyes were on the sand next to the blanket. The conversation at a standstill, things were becoming as strained here as between me and Mike. Desperate to change subjects, I looked up and noticed the gorgeous sunset. I elbowed each of the guys. "Check that out. It's so beautiful." The 2 of them looked up obediently. "Hard to notice anything as ordinary as a sunset with you sitting here," Quill said. I cringed at the obvious pickup line. "Knock it off, Quill, I'm warning you," Jake said. I noticed his body was starting to quiver with anger. I placed my hand on his arm to calm him and was shocked to feel how burning hot his skin felt. "Are you feeling okay, Jake? I think you have a fever." "I'm feeling a little odd," he admitted, "nothing serious, though." I was concerned. "Should we get you to a doctor?" "Don't be ridiculous, Bella," he scoffed. "I'm fine." The sun had disappeared and it was rapidly getting dark. I saw the hikers coming back. Mike was frowning again, undoubtedly at the sight of me sitting with Quill and Jake with my hand on Jake's arm. Oh, well, Jake was a friend and Mike would just have to get used to it. Now that the whole group was reassembled, everyone quickly gathered the wood for the bonfire and lit it up. Mike headed off to the entertainment system. "Karaoke, anyone?" he yelled. Several guys groaned while the girls squealed in delight and ran up to Mike with their requests. The night exploded with sounds of karaoke standards of, "Hey Mickey, hit me baby, one more time," and, "I key at a girl." Jessica and Angela came over to us and pulled me off the blanket, giggling. "Come on, Bella. We've got the perfect song for us to sing." I groaned, but followed them obediently, throwing a terrified look over my shoulder at Jake, who was grinning wide for a change. I groaned even louder when I heard the opening piano music, but went along anyway, singing. At first I was afraid, I was petrified. Kept thinking I could never live without you by my side. But then I spent so many nights thinking how you did me wrong. And I grew strong, and I learned how to get along. The song was such a classic anthem that despite our incredibly poor performance everyone was getting into it. From the corner of my eye I saw Mike smiling again, clapping in time with the music as we belted out the lyrics. The whole beach exploded into raucous applause when we were finished. The 3 of us bowed, then ran to the coolers to get some water to soothe our throats, hoarse from nearly screaming out the chorus. I took my water back to the blanket and settled myself down again between Jake and Quill. "Didn't know you had it in ya," Jake teased. "Neither did I laughed. It felt good, though. And it had. I realized that with that song I finally let Edward go completely. I did survive, and it felt damn good. Geez, he's about as subtle as a ton of bricks," I heard Jake say. I looked over and saw that Mike had picked up the microphone and was singing. I strained to hear the lyrics. "Everyone knows it's meant to be. Falling in love, just you and me. Till the end of time. Till I'm on her mind. It'll happen. I've been making lots of plans. Like a picket fence and a rose garden. I just keep on dreaming. But it's cool 'cause we're just friends." "Oh shit," I muttered as I recognized the song. My face was burning. I didn't think there was anyone on the beach who couldn't figure out why Mike had chosen this particular song to sing or whom he was singing it to. "I'm gonna go have a talk with him," Jake said menacingly, quivering again. "No, Jake, wait," I said as placed a restraining hand on him again, once more noticing he was burning up. "Let me talk to him first. Maybe the song I sang gave him the wrong impression. Jake scowled, but he seemed to calm down some. Out of the corner of my eye I saw that Embry and another Quileute boy had gotten up and were moving closer to our blanket, watching Jake with concerned expressions. Then Mike's song was over and I saw him walking towards us. He scowled when he saw my hand on Jake's arm. "So, Bella, I thought maybe if you're done babysitting for the night you can come and hang out with the rest of us seniors," he said, not even trying to hide his rudeness. Then everything happened in a blink of an eye. Jake launched himself up and at Mike before I could do anything, his whole body undulating with anger. At the same time Embry and Jared jumped at him, each boy grabbing him underneath one arm and pulling him away towards the forest. "Come on, man, you're not feeling well. We'll take you home," I heard Embry say, though I felt it was more for our benefit than Jake's. And then, just like that, they were gone. The rest of us looked around in confusion. No one could make sense of what had just happened. I realized I was shaking. I looked at Quill and saw that he was just as disturbed as I was. Off in the distance in the forest, we heard the howl of a wolf. Quill looked at me uncertainly, then slowly stood up. "I guess I'd better follow them," he said. "See what's wrong with Jake." In his eyes I saw fear. "He was burning up all day," I pointed out. "Maybe it's the flu. I wish he had let us take him home earlier. He must have been really suffering to snap like that." "Yeah, I've never seen him so out of control," Quill agreed. "It must have been the fever. Anyway, it was nice meeting you. Hope we get to hang out together again sometime. See you later, Bella." "See you, Quill." I watched him walk away towards Jake's house. I waited until he completely disappeared before turning to Mike. "What the hell, Mike? These guys are my friends. Could you be any more rude?" Mike had the grace to look embarrassed. "I'm really sorry, Bella. I was just so." He sat down beside me, clearly frustrated. "Look, maybe I don't have the right to ask, but is there something going on between you and Jake or Quill?" "What?" I asked incredulously. "No. I told you, Jake and I are just friends. And I only met Quill today. How can you even ask me that?" "Well, you and I are just friends, but it's no secret I'd like us to be more." "Mike," I interrupted with a sigh. "Hold on," he said, "just let me finish. I know you said you weren't ready and I told you I was willing to wait. And I meant that. But from where I'm standing it looks like I'm not the only guy waiting. And it's not like I shouldn't expect that, you know. And it's not like I'm afraid of the competition. But I need to know if I am competing. So you tell me, is Jake my rival?" Poor Mike. He was asking the right question, but about the wrong person. What was I supposed to tell him? Should I lie and say that Jake is a rival? I didn't think that would be fair to Jake. But if I told him the truth he'd be under the impression that there was no rival, which was clearly false as well. And there was no way at all to tell him about Jasper. I really didn't know what to do. I shivered, suddenly noticing the absence of the two incredibly warm Quileute boys who had flanked me all evening and kept me sheltered from the chill. "Hey, you're cold," Mike exclaimed. He shrugged off his jacket and threw it over my shoulders. Then he started looking around for the blankets I had set aside earlier and, finding them, took them out of the plastic. He wrapped one blanket around me before wrapping himself up in another. "Better," I nodded, staring into the dancing flames of the bonfire to avoid looking at him. "So, will I get an answer to my question?" I hated when he was like this, pressing and pushing me out of my comfort zone. Forcing me to answer the really tough questions. I just wanted Mike my friend, not Mike the would-be boyfriend. This was so hard, but I knew what I needed to do. "Jake is not your rival," I answered slowly, "but I've been thinking about our conversation. You know, in the parking lot of your parents' store. I think I made a mistake, Mike, and I'm sorry. I didn't mean to mislead you. Everything I told you that night was true. But as I think about it now, I don't think you and I could ever work that way. The way you want us to be. The picket fence and rose garden, I just don't see it. And I'm really sorry for anything I did that caused you to feel the way you do. I never meant to hurt you." I still hadn't looked at him, which made me feel like a coward. "Whoa. Wow. Okay. So I guess that's that. Thanks for being honest, I think." I had to look at him. It wasn't fair for me to do this and not suffer. I turned to face him, but he wasn't looking at me. Instead, he too was gazing intently into the fire. I thought I saw something glisten in his eye. Oh God, did I actually make him cry? Suddenly he leaned back to lie on the blanket, looking up at the sky. I tilted my head up. It was a pretty sky full of shining stars. A perfect evening to lie back and stargaze with someone you love. But, of course, the man I loved was not stargazing tonight. Instead, he was hunting a dangerous predator, all to protect me. I shook my head to try to erase the disturbing images, which would only make this evening more painful. I needed to pay more attention to Mike, who was clearly hurt by what I'd said earlier. "Are you okay?" It was such a lame question. "Yeah," he said, his voice surprisingly clear and strong. I'm not sure why I expected him to be choked up. Just going over everything, figuring out how I screwed up. I pushed too hard, right? That's part of it, I allowed. Well, that KS. I'm sorry. That's not the only thing, though. It's really more about me. He laughed. Am I about to get the, "it's not you it's me," speech? I guess, I laughed a little as well at the cliché, but in this case it really is me. I wish I could like you that way. Believe me, it would make my life a lot less complicated. You're a great guy. Any girl would be lucky to have you. Any girl except you. And there's the rub, 'cause you're the only girl I'm interested in being had by. Mike, my voice was a plea. Hey, he sat up and reached for my hand. I had to fight the impulse to yank it away. I'm not trying to make you feel bad. I told you it would be alright if you didn't feel the way I did and I meant it. We can still be friends. At least, I hope we'll still be friends. Yeah, it won't be weird for you. He shrugged. I'm sure it will be, at first, but I'll get over it. You know me, I don't dwell. He smiled a wide smile to prove his point. Okay, then, let's try it. Just no more pushing for more, right? Right. I can accept defeat gracefully. Honest. I smiled. Based on how you're acting right now, I have no choice but to believe you. Good. It's settled, then. Now, how about some s'mores? We stayed on the beach for a couple more hours, making s'mores and watching more karaoke performances. It was a lot of fun, almost enough to make me forget what was going on outside the reservation. Almost. Eventually we ran out of wood and the fire started to die down. The boys packed up the coolers, grills and tents and carried everything back to the cars. I took a moment to find a private spot so I could call Jasper. The call went directly to voicemail. What did that mean? I reasoned that he must have purposely changed the setting, which must have meant that he was close to catching Laurent. Or maybe he caught him already and just forgot to turn the phone back on. That seemed implausible. Jasper wouldn't forget. In any case, I took some comfort in the thought that if there was still something to worry about, he would have taken my call, so that he could intercept Mike and me at the border. Still, no matter how reasonable that sounded, I couldn't quite suppress a feeling of profound fear and dread. Driving back from First Beach, the road was illuminated by the lights of Mike's Suburban and a yellowish light coming from a gorgeous full moon. I stared out the window as we drove, hoping for a glimpse of a running figure, even thought I knew Jasper was much too good at this to allow himself to be seen. Did you have a good time tonight, Bella? Mike asked. I wondered if the lack of conversation was making him nervous. I answered. It was great. I'm sorry about the thing with Jake. I hope he gets better soon. His voice was perfectly neutral, sincere, with no undertones of jealousy or resentment. I looked over at him and found nothing in his face but genuine concern. Hopefully it's just a bug. He's a healthy boy, so, with luck, he'll get over it quickly. Healthy, Mike chortled. That's an interesting way to put it. All those Quileute boys looked pretty healthy. What the heck are they feeding them on that reservation? I laughed too. Maybe it's something in the water. So Bella, I meant to tell you earlier, that karaoke performance you, Angela and Jessica put on. He didn't get to finish his sentence, because suddenly there was a loud bang and the car was out of control. Shit. Mike was using both of his hands to keep the car on the road. He had the presence of mind not to slam on the brakes. Instead he eased off the gas pedal to allow the car to decelerate naturally as he concentrated on steering. Once he regained control he started braking gently, eventually pulling the car onto the shoulder and stopping. He let out a loud breath that he must have been holding the whole time. I saw beads of sweat on his forehead. I think we blew a tire, he said. Are you okay? I was a little shook up, but probably not as much as I should have been. After a week of stressing out about Laurent, a mere tire blowout seemed relatively harmless. I'm fine, I said. Great driving. He flashed me a smile. Thanks. I've got to go assess the situation. I might have to change the tire, but at least the spare is good. I just checked it a week ago. He hopped out and I followed. We saw the problem was with the rear passenger tire. Mike Kirsten started taking out the coolers and equipment from the back of the Suburban so he could reach the spare and jack. There's a flashlight in the glove compartment, he said. Do you mind holding it for me? I got the flashlight and trained it on him and the wheel as he worked to lift the SUV. He worked as quickly as possible to unbolt and take off the flat tire, replacing it with the spare. He made sure to tighten the bolts, placing his body weight on the wrench. I had to admit, I was impressed at the ease and confidence with which he handled the emergency. Mike was about to pack up the jack and the flat when I started feeling very uneasy. There was no noise or anything else to make me feel that way, yet through some sixth sense I knew we were no longer alone. I whirled around to illuminate the forest. When the light found its target I gasped, this time with real horror. The figure coming out of the shadows towards us was Laurent. The light from the flashlight caused him to pause. Hello, Bella, he said pleasantly, long time, no see. Hi, Laurent, I stammered. It has been a long time. What brings you to Forks? It was an inane thing to say, since I already knew exactly why he was back, but nothing else came to mind. Laurent laughed and his eyes sparkled. I noticed they still held a tint of gold, though they were quite dark, nearly black. It's so lovely around here, I thought I'd do some hiking. And, of course, I was hoping to run into you. Now that I have, I find myself surprisingly thirsty. I watched him take a deep breath and shivered where I stood. Blood froze in my veins. This was exactly what Jasper didn't want, a surprise confrontation with Laurent in the woods. We thought First Beach would be safe, but no one could have predicted the tire blowout. I felt Mike come up on my side. He had heard my exchange with Laurent. We have some water and soda in the coolers, he offered, helpful yet uneasy, as if he sensed there was more to the conversation than the spoken words. My breath caught. This was terrible. It was bad enough that I might die tonight, but why did Mike have to be with me? And where was Jasper? Did my message about coming back from First Beach not reach him in time? Or was he somewhere out there hurt from a run-in with Laurent? Or, even worse, I didn't have a chance to finish my thought because Laurent smiled, his teeth flashing in the light, and took a step towards us. Thank you for the offer, he said, but I'm in the mood for another beverage. Something a bit more potent, more satisfying. I don't think you'll find what you're looking for here, Laurent. The steely voice came from my right. I turned to see Jasper emerging from the forest. Hello, Bella, he said to me, his eyes fixed on the other vampire. Jasper. I gasped with relief. He was all right. And he was here to protect us. Mike shifted beside me, placing his body between me and the other two men in a protective gesture. Hey, Jasper, he said, his voice strained. What are you doing back in town? Mike. Jasper acknowledged him, but did not take his eyes off Laurent. Just visiting. My friend and I were in the mood for some camping and hiking. Isn't that right, Laurent? My flashlight was still on Laurent and I turned to see him swallow. I shuddered, knowing he was swallowing venom that had pooled in his mouth in anticipation of killing me and Mike. He was clearly uncomfortable, but he stood his ground, sizing up his opponent. I looked back to Jasper in time to see him very calmly pulling out the tails of his black Western-style shirt and undoing the buttons. The shirt fell open, revealing the multitude of crescent-shaped scars that covered his chest. They were difficult for me to see, and had I not heard Jasper's story I might have missed them altogether, but I knew that they were much more prominent to Laurent's vampire eyes, and that the purpose for the display was to send him a message, to let him know about Jasper's warrior past. My eyes darted back to Laurent. He looked absolutely shocked, and I could tell he was intimidated. He took a step back to the edge of the forest. Why don't you give me a minute, Laurent? I'll just give Mike a hand and then we'll deal with your thirst. Jasper's voice was low, menacing and commanding. I suddenly felt rooted to the spot, not able to move. I guessed that Jasper was manipulating all of our emotions to neutralize Laurent. He turned to look at Mike and me, though I knew he held Laurent in his peripheral vision. Is everything all right, Mike? He asked, gesturing at the items on the ground. Mike looked both flustered and annoyed. Yeah, I mean, we had a blowout, but I already changed the tire, so we're good. Let me help you clean up, Jasper said in a tone that discouraged dissent. He first checked to make sure the bolts on the spare tire were secure, then, quickly and effortlessly, threw the tools, old tire, coolers and grill in the back of the SUV and closed the door. "You're all set," he said to Mike, "drive carefully." It was clear that this was a dismissal. Then he looked at me. "Bye, Bella." His expression was tense, but the tone of his voice was slightly softer. "Bye, Jasper." My voice was so low it was nearly a whisper. Then Mike and I got into the Suburban and pulled away. We were both holding our breath, releasing the air only after a minute passed and Jasper and Laurent were no longer in sight. "Wow," Mike said, "that was weird." "Yeah," I agreed. "Really weird. He'd probably die of shock if he knew exactly how weird and how close we both came to death tonight. It was strange to see Jasper again, and with that other dude." "You seemed like you knew him." "I met him last year through the Cullens," I said. That was technically accurate. "Man, I always thought Jasper was with Alice," Mike continued, "but now I'm not so sure. I mean, camping with that other dude, hiking in the middle of the night, and all that talk about quenching thirst as he practically undressed. You think they're together?" He laughed nervously, and I cringed. I could see how someone with no knowledge of the real situation could misinterpret what happened as some sort of lover's tryst between Jasper and Laurent. It sure was a much more reasonable sounding explanation than the truth. "I don't think so," I said, knowing I had to refute Mike's inference on Jasper's behalf. "Jasper is definitely interested in women." "Huh," Mike didn't sound convinced. "Maybe so, but he still seemed to be awfully friendly with that Laurent guy. Not that there's anything wrong with that," he added quickly and laughed nervously again. "I suppose it's none of our business. Nice of him to help out, anyway." "Mike, I'm sure there's nothing like that going on between Jasper and Laurent," I protested again, a bit more vehemently than I'd intended. He looked over at me, surprised, and I realized that it must have seemed strange for me to argue with quite as much fervor. "Not that I have a problem with that lifestyle," I added, my voice calmer, "I just know that Jasper doesn't." "What's the expression? Play on that team." Mike shrugged and didn't say anything for a while. "So, it sounded like it was just Jasper back in the area," he eventually said, but sounded tentative, like he wasn't sure this was a good topic for discussion either. I realized that he must have been thinking about Edward, probably wondering if seeing Jasper created problems for me, or if it maybe meant that the Cullens would be coming back to Forks. "That's what he seemed to be saying," I confirmed carefully. "Are you okay?" There was a lot of unspoken meaning behind the question and I knew he was asking as a concerned friend. I needed to put him at ease. "Yeah," I said, looking over at him. "I'm fine. Really, really fine." We were getting close to my house, pulling onto my street and then into my driveway. I hesitated a moment before opening the door. "Thanks for today, Mike, for making everything so easy for me. I'm not sure I deserve your friendship, but I'm glad to have it." "Don't be melodramatic, Bella. I'm not even sure you broke my heart, feels like you just roughed it up a little. Couple of days and I'll be as good as new." He sounded casual, but he was no longer looking at me. I decided that there was no point in saying anything more. I put my hand on top of his briefly, and then opened the door and jumped out. "Bye, Mike. See you Monday," I said and headed to the front door. "Bye, Bella." Mike didn't follow me to the door, but he stayed in the driveway until I was inside. "How was the beach, Bells?" Charlie called out from the living room where, as usual, he was firmly planted in front of the television set. It was a wonder he didn't go blind. It was a lot of fun, actually. But I'm exhausted. I think I'm going to go to bed. "Okay," he said, unconcerned. I could only imagine what he would do if he knew the real reason I wanted to go to my room. Upstairs I brushed my teeth and washed my face, but didn't change for bed. I was going crazy not knowing what was going on out there, hoping that Jasper would show up soon with an explanation. I paced my room in the darkness, my hands balled into fists, fingernails digging into my palms. I was absolutely terrified. I knew Jasper was well equipped for this fight, but I knew nothing about Laurent. He was twice as old as Jasper, so he'd had plenty of time to pick up fighting techniques. What if he was a better fighter than Jasper or even equally good? In Phoenix, Emmett and Alice helped bring down James. Here, Jasper was all alone. My nails dug deeper into my palm, but I retracted them when I thought they might break the skin. Tonight, of all nights, I could not draw blood. I could not allow anything to keep Jasper away from me if he returned from the fight victorious. I was still pacing when I heard Charlie making his way upstairs. I got into bed, pulling the quilt all the way over me so that it wouldn't be obvious that I was still fully dressed. The precaution turned out to be unnecessary. Charlie did not check up on me before retiring to his bedroom. I jumped out of bed again and resumed my vigil. Jasper finally showed up an hour later, calling me first to alert me. I opened the window and backed up, waiting for him to come in, but he remained perched on the roof outside. From my position in the room I could see that his clothing was torn and mud-caked. His eyes, however, were a beautiful golden amber. He must have hunted on the way to my house, to ensure my safety. "What happened, Jasper? Are you all right?" "I'm fine, Bella," he said quietly. "I know you want to know what happened and I want to tell you everything, darling, but I shouldn't come into your room in this state. I need to clean up and change first, and I can't do that here. Would you be willing to come to my house with me? I'll make sure you're back well before Charlie wakes up in the morning." I nodded. I desperately wanted to know what had taken place after Mike and I left, but his comfort was more important than my needs. I walked up to the window and took his hand as I climbed out onto the roof. He lifted me in his arms and jumped down gracefully. Once we were on the ground, he shifted me to his back, wrapping my arms tightly around his neck and positioning my legs over his hips, his arms twined beneath my knees to keep me secure. Then he started running. I closed my eyes and clung to him, wind gusting past us at an alarming rate. In the distance I heard thunder. Jasper cursed and seemed to increase his speed. Suddenly the sky opened up and a torrential rain poured down on us. The shredded remnants of Jasper's shirt, instantly soaked, became fabric weapons, the wind whipping them mercilessly into my face. I netted a particularly hard slap. Hearing me, Jasper stopped abruptly in a small clearing we had just reached. Gently but quickly, he set me down and turned to look at me. With his right hand he traced a line on my cheek where the cloth had hit me. "I'm so sorry, Bella," he said. He immediately shrugged out of his shirt and tossed it aside without a second glacé. His pale beefy chest glowed softly in the moonlight, rivulets of rain cascading down his hair and body. I stared at him in amazement. He was absolutely gorgeous, breathtakingly so. My own personal Ares. My eyes raked over his body, quickly at first, and then slowly, memorizing each detail of his muscular chest, his broad shoulders, his amazing defined stomach. My own stomach tightened into a knot and a tremor tore through my body as I evaluated his. Midway through my examination I noticed a more prominent crescent-shaped scar on his chest, then another on his left shoulder and another on his left forearm. They had been sealed with venom, but were clearly fresher than the rest of the scars covering his body. "Jasper, you're hurt," I cried out in alarm. "It's nothing, Bella," he said. "Nothing I'm not used to. They just burn a bit." I took a step towards him, reaching out to touch the scar on his chest. I heard his sharp intake of breath as my fingers made contact with his cool skin. I traced the contours of the scar gently. Then, without any thought or hesitancy, I took another step forward and covered the scar with my lips. I heard a hiss escape his lips, but otherwise Jasper stood motionless before me. I reached for his left arm, lifted it to me and the fresh scar there. Jasper closed his eyes and took a deep breath, remaining otherwise immobile. The rain pelted us mercilessly, but he seemed completely unaware. I let go of his arm, shifted to my right and, standing on my tiptoes, pressed my mouth to the scar on his shoulder, this time tracing the ridge of the scar with my tongue. There was still no reaction from Jasper. I lifted my lips and took a small step back. He opened his eyes, looked down at me and caught my face in his hands. For a brief moment he caressed my cheeks with his thumbs and then, with a muffled groan, his face descended and his lips covered mine in a fiery kiss. I stared into his rapidly darkening eyes as his lips, firm and insistent, frantically explored mine. My lips moved against his in response. I spread my hands over his chest, shifting them over the textured marble skin covering his taut muscles. He made a strained sound, a mixture of a purr and a growl. The sensation of his lips conquering mine, possessing me completely, was overwhelming. I felt myself weakening and knew that my knees would soon buckle. I snaked my arms beneath his and wrapped them upward around his shoulders, as I molded my body closer to his. Then my knees gave way and I clung to him, desperate not to break the contact between us. He moved his hands to my waist and lifted me still closer against him, his lips continuing their exploration, never leaving mine. Our eyes remained locked together, unblinking in spite of the rain. Then the pressure of his lips eased, and the key became less hurried and more sensual. I felt the cool smoothness of his mouth moving over mine, gently king my lower lip. My tongue darted out to trace his lips, tasting his spicy, exotic flavor. I breathed him in, and his amazing scent swirled inside my body, setting every nerve ending on fire. I closed my eyes and let out a soft moan, and as my desire for him took over all my senses. There was only one thing I wanted and needed, and that was for this perfect moment to never, ever end. I was at once freely floating in an almost out-of-body experience and firmly anchored by the circle of his arms, the two sensations directly opposite to one another, yet in perfect harmony. And it all began and ended with his lips on mine, and the current of pure bliss flowing uninterrupted through our bodies and minds. Suddenly I felt Jasper's head pull back, breaking the connection, and I shook my head in denial. I didn't want this sudden space between us. No, I said, my teeth chattering, don't stop. I realized as I spoke that my whole body was wrecked with tremors and that my skin was covered with goosebumps caused by the combination of the cold rain and Jasper's skin. I didn't care. I tried to use my arms to pull myself to Jasper's lips again. Bella, his voice was low and husky, darling, the last thing I want to do is stop, but you're freezing. We have to get you inside and warm you up before you get sick. Are you able to hold on? I nodded mutely, knowing he was right but unwilling to acknowledge it out loud. To my surprise, Jasper didn't shift me to his back. Instead, he wrapped my legs around his waist and moved my arms, one at a time, to form a circle around his neck, carefully cradling me to his chest. I buried my face between his shoulder and neck and nuzzled on his cool skin, exploring it. With my mouth and tongue, as he ran the rest of the way to the Cullen house, holding me close to him like a priceless treasure. We ran into the house and then through Carlisle and Esme's bedroom into their large spa-like bathroom. Jasper tried to put me down but I refused to budge. He sighed. Darling, be reasonable, please. You're never going to get warm in those wet clothes with me holding you. Let's get you dried off a little, okay? I'm fine, I insisted as I held on to him. Bella, if you get sick you'll have to stay home and Charlie will want to take care of you so we won't be able to see each other. Is that what you want? He wasn't playing fair. He knew darned well how much that threat would scare me. It wasn't fair that he knew just what to say to make me do what he wanted. Still, I knew he was right, so I eased my hold on his neck and allowed him to lower me to the floor. He grabbed a large fluffy towel off the towel rack and wrapped it tightly around me. I'll be right back, he said and kissed me on the cheek. He was gone only seconds and returned with a thick white waffle weave robe and matching slippers, which must have belonged to Esme. He placed the robe on a hook next to the shower and put the slippers on the floor. He turned on the water and flipped a switch, looping another white fluffy towel through a rack on the wall. All right, darling. Now you take a nice hot shower and warm up, okay? The towel rack is electric, so if you hang your clothes on it they'll dry faster. In the meantime, you can wear Esme's robe. I'll go clean up and change and I'll be waiting in the living room when you're done. Sound good? I shook my head. He frowned, as if trying to think what he might have forgotten. I walked up to him and moved my right hand to his hair, removing a piece of dried leaf. Then I moved my hand up further, curling it around his neck, and pulled myself up against him, pressing my lips to his. It was my turn to explore his mouth with mine, slowly and deliberately. I felt the tingling sensation return throughout my entire body as I kept his lower lip between my lips, nibbling on it gently. My left hand was moving of its own accord, my fingertips trailing along his stomach, ribs, and chest, finally intertwining with the fingers of my right hand behind his neck. He groaned softly and moved his hands to my hips, pulling me closer. Our key intensified, our mouths crushed against each other with almost painful friction. Then his lips were moving, covering my face with soft kisses, my eyes, my cheeks, my nose, my chin, then moving down the side of my neck to the base of my throat, where his tongue explored the hollow, causing me to shiver. He stopped and pulled back to look at me, his eyes dark with desire, and I took the opportunity to reciprocate, licking an king at his Adam's apple, eliciting yet another groan. Bella, he said in a low, strained voice, let's stick to the plan. You need to get warm and dry and I need to clean up. And we're not going to be able to do any of that if we continue down this path. I'm already warmer, Jasper, can't you feel it? And there's a perfectly good shower right here, I can help you clean up. Jasper froze beneath my hands and mouth and I gasped when I realized what I had just said. Oh my god. Did I really just ask Jasper to take a shower with me? On a night when we had just shared our first key. Oh, my stupid, hormone-infused brain, what have you done to me now? What must he think of me? He was looking at me carefully, undoubtedly gauging my emotions. I'm sure he could sense my discomfort and embarrassment, reinforced by a deep blush creeping up my cheeks. Suddenly he smiled and dipped his head to place his lips against my ear. That is the best and most intriguing offer I've had in a long time, darling, and I promise someday I will get so very, very filthy for you, and give you every opportunity to help me clean up. I just think tonight may not be the exact right time. Do you agree? I nodded. He laughed softly, the air from his lips moving over and into my ear, not really helping to reinforce my decision. Somehow I found the oxygen and strength to speak. You win, tonight, Jasper Whitlock, but I will hold you to that promise. He laughed again. I'm counting on it, darling. And I can't wait. Before I could respond, his lips were pressing against mine in one last passionate key. Then he reached up, unhooked my hands from around his neck and stepped back. He shook his head, a bemused expression on his face. What's funny? I asked, thinking that the situation was anything but amusing. His smile widened, and then he looked down at the floor. I was just thinking how much I need that shower. Before I could ask any follow-up questions he was moving out of the bathroom. I'll see you soon. I'll be waiting in the living room, he said over his shoulder as he left. I followed him to the bathroom door and closed it behind him. How ironic. Even though I had just asked him to share a shower with me, I was too modest to risk Jasper walking in on me as I was undressing. I took off my clothes and, following Jasper's suggestion, hung them on the heated towel rack. I adjusted the water temperature and stepped into the steamy shower, pleasantly surprised to find it stocked with shampoo and body wash. I was absolutely mortified about making the joint shower suggestion earlier, yet as I was washing my hair I found myself wishing that Jasper was in the shower with me. Not for the usual raunchy things that most people would imagine, but because I genuinely wanted to just take care of him for a change, to shampoo his hair and help him clean up after his fight with Laurent. He had a tough week watching over me and, even though he didn't experience physical exhaustion, I knew the week had been as stressful emotionally for him as it had been for me. He really deserved a little TLC. Of course, I thought as I washed up, the raunchy stuff wasn't unappealing either. I was shocked at how bold I had been earlier, knowing deep inside that Jasper had been right. I wasn't emotionally ready to take things as far and as fast as my raging hormones may have wanted. But I also knew that it wouldn't be that long before I was ready, and I was so thrilled that Jasper's response had not been the unequivocal no I always got from Edward whenever I wanted to push beyond the physical limits he had imposed on our relationship. Jasper definitely did not say no, he'd said, not right now, with an unambiguous promise of future activities. I started feeling warmer just thinking about that. A part of me was screaming for me to stop my train of thought, but another, more reckless part, urged me to keep it going. As my hands skimmed over my wet skin, my mind produced images of Jasper as I saw him earlier tonight, all shirtless and glorious, and then of us together, pressed closely against each other, totally oblivious to anything other than our intertwined bodies. It wasn't a particularly elaborate fantasy, but one I thoroughly enjoyed. After I finished showering, I dried off using the warm towel. My undergarments were already dry, so I put them back on, but my shirt and pants still needed some more time, so I took Jasper's advice and wrapped myself up in Esme's robe. Realizing how little protection the robe actually afforded if it were to accidentally open, I double-knotted the inner ties and the outer belt. I put my feet in Esme's slippers and rummaged through the bathroom cabinets until I found a hairbrush and a hair dryer. I fixed my hair and examined myself in the mirror. I looked fine. Nothing special, but better than the soaked-to-the-bone look I was sporting earlier. Feeling slightly more at ease, I walked back to the living room. Jasper was already there, seated in the corner of the sofa, wearing khaki pants and a white button-down shirt. The light clothing made him seem relaxed somehow, vastly different from the man in black I encountered in my bedroom Thursday night. But his effect on me hadn't changed at all. The swarm of butterflies was back, flitting about inside my stomach. Jasper looked up when he heard me enter the room, giving me a wide, dazzling smile. "You look absolutely enchanting, Bella," he said, sounding completely sincere. "Thanks. You look great too." My face scrunched up into a small frown as I looked down at my robe. "I feel a bit underdressed." "Nonsense, you're as covered up as I am." Technically he was right. Esme's long robe fell to around my ankles and the sleeves were long enough to completely hide my hands. With the tight, double-knotted wrap of the robe, hardly any of my skin was actually exposed. However, I still didn't feel completely at ease. I moved to the sofa and sat down in the corner opposite of Jasper, leaving a wide empty space between us. It was his turn to frown. "After being apart from you for so long, I was hoping to be a little closer to you tonight. Won't you come sit by me, darling? I promise I'll be a perfect gentleman. I won't do anything that will make you uncomfortable." I sighed. He was right. I picked a fine time to turn all shy. Poor Jasper. I was sending him such mixed signals tonight, and for no good reason. I knew I could trust him completely. It was me I was worried about, and my lack of self-control really wasn't a good enough reason to deny him a little personal closeness after all he had endured for me throughout the week. I got up and walked over to sit down next to him. Then I turned, lifting my feet up on the sofa, and laid back across his lap with my head resting on the sofa arm. Jasper looked down on me and reached to tuck my hair behind my left ear. "Hi there," he said softly. "Hi," I replied, smiling. He reached to the side and dug out a throw pillow that had been wedged between his thigh and the sofa arm. I lifted my head and shoulders slightly so that he could position the pillow to give me better support. When I was settled in again, he moved his left hand to gently stroke my cheek. "I really missed you today," he said. "More so than any other day this week." I asked, surprised. Most of the week I couldn't be with you, but I could still see you or hear you. Today, while you were at the bonfire, I lost you completely. It was like a part of me was missing. I couldn't stop thinking about you all the while you were gone." I blushed and felt a little guilty because my mind had not been as constantly occupied with him as his had been with me. "It's all right, darling. Vampire minds work differently than human minds. I can have many trains of thought at once. So while I thought of you all day, I also thought about other things. I know that's not possible for you." Sometimes it felt like he could read my mind, which was very disconcerting, but I knew he simply must have picked up on my guilty feelings and was responding to those. "I did think about you," I assured him, and worried. "Especially when you didn't pick up the phone when I called to tell you we were heading home. Obviously nothing happened while we were at the beach, but what happened with Laurent after Mike and I left tonight?" Jasper's hand stilled against my cheek. He took a deep breath and let it out heavily. He looked away and I could tell something in his thoughts was disturbing him. My stomach tightened with worry. Jasper looked back down at me and gave me a small, tight smile. "It's all right, Bella. There's nothing for you to worry about. It's over." I closed my eyes. I was relieved to hear things with Laurent were over, but I really needed to know what happened, how Jasper had gotten his fresh scars. Undoubtedly sensing my curiosity, he began to speak. "I'd been trying to track him ever since you and Mike left for the bonfire. I finally caught his scent trail in the evening and turned off my phone so as not to accidentally alert him to my presence when I caught up with him. That must be when you called from First Beach. I kept checking for messages, so I knew within minutes of your call that you were heading back. I felt I was so close to him, but I didn't want to leave you and Mike unprotected, so I abandoned his trail and went back to intercept you guys. I messed up on the timing and distance, though, which caused the delay in getting to you after the tire blew out. If I had a heart, it would have stopped when I heard you speaking with Laurent by the side of the road. I was absolutely horrified that I hadn't been there to stop him from seeing you or that I would be too late to stop his attack. Thank God he was not actually set on attacking, and that you were able to distract him further by talking." He stopped his story abruptly and frowned. It looked as though he was wrestling with whether to tell me something or not. "What is it?" "I'm not sure I should say. I don't want you to take it the wrong way. Whatever it is, you should just say it. We shouldn't hold things back from each other. We can talk it out and you can make sure I don't take it the wrong way, but there shouldn't be secrets between us." Another troubled frown creased his face and then was gone. "All right. I was a little frustrated tonight that you hadn't followed the rules. We set up those rules for a reason. What were you supposed to do if you were ever in danger?" My eyes widened as I suddenly remembered. I was supposed to scream, I whispered, completely appalled that I had forgotten something so basic. "I would have gotten there quicker if your scream had alerted me to exactly where you were." He sighed. "Still, if Laurent had been bent on attack, even with you screaming I might not have been fast enough. As it was, your presence of mind and ability to keep him talking delayed him long enough, and your calm response saved your and Mike's life. But in the future, I'll scream, Jasper. I promise. I'll scream my head off. You'll be able to hear me from miles away." He smiled. "That's my girl," he said and lifted my hand to his lips. Then he lowered my hand and continued his story. "You probably felt I kept Laurent from running away while I was helping Mike load the car by manipulating his and your emotions. But as soon as I released you and Mike I had to release him as well, and he took off running. He's fast, I have to give him that. I had to chase him for miles. For a while I was seriously worried that I would not be able to catch him, but my knowledge of the terrain gave me an advantage and eventually I gained enough distance to tackle him. He didn't put up much of a fight." I gasped, remembering the scars. He looked down at me and ran his hand over my hair, again tucking it behind my ear even though it hadn't moved from its position since he did it earlier in the evening. He bit me a little as he was struggling in my hold. It was to be expected. It wouldn't have happened if I had killed him as soon as I caught him, but I remembered our talk from last weekend and I just couldn't do it. At least not immediately upon seeing him. I looked at him, horrified. I remembered the conversation well. I had asked him not to kill Laurent if he didn't attack me or other humans. I had asked him to give Laurent a warning, and by trying to follow my request Jasper had been hurt. If I hadn't said anything Jasper would be unharmed. I turned to my side so that I was facing away from him and curled up into a ball. I felt absolutely awful. "Hey," I could tell Jasper was concerned. He reached over with both of his arms and pulled me up so I was sitting sideways in his lap, pulled close to his chest. "You cannot feel badly about this. It was my choice, Bella. And the bites are nothing." In fact, his voice held a little mirth as he placed a finger under my chin and tipped it up so that he could look into my eyes. "I rather believe they were some of the best things that happened to me tonight. If you hadn't seen them you never would have reacted to them the way you had, and we never would have." He stopped speaking and lowered his mouth to mine in a soft key, by way of an explanation. I sighed against his lips. His kiss made me feel so good. The smooth, cool texture of his lips was similar to Edward's, yet the kiss made me feel completely different. At the time I thought that Edward's kiss were perfect, but now I knew there was always something missing. Edward had always held back, had been reserved, so that the connection between us didn't feel solid enough, and the more I tried to strengthen it, the more Edward pulled back. Jasper didn't hold anything back. His kiss, even the slow, gentle kiss, we full of unrestrained emotion. When he had pulled back, I knew it wasn't a vampire pulling away from a human, it was a man pulling back from a woman, for all the reasons that a man should pull back every once in a while. He never made me feel like my humanity was a limiting factor. As if to prove my unspoken point, Jasper did not break off our kiss. Instead, he intensified it, his lips pressing against mine with more force now. He pulled me closer to him with his right arm. I twined the fingers of my left hand in his hair, returning his kiss with equal force. I closed my eyes, letting myself get swept up in the surge of excitement. Then I gasped against his lips, feeling the unexpected sensation of his fingers trailing along the bare skin of my leg, starting at the ankle and moving up the side of my leg along my calf, knee and thigh. My eyes flew open. He paused, looking searchingly at my face. I glanced down, seeing that in my shift to the sitting position the robe had parted, revealing my left leg all the way to the upper thigh. I flushed furiously, burying my face in his chest. Jasper removed his hand and used it to close up the robe, fully covering both of my lower extremities. "I'm sorry, Bella. I seem to be breaking all of my promises to you today. I shouldn't have done that. Forgive me." I pulled away from his chest and looked up at him. "You don't have to apologize. Why would you apologize for something that makes me feel so good?" I was still embarrassed and didn't quite believe I was telling him everything I was thinking, but I had meant what I said about not wanting to have secrets between us. I love it when you touch me, Jasper. And a part of me wants you to keep going, never stop. But I haven't done anything like this before, and I'm a little scared, and maybe not quite ready. It seems like everything is moving so fast. He ed my forehead. We'll slow it down, Bella. You set the pace, darling. Let me know immediately if I ever go too fast or too far, like you did just now. I want this, to feel right for you. I don't want you to ever do anything you're not ready for, to have any regrets. As long as I know you're mine, I won't have any regrets, I said. And then I frowned, realizing that he still wasn't mine. In all the excitement of tonight, the danger with Laurent, Jasper's injuries, I had completely forgotten about Alice. So already we had gone further than we should have, given that Jasper still wasn't free. I swallowed hard. I hadn't wanted to be that girl, but it was too late now. We had gone past the point of no return. I still needed for Jasper to go and talk to Alice, but I would no longer be neutral on the subject of his decision. I could no longer encourage him to stay with her. I had to acknowledge that now, knowing how much I loved being with him, how much I loved him, I wanted more than anything for him to leave Alice and come back to me. I sighed. There was so much for us to talk about tonight. But first I needed to find out what had happened with Laurent. You're quite good at distracting me, Jasper Whitlock, but I do want to hear what actually happened when you caught Laurent, other than the struggle that caused your injuries. He let me go and I shifted in his lap, remaining in the sitting position. Once I had him incapacitated so that he couldn't bite me, we started talking. I saw that he still hadn't hunted humans. Yes, I saw that too. His eyes were dark tonight, but still had a hint of gold. Right, he's struggling. A struggle I know all too well. He hates the taste of animal blood, but he enjoys the close bonds that form between vampires who practice the vegetarian lifestyle. He left Denali because, much like me, he felt too constrained, with everyone watching him all the time to make sure he didn't regress. But on his own, without those close bonds, he found it harder and harder to resist humans. Why did he come to Forks? I asked curiously. He had seen you with us and knew that you were able to befriend a vegetarian vampire. I think he may have been looking for someone to talk to, for some companionship. But when he saw me he wanted my blood. He told me so. He said he was thirsty. It's true. He underestimated the difficulty of being close to humans. He didn't understand that it took the Cullens decades to be able to coexist as closely with humans as they do. And let's not forget, darling, that you are no ordinary human. You have tempted vampires with far more vegetarian experience and resolve than Laurent has right now. Frankly, it says a lot about him that he was able to resist you for the few minutes that he had. It's one of the reasons I couldn't kill him. So he's still alive. You let him go. Jasper sighed. Yes. And I hope I haven't made a mistake. But I'm fairly certain he knows exactly how easy it would have been for me to kill him and how much restraint it took for me not to, so I am reasonably confident he will take my warning seriously. I told him to go back to Alaska or to stay far away from here. I also told him that you are not only under my protection, but under the protection of all the Cullens, and if any of us ever found out that a hair on your head has been harmed by him, we wouldn't hesitate to hunt him down and kill him in the slowest, most painful way possible. I put my hand on his cheek and stroked it lightly, then pressed my lips against his before turning into his chest and hugging him tightly. I could tell how much this decision had taken out of him. How much easier it would have been for him to eliminate Laurent and the threat he posed entirely. But I was glad to see this compassionate side of him, too, even if he had only been compassionate at my request. I knew that down the road the self-restraint he exercised tonight would help him feel even stronger, even more in control. Once again, he avoided taking the easy way out. I was so very proud of him. Thank you, I said simply as I pulled away. For everything you did for me. Tonight. He looked deeply into my eyes. No, Bella, thank you. Thank you for seeing more in me than even I knew was there and for helping me see it too. Thank you for your trust and confidence. Thank you for believing I could overcome the monster inside. Thank you for helping me recover some measure of my humanity. I could never have done any of this if it wasn't for you. I felt a tear slide down my cheek. Jasper lowered his head and ed it away. You're not sad. It was a statement, though he was obviously puzzled. I shook my head. No, I'm not sad. I'm happy. Happy that I could be the mirror that you needed to see yourself for who you really are. He frowned. What's wrong? What did I say? Nothing. It's just that I wish I could be that for you as well. I wish I could take away all your self-doubts and insecurities. I wish you could see yourself the way I see you. I looked down, then back up at him. You are helping me, Jasper. I am becoming more confident. But some things, there wasn't any good way to do this indirectly. I just had to say it. When are you going to see Alice? He seemed taken aback, though I couldn't see why. He had to know this subject would come up. Especially now that we've that our relationship seemed to progress at an even faster rate. He had to know that I was past the point where I felt comfortable. Past the point where I could feel good about myself unless he resolved his relationship with Alice for good. He looked away and I felt a sense of foreboding. Jasper, I shifted my body to the side so I could look into his eyes. When are you going to see Alice? I repeated. I don't want to leave right now, he said quietly. I hated having to stay away from you this week and I'm not ready to be away from you again yet. Besides, I want to make sure that Laurent took me seriously and actually left the area. Just give me a little more time, Bella. I sighed. I didn't want to be away from him either and I certainly wanted to be sure Laurent wasn't coming back, but I would never be able to feel completely secure in our relationship until I knew Jasper and Alice were over. Still, he was only asking for a little more time with me before he left. How could I deny him that? You know, I could just call her, tell her everything. I don't really need to see her. She may not even want to see me to hear this. It may be easier this way for her. I considered this. Would it be easier for her? Would it have been easier for me if Edward told me he was leaving over the phone? In some ways, it probably would. It would have been even easier to hate him if he had taken such a cowardly way out. But then would I always be asking if I could have done anything in person to change his mind that I couldn't do on the phone? Yes, I was sure I would. There would always be the doubt that maybe things would have been different, and that would have killed me. I couldn't let Jasper do that to Alice. It might make it easier for you, but it wouldn't be easier for her. You need to do the right thing. You need to see her. You owe her that after all you've been through together, after everything that she's done for you. He looked away again and I felt another twinge of unease. How long do you need? I asked. I don't know, he said, still not looking at me. A week. I nodded, my heart constricting painfully. All right, a week. And then you'll have to go back and face her. And hopefully come back to me, I added silently. I hated the thought of another week of insecurity, another week of fear of becoming too involved, another week of not knowing his ultimate choice. It's just 7 days, not forever, I reminded myself. Just 7 days. I leaned against him and felt my eyelids descend over my eyes. I was suddenly very tired. Now that the stress was finally over and the adrenaline had worn off, I was reminded of my very human need to sleep. I tried to stifle a yawn. I felt Jasper rearranging his arms beneath me, then getting up and carrying me. When I finally found the strength to open my eyes, we were back in Carlisle and Esme's bedroom. Still holding me, Jasper pulled back a thick down comforter and laid me down on the bed. He tucked the comforter around me and leaned down to my forehead. Get some rest, darlin'. I'll wake you up when it's time to get you back to your house. I reached out to grab his hand. Please don't go. Stay with me. He smiled down at me. I have no intention of leaving, Bella. There's nowhere for me to be but right here beside you. He walked over to the other side of the bed and laid down beside me on top of the comforter, pulling me close to him and wrapping his arm around me. I could feel his breath on my ear as he began to sing. When I think of you, the world takes new meaning. And so does my life. Seems like paradise. Hopelessly, you and me at peace. I love you, I love everything. I love you, I love everything. Feel the key of love. Know that it's real. These emotions we feel the key of love. Know that it's true when it happens to you. As he promised, Jasper woke me up in plenty of time for me to get dressed and for him to run me back home. Thankfully, the rain had stopped, so when we got to my house I was able to crawl into bed in the clothes I was wearing and go back to sleep. Jasper stayed with me until I woke up on Sunday and went downstairs to have breakfast with Charlie. Eventually Charlie left to watch the game at the Clearwaters, and I went to work. I was annoyed that Jasper and I had so little time together on this first day when we could actually see each other as much as we wanted, but I couldn't completely abandon my everyday human activities in order to spend time with him. As it was, Jasper used the time I was at work to hunt so he could spend Sunday night with me at my house, which, of course, I absolutely loved. One thing that concerned me on Sunday was that I still hadn't heard from Jake. I actually asked Charlie to bring back some news from La Push, but all he said was that Jake was sick and Billy didn't come to watch the game because he was taking care of him. That much I could have figured out for myself. Monday was a regular day at school. True to his word, Mike seemed perfectly normal. Friendly, but not too friendly. The school was still abuzz about the bonfire and we all spent the day reminiscing about the karaoke and food, and the general good time we all had together. Feeling slightly guilty after our fight the previous week, I made plans to get together with Angela after school Thursday for some girl talk. I knew exactly what she wanted to talk about and I figured I would need all that time to come up with something that wasn't too far from the truth, but that didn't give anything away about my actual day in Seattle. I just hoped that she would be satisfied if I omitted a few key details, like the identity of my date. I worked Monday after school, so I wasn't able to see Jasper until I got home later that evening. He snuck into my room after I was done with dinner. He brought over a Scrabble board, and we played a few rounds. I even won one round, though I'm pretty sure he let me. He spent the night with me again. I was getting used to falling asleep in his arms, and that scared me a little. While I enjoyed every moment he and I spent together, I was also constantly aware that all of them were stolen moments that could be permanently taken away. Tuesday was much the same as Monday. School, work, time with Jasper at home in the evening. This time we completely regressed as Jasper brought over a battleship game. Finally, a game where he didn't necessarily have an unnatural advantage. And, to make it even better, we won a key. For every ship we sank, the bigger the ship, the longer the key. Needless to say I was absolutely giddy with excitement each time a ship was sunk, regardless of whether it was one of mine or his. I hadn't had that much fun playing since I was 8 years old. And, judging by the smile on Jasper's face the entire evening, he felt exactly the same way. Wednesday was another repeat of the same, except that I was getting behind on my assignments again, so I couldn't play games and had to work on my homework instead. Jasper stayed in the room with me, sitting on my bed, leaning against the headboard and reading a book he had brought over with him. When I was finished I looked to see what book had him so captivated, shocked to find him completely absorbed in the joy of cooking. "Seriously, Jasper?" I asked, highly amused. "You're actually learning how to cook?" "For me?" He raised an eyebrow. "Do you think it's too much for me? I've already mastered the art of grocery shopping and vegetable chopping. Besides," he shrugged, "as long as you're human I can't keep feeding you frozen food and chips, can I? As long as I'm human." I rolled the phrase around my tongue as if it was spoken in a foreign language. I was suddenly aware how long it's been since I've considered the possibility of being anything but human. Jasper looked at me cautiously. "I recall at one point you had a fairly strong desire to become a vampire. Have you changed your mind?" I swallowed. Had I changed my mind? Once upon a time I wanted to be a vampire so that I could spend forever with Edward. After he left, there was no point in thinking about it further. Of course, now that Jasper and I were contemplating a future together, I needed consider it again. It's not that I've changed my mind. I just haven't given it that much thought lately. I was dismayed at the pained look that flashed across his face. He hid it very well and very quickly, and if I hadn't been specifically watching for his reaction I might have missed it. I bit my lip. I didn't want to hurt Jasper. Thinking about it, I understood how what I said must have sounded to him. He knew how much I had wanted to spend forever with Edward, and yet I haven't even thought about a forever with him. I didn't mean it like that, but he wouldn't know that unless I told him. I got up, walked over to the bed and sat astride him, making sure that I was far enough down his thighs not to cause any unintended consequences. I took his face between my hands and leaned into him, gently and sweetly. I felt his hands gliding across my back. I pulled away and made sure that our eyes were locked together. "I would love nothing more than to spend every day of forever with you, Jasper Whitlock." But it's only been a week since you told me how you feel about me and I've barely had time to get used to that. Plus, you don't act in a way that makes me desperate to become a vampire immediately. You don't pull away from me like Edward did, you don't try to shelter me by making decisions for me without consulting me, and you don't make me feel like I'll spend an eternity being thought of as a cradle robber unless I turn into a vampire right now. He smiled a little. Are you calling me old, darlin'? You bet. Ancient. I ed him again, this time letting my lips linger on his a bit longer before pulling back and swatting him playfully. Don't be a goof. I'm just saying you're still older than me in human years, so I can put off becoming a vampire for a bit without worrying about looking too old for you. So you still want to do it? Become immortal. I want to spend the rest of our days together, just like this. And there's only one way that can happen. So yes, I want to be a vampire like you. And then, as a memory of Edward's attitude crossed my mind, I felt I had to ask, you do want me to be a vampire, right? His face softened and it was his turn to lean forward and me. He held me to him for a moment before he leaned back again. I do, he said simply. Very much so. You're not concerned that I'll become a soulless monster. I saw him grimace as I asked my question. Edward was a real bastard, wasn't he? He asked rhetorically. Did he actually tell you that? What a piece of. How could he say that to you when you were willing to do that because you loved him? You were willing to give up your life, your humanity, just to be with him. And he had the gall to imply that your sacrifice, your gift to him, would make you a monster. If he were here right now I'd rip him to shreds, piece by piece. Jasper's face contorted in anger and he turned away from me. I looked at him in shock. I didn't realize talking about what Edward had said would have upset him this much, or I wouldn't have mentioned it. I put my hands on his shoulders to try to calm him a little. It's all right. I was upset to know what he thought, at first, but I understood it a little too, especially after Carlyle explained it to me the night of the party as he was stitching up my cut. Another deep flash of pain crossed Jasper's face and I immediately realized my monumental mistake. God, I should have my mouth stitched up and never say another word again. What happened to think before you speak, Bella? How the hell are you gonna make this right? I pressed myself closely to him, wrapping my arms around him where I found space between his body and the headboard. I pressed my lips against his neck. I'm so sorry, Jasper. I didn't mean to bring up that night. I'm sorry I brought any of this up. None of it matters now. None of what anyone else said or thought matters. It's just you and me and us together. That's what's important. I love you and I want to be with you forever. I felt the anger draining from him. He grasped my upper arms and pushed me back so he could look at me. What did you say? I said I was sorry that I brought up. He shook his head. Not that. What was the last part you said? I thought back through my statements, then blushed as I realized exactly what I had said. I had thought the words in my head countless times, but this had been the first time I'd said them to him directly. I said I love you and I want to be with you forever, I repeated quietly, suddenly shy and scared. I had wanted to wait to make this declaration. I didn't want to do this before Jasper came back from his talk with Alice. But I saw the change in his face, felt the absolute happiness radiating from him, and my regret was gone. He ed me passionately, his lips hard against mine, the fingers of both of his hands buried in my hair. Without releasing me or pulling his lips back he whispered, "Say it again, darlin'." Just those 3 words. I want to feel you say it. I couldn't refuse, so I whispered, "I love you," my lips just barely touching his with each word. Then he was dotting me deeply again and I closed my eyes and lost myself in the sensations. Eventually he pulled back. I had no idea how much time had passed and I was reluctant to open my eyes, but did when he spoke my name. Look at me, Bella, please. I want to see those gorgeous eyes when I say it. I knew exactly what he was about to say and I was shocked at my need to stop him. I lifted my hand to his lips, covering his entire mouth. As I expected, he looked hurt and confused. Don't say it, Jasper. Even if you feel it, don't say it. It's not right. I want the first time I hear you say those words to me, to be when I know that I will be the last person in the world you'll ever say them to. Please. I just want you to wait until after you come back from Alaska. Jasper looked away. I had hurt him again. In my heart I know you love me and I know you want to tell me. For what it's worth, I wanted to wait to tell you. But tonight you were so upset, and in trying to make you feel better I forgot my plan. I don't regret saying it, Jasper, but please don't be mad at me for wanting you to wait a little longer. Please. He turned back to look at me. The pain was almost gone from his face. He moved his hand to rest against my jaw, his thumb tracing my lips. As you wish, he said with a small smile. I had to smile as well. I had seen The Princess Bride too, and I knew exactly what he'd meant. I leaned forward, resting against his chest again. He stroked my back and hair. Before you make your decision, I'll have to tell you a lot more about being a vampire, he said. The rest of us didn't have a choice before we were changed, but you do, so you need to consider every factor very carefully. There are two sides to every coin. I do not believe vampires are inherently evil or soulless, though there are certainly evil vampires out there. But just as anything else, being a vampire has its downsides. You'll need to know what they are to make sure you are willing to live with them before you make your final choice. Jasper, I whispered, knowing I was about to ask another question I wasn't sure I wanted to know the answer to. Yes, darling. What if after considering everything I decided to stay human? Would you still want to be with me then? He sighed. To be completely honest, that's not something I've thought a lot about. I made a mistake of assuming you would want to be a vampire because of the way you felt when you were with Edward. But yes, of course, my feelings for you have nothing to do with whether you're human or vampire. It would just be more difficult for us if you remained human. Our physical interaction would be more limited and I would be constantly worried about you, and I'd probably really have to learn how to cook. But everything else would be the same. Only, he sighed again. Only what? Only if you stayed human I would have to live every day with the knowledge that I could lose you. You would be so fragile, so vulnerable to everything around you. And then, eventually, that day would come. And I don't know what would happen to me once you were gone. I would have an eternity to spend with just my memories of you. That's when I knew that my choice, if there ever really even was a choice, was already made. I looked up and found him watching me. There's nothing for me to consider, then, Jasper. I would never ask you to go through life with that fear. I could never ask you to start off every day of our life together wondering if this was the day you were going to lose me. I don't care about the downsides. There are plenty of downsides to being human, too. We'll have to figure out the right time. Maybe after graduation, when it's time for me to go away to school. That way no one would notice I was gone. But eventually, and not too far into the future, I will ask you to change me so we can be together forever. And I will change you, Bella, and do everything in my power to make you forever happy that you had made that request, Jasper said. Then he kissed my forehead and continued stroking my back. We stayed that way for a long time, until he finally said, "It's getting late. You'd better get ready for bed." Knowing he was right, I left for the bathroom. I went through my evening routine, called my good night down to Charlie and went back to the bedroom. I turned off the light and crawled into bed beside Jasper, in our usual spooning position, with him on the outside of the quilt and me tucked in underneath it. He sang me yet another new song as I was drifting off into sleep. You don't have to touch it to be wrapped up in emotion like me. Everyone must feel how I do. Love is just to be close to you. Love is nothing without you. Love is everything you do. Open up your eyes and you will see. Love is everything to me. Thursday after school I was getting together with Angela. I knew Jasper was a little disappointed that I wasn't going over to his house to see him, but I had promised Angela that I would tell her what happened that Saturday I went to Seattle, and I couldn't very well do that at school. Besides, after our conversation Wednesday night, knowing that my time with my human friends was limited whereas my time with Jasper was not, so I felt less guilty about spending a few hours away from him and bonding with Angela. Instead of going anywhere, we opted to hang out at Angela's house. Her parents wouldn't be home so we'd have plenty of privacy, and neither one of us really felt like doing anything anyway. We just needed time to talk. When we got to the house the first thing I did, with Angela's permission, was call Jake. I had called him every day since he got sick with the same results. Billy always answered the phone and would only tell me that Jake had some sort of contagious bug and so, while he was recovering, he couldn't have any visitors. It was like listening to a recording, and this call was exactly the same. I was getting very frustrated. I offered to get a mask so that whatever Jake had wouldn't affect me, but Billy firmly refused in a tone that made it clear that he wouldn't let me into the house even if I made it to his doorstep. I hung up frustrated and angry. Nothing new? Angela asked, looking at me sympathetically. I had told her about my frustration with Billy earlier in the week. Nope. I don't understand it and I'm really getting worried. I'll give him a few more days and then I'm going over there and seeing Jake if I have to break down the door. Angela laughed. Easy, Rambo Bella. I'm sure his dad is just being overprotective, doesn't want his sick kid disturbed. Jake's mom is gone, right? So he's doing the job of both parents and he's probably really worried and not thinking about you. I couldn't argue with her on that. I was always surprised at how clearly Angela saw some things and how well she could articulate a situation. I was so glad and lucky to have her as a friend. I gave her a spontaneous hug and then we grabbed some snacks from the kitchen and went up to her room. So, she said as we sat down on her bed. You were going to tell me what you were doing the day Ben and I went to Olympia. I took a deep breath. All week long I had been working on a cover story, something that would satisfy Angela but would not reveal my relationship with Jasper. Now that I was here, though, I found I didn't want to lie or withhold information. I needed someone else to talk to about Jasper, and I knew I could trust Angela to keep my secrets. I spent that Saturday in Seattle with a guy. I said, tentatively. She rolled her eyes. I kind of figured that much, Bella. Who was it? Jake. No. I looked at her, surprised. She giggled and shrugged as if to say that it wasn't such a crazy idea. No, I said more calmly, but it is someone you know. Someone who used to go to school with us. And not Edward, I added quickly, remembering her speculation that I might have been heading out to LA. Angela's eyes got wide. A senior from last year? She asked. I nodded. Now, this is probably going to shock you, but please try not to judge until you hear me out, okay? This hasn't exactly been easy. Oh my God, Bella, tell me already. I'm dying. And why would I want to judge? I could see in her face that she was frantically going through all the boys who graduated in last year's senior class, trying to figure out which one had captured my attention enough for me to want to spend a whole day with him in Seattle. It's a little complicated. He's kind of with someone. Well, he's going to break up with her, but hasn't yet. Angela's jaw dropped. She snapped it closed quickly but then her mouth set in a disapproving line. I had to turn away from her harsh gaze. I thought you weren't going to judge, I said in a small voice. This was going every bit as badly as I had feared. You're right, she said. I'm sorry. It's just that going out with a guy who's still in a relationship. That's really bad, you know. I mean, all I can think of is some girl trying to go out with Ben while he's still with me. I buried my face in my hands. I know what I'm doing is horrible. It didn't start out that way, I swear. At first I thought we'd just be friends, you know. After Edward the first needed a friend and he needed one too, and I thought it would just be this temporary friendship. In fact, when we went to Seattle it was just as friends. And nothing really happened, except what? I looked up at her. Except at the end of the night we both admitted that we felt more than friendship. I said, oh. Angela's disapproval faded a bit. So you didn't actually do anything. You just talked. Yes, I wasn't quite ready to tell her about Saturday night's key, yet. And he agreed to go back and talk to her, and explain that he didn't want to be together with her anymore. Well, Angela said, I guess that's something. I mean, not every relationship is meant to last forever. As long as he lets the other girl know and doesn't try to string both of you along. I cringed at her choice of words. I knew everyone thought Jasper and Alice's relationship was going to last forever. And now he was delaying telling her and stringing both of us along. And I was a willing participant. So who is it? Angela asked. Who has you so interested that you developed feelings for him knowing that he was already dating someone? Oh boy, that was the million-dollar question, wasn't it? Knowing that she already disapproved, did I dare to tell her the truth? What if this confession caused me to lose Angela? What if she didn't want to be friends anymore with someone like me? Would I be able to handle that? Then I remembered what Jake said, friends stick by each other no matter what. So I forged ahead, despite my misgivings. It's Jasper, I said quietly. Angela gasped. Jasper Hale? She asked in disbelief. Edward's brother. I hung my head. Yes, I confirmed quietly. I was surprised to feel Angela's arms around me pulling me into a hug. Oh, Bella, what a mess. But the Cullens are in LA. How did this happen? Jasper's not in LA. I said. He came back to Forks. He had a hard time with the move and needed some time alone. There were some family problems. This was close enough to the truth. I couldn't very well tell Angela that Jasper was a vampire and that he tried to kill me on the night of my 18th birthday. I don't understand. If he's back in town, how come no one's seen him? He didn't want people to talk, so he's been doing shopping and stuff in Port Angeles. You know, the Cullens are pretty private. I only found out he was back because I missed Edward, and one evening I went out to their house and saw Jasper. Angela leaned back away from me. And speaking of Edward, how is he taking this news? He doesn't. No, I said. But I can't see why it would matter to him. I know I said that our parting was mutual, Angela, but really it wasn't. He left me. He broke up with me. He told me to see other people. I didn't have any choice. Jerk, she muttered under her breath. I wouldn't have expected that from him. Still, I'm sure when he said other people, he didn't mean his brother, Angela said reprovingly. Probably not, I admitted, and Jasper and I never intended for this to happen. But we found out we have so many things in common and enjoy each other's company so much, and we can't help how we feel. It's actually been really hard for both of us. I mean, I still don't know for sure what will happen when he finally goes to tell Alice. There is a chance that she'll convince him to stay with her. Angela groaned. Do you think he has any doubts? No, not really. But, you know, she's Alice and I'm just me, so I'm nervous. He hasn't seen her for a while, and maybe when he sees her again he'll change his mind. Well, if he does, then he's an idiot. I don't really know Alice that well, but you're a great person. I don't see why anyone would choose her over you. Thanks, Angela, I gave her a small smile. So what happened? I mean, how did you? She left the question open-ended, but I knew she wanted details and I needed to share the details with someone, so I told her everything, about the meetings, and phone calls and our day in Seattle. Wow, she said as I described all the different things we did in town. He certainly tried to sweep you off your feet, didn't he? Spared no expense. I blushed. It wasn't like that, I protested. He was just showing me different things that he enjoyed and no one else in his family wanted to do. It was really supposed to be a friendly day. Right, she was skeptical. A yacht, whale watching, private lunch on top of the Space Needle, surf and turf dinner. I'm sure he had no ulterior motives whatsoever. Sorry, Bella, but it sounds like he set out to seduce you and you fell for it. I shook my head. If he had been trying to seduce me, he would have tried to go a lot further than he did. He didn't even key me, Angela. And truly, if I did fall for anything that day, it was a pretty short fall. I was already there anyway. Angela looked thoughtful for a while, and then frowned. What? I asked her, a little worried. Huh, she looked up at me, surprised. Oh, I guess I was just confused. I mean, what was all that stuff with Mike last week and why did you go to the bonfire with him? I guess I can understand why you didn't bring Jasper, since you don't want anyone to know he's here, but why did you come with Mike? Didn't Jasper have a problem with that? And Mike? I mean, I see this week you guys are not so friendly anymore, but I guess I just don't get it. I told you, Mike and I were always just friends. I went to the bonfire with him as a friend. I agreed to go with him before Jasper and I had our talk, and I didn't have a good reason to cancel. But no, there's nothing romantic between Mike and me. Angela rubbed her temples. I had no idea your life was this complicated, Bella. And I honestly can't see how any of this is going to end well. I mean, even assuming that Jasper does break up with Alice and you two start dating, what will the Cullen holiday dinners be like? Are you two just going to avoid his family forever? 'Cause I can't see you hanging out with Alice and Edward like nothing happened. I don't know, Angela. I guess I haven't really thought that far ahead. One step at a time, you know. One thing Jasper and I would not have to worry about was holiday dinners, but Angela certainly would not have known that. And thanks, really, I added sincerely. For what? I guess for not judging me too harshly. For listening and being a friend. It's been hard not having anyone to talk to about this. Well, sure. I mean, you're my best friend. I won't lie, I'm a little surprised. Shocked even. But if you really think this will make you happy, then I'll support you. I launched myself at her and gave her a huge hug. Thank you. He really does make me happy. And you are the best. Thank you so much. She laughed and pulled away. Sure. I mean, you'd do the same for me, right? You know I would. Definitely. I nodded my head emphatically. Then we were quiet for a while. So, when is he gonna tell her? I looked down. I'm not sure, I said, my voice uncertain again. I think he'll go back this weekend. Maybe Sunday night or Monday morning. And you'll let me know as soon as you hear from him. I nodded. And if he goes back to her? I took a deep breath. Then I'll probably really need a shoulder to cry on. She took my hand and squeezed it. Well, I had one ready for you when I heard about Edward and you didn't use it then, so it's still available. But I really hope you don't need it. Me too, Angela. Me too. But enough about me already. Tell me about you and Ben. What did you do in Olympia? Angela told me all about her and Ben's day in Olympia. While their plans had not been as elaborate as Jasper's, it sounded like they had a lot of fun. I envied them the ability to spend the day together publicly, with everyone knowing. I couldn't wait to be able to do that with Jasper. And maybe someday, while I was still human, we could go on a double date with Ben and Angela. I really wanted to do that. I wanted Angela to meet the Jasper I knew, not the aloof Jasper that she had known in school. I wanted her to approve of him and like him and be happy for me to be with him. I wanted to have that human experience before Jasper and I embarked on our more solitary life as vampires. I called Jasper on the way back home and he joined me in my room after dinner. This time he brought over the portable DVD player. We sat together on my bed, me between his legs leaning against him, the DVD player balanced on top of my knees, and watched another episode of Firefly. It was such a simple evening, but it made me so happy. At night, after we had settled in and turned off the light, I explained that I told Angela everything, and he seemed pleased for me. When I told him about my double date idea, though, he actually seemed a bit worried. I'd never interacted with humans on that level before, he said. What if I can't do it? What if they think I'm weird and hate me? What if after meeting me she decides that I'm not good enough for you? I laughed at the idea. She won't. How could she? You're wonderful. But if she or anyone else ever tried to talk me out of being with you, I would just ignore them. Because I know you're more than just good enough for me, you're perfect. I'm hardly perfect, darling, he chuckled. In fact, I'm deeply flawed. Then it's just like in that Sarah Teasdale poem, your faults had made me love you more. He pulled me closer to him and at my cheek before growling in my ear. You're not playing fair, you know. Oh, I asked, not really knowing what he was talking about. You can't just throw that phrase around if you won't let me say it. I considered this. I really wasn't being fair. You could sing it, I said softly. Really? He confirmed. Yeah, I'm actually curious which song you would pick. He thought about this for a while. Well, here's one you probably haven't heard of. It's a little before your time. Alright, already, I'm just a no-good Nick. Alright, already, it's true. So new. So sue me, sue me. What can you do me? I love you. I didn't know you were a fan of musicals, I murmured. Guys and Dolls is one of my favorites. We both started laughing. Well, if that doesn't prove we're perfect for each other, nothing will, he acknowledged. Like I said, I replied smugly, before falling asleep. Pulling into the clearing in front of the Cullen house Friday afternoon I was as happy as I've ever been. During our talk Thursday Angela had agreed to cover for me both today and Saturday, so I could have time to spend with Jasper. Tonight Charlie thought I was in Port Angeles seeing a movie with Angela and Ben. Tomorrow he thought the three of us were going to the Tacoma Holiday Food and Gift Festival. Angela even promised to pick me up some token gifts so that this particular alibi would look authentic. All I had to do was meet her at the Newton store parking lot at the appointed time to pick up my purchases. She really was my best friend, and now that she knew about Jasper she was all too willing to help, as long as I promised it would be for a limited period of time until he broke up with Alice and officially returned to Forks. It was hard lying to Charlie, but it would have been harder to stay away from Jasper, so I did what I had to do. I knew that the lies were minor. Jasper and I weren't really doing anything that Charlie would disapprove of if he knew about them, which made me feel slightly less guilty. Of course, I didn't know how well he would accept my dating Edward's brother, but we would have to cross that bridge when we came to it. If worst came to worst, Jasper could manipulate Charlie's emotions into liking him, at least as long as he was around Charlie, though this would be the absolutely last resort and I fervently hoped it wouldn't be necessary. Jasper was waiting for me outside when I arrived and I eagerly jumped out of the truck and into his arms. We shared a long key that left me breathless before he released me and moved to stand behind me. "I have a surprise for you," he whispered in my ear, "but I have to make sure you won't peek. Close your eyes." I did as he asked, then felt a soft and smooth piece of fabric being wrapped over my eyes. Suddenly I was completely blind. I shivered involuntarily with anticipation and a bit of fear. I was incoordinated enough with both eyes wide open. How would I navigate the distance between the truck and the house blind? Of course, I needn't have worried, because almost immediately I felt Jasper's arms slide around my back and beneath my knees as he picked me up and carried me inside. Once somewhere in the living room he set me back down again, making sure I was steady on my feet before releasing me. I felt his breath by my ear once more. This time, he leaned over, at my neck and gently nibbled my earlobe before he spoke, causing me to lean back into his chest for support. "I've been waiting all week for you to come over here. Not that hanging out with you at your house isn't fun, but it's been torture waiting to show you this." He reached behind my head and untied the fabric, slipping it off my eyes so I could see again. I opened my eyes and blinked a couple of times to adjust to the light. Then I gasped. Standing in front of me was a gleaming Addams Family pinball machine. My eyes widened with shock and pleasure. The conversation we had about pinball seemed so long ago. I suppose I shouldn't have been surprised that he remembered, but I was. I was also filled with an incredible amount of joy. I turned and wrapped my arms around him, looking up into his eyes. "I can't believe you remembered and found it so fast," I said, my voice filled with awe. "Thank you. I take it you liked your surprise?" he asked, smiling widely. "Liked it? No. I love it. We're gonna have so much fun." Jasper laughed. He dipped his head and brushed his lips against mine in a quick key. "I love seeing you this happy over a simple pinball machine. It makes me wonder what other toys I can get for you in the future to get you even more excited." He was using his low, nice voice and the innuendo was obvious. I blushed and buried my face in his chest. "Jasper," I admonished. He chuckled. "Sorry, darlin'. It was too hard to resist." I groaned. He kept chuckling. "Yeah, that too. So are you ready to try it out?" "Sure," I said. "Though just to refresh my recollection, I wonder if you could take the first round, the way you played that last round in Seattle." He said, "That was probably the best round of pinball I've ever played. Let's see if I can do it again." I turned and we walked closer to the machine together. I placed my fingers over the flipper buttons and he placed his hands over mine after releasing the ball. I leaned back into him and watched as he masterfully sent the ball flying around the field, hitting everything he needed to complete the tricks. Much as I loved watching the game, this time I could also be more relaxed about watching him, so I moved my head to the side and looked up at his strong chin, the line of his cheekbone, and his beautiful nose, all giving him such a gorgeous, chiseled profile. I couldn't help myself. I had to shift my head slightly so that I could place a soft key on his neck. For the first time I felt him waver in his play, moving slightly to the left and pushing his hips forward a bit, the way I often did when playing pinball, as though the movement of my body could influence the movement of the ball across the field. Feeling powerful in my ability to distract him even a little, I flicked my tongue against his neck in tiny, almost imperceptible licks. I was rewarded with another shift and another hip bump. "I thought you wanted me to finish this round flawlessly, darlin'," he growled. "Oh, sorry," I said innocently, "was I distracting you?" "Just a bit," he said, his voice slightly strained. Guess I have to try harder." I tried to free my hands from the flipper buttons, but he anticipated my move and kept them firmly in place underneath his. "I don't think so, you little minx," he said as he continued to play. "It's not going to be that easy." "Is that a challenge, Major Whitlock?" "'Cause I'm not sure challenging me like that is in your best interest," I warned. "I think I can handle you, darlin', even as determined as you seem to be." "Oh, really?" I was getting a little miffed now at being so easily dismissed. I had already shown I could distract him with the minimum of effort, hadn't I? I turned my head more and fastened my lips on his Adam's apple, king it gently into my mouth. He swallowed hard, but did not interrupt his play. I lifted up on my toes and continued to nip and nibble up his neck to his chin with a similar lack of results. I felt his chest shake gently with silent mirth as he continued to work the flippers, keeping the ball in play. Clearly, I needed more firepower, but without the use of my hands my options were limited. There was only one thing I could think of. I narrowed my eyes in a gleeful smile as I turned to look forward again. Giving up already? He teased. I would have expected a little more perseverance. Don't worry, Jasper. I can be quite tenacious. I'm not giving up, just changing strategy. It's time to play hardball. I pressed myself back against him as hard as I could, lowering myself to my heels then raising to my tiptoes again. I heard his sharp intake of breath and then a muffled curse as I saw the ball travel perfectly down the middle of the field, disappearing between the flippers. Gotcha, I purred. We're playing dirty, he accused. Nope, I giggled. Just using the only weapon I had at my disposal. He turned me around and lowered his head, pressing his lips against my neck in an imitation of my previous actions. I shivered and sighed. It was the most exquisite kind of torture. Next time I'll have to keep better track of your military asset, he growled suggestively against my throat, so that I'm not caught off guard again. I giggled and pushed back against his chest, ducking under his arm to escape to a safe distance. Military asset indeed, I said. Two could play at this double entendre game. You're a regular comedian, Major Whitlock. A real stand-up. At least I have experience, he retorted with a smile, clearly understanding the game. When it comes to this kind of comedy, you're all wet. Ooh, he was good. And he was also probably right. I was certain to run out of quips before he would. Still, I wasn't ready to give up quite yet. Maybe, I replied, but you saw earlier what happens when you get too cocky. And that was pretty much it. I didn't think I could come up with another clever response. He looked at me, gauging my mood, then nodded his head slightly in my direction with a half-smile. Touché, darlin'. You win this round, but we will play this game again someday in another, more appropriate venue. Promises, I said lightly, though I was all hot and bothered inside. The things he could do to me with just his choice of words and the tone of his voice were pretty amazing. Don't worry, I remember them all, he said with a wink. I blushed. Darn vampire perfect recall. Or, as I reconsidered, maybe that should be rephrased as fabulous vampire perfect recall. I kind of wanted him to remember all these promises. But for now, we really needed to refocus. So what now? I asked. Well, now you're going to practice your pinball skills while I cook you dinner. I raised an eyebrow. You're going to cook me dinner? Feeling so confident in your cooking skills already. He grimaced a little, but recovered quickly with a smile. I chose an easy recipe that's supposed to be a real winner. And I figure you cook enough to be able to tell if I really mess it up, in which case I will be happy to drive us to Port Angeles and take you out to dinner. I could help, I offered, but I knew he would refuse. Suddenly cooking for me seemed like something he really wanted to do, almost like a test. I really think I can handle it, he answered as I expected. Just have fun. It should only take me a half hour or so. I'll let you know when it's ready. All right, I said and made my way back to the pinball machine. As we passed each other, he on his way to the kitchen, he caught my left hand in his right and brought it up to his lips for a brief key, before letting it go. I smiled, feeling all warm inside. For the next 30 minutes I lost myself in pinball. This really was one of my favorite machines, and the more I played the more I remembered and the more comfortable I became. I made a conscious effort not to look back towards the kitchen, although the smells that were wafting over were absolutely delicious. I smelled garlic and fresh tomatoes, pasta and chocolate. I couldn't wait to see what Jasper was concocting, so I was really excited when he finally came out of the kitchen to stand beside me. Have you managed to build up an appetite? He asked. Dinner's on the table. I could tell he was nervous, so I gave him my warmest smile. I'm sure it'll be delicious. I'm just hoping not to give you food poisoning. Don't be silly. I'm sure it will all be fine. He took my hand as we walked to the dining room, where he had already set the table. He pulled out my chair for me and pushed me in after I sat. It all felt so formal. I probably would have preferred to eat at the kitchen counter, but this felt like it was important to him and I didn't want to spoil his moment. I'll be right back, he said and disappeared into the kitchen, presumably to plate the food. He came back balancing a salad, a bread plate and an entree. Setting all three in front of me, he looked so proud of himself, I couldn't help but grin from ear to ear. "Aren't you going to eat?" he asked. "I was hoping you'd sit with me," I said. "I know you won't be eating, but sitting here alone, well, it feels a little awkward." "Of course," he said as he sat down. "I'm sorry." "No, it's okay," I reassured him. "I'd just like to talk to you while I eat, and I can't do that if you're hovering." I looked at the food he prepared. A Caesar salad, a side of Italian bread, and linguine with shrimp in garlic butter sauce. It all looked great. I tucked into my Caesar salad and tasted the pasta, both of which were fabulous. As I predicted, absolutely delicious," I exclaimed after taking my first bite. He relaxed a little. "Really, you like it? You're not just humoring me. You'd know, wouldn't you, Jasper? Do you feel anything from me right now other than absolute enjoyment? This is wonderful. Please don't ever cook for Charlie, he wouldn't want to eat my stuff anymore." He smiled and grabbed my hand. I leaned over and gave him a quick key. "I'd better do this before I get permeated with garlic," I said. "Thank you. I don't have the words. It's just really special." We talked while I ate. For dessert, Jasper served warm brownie à la mode, which tasted absolutely heavenly. After dinner, I helped him clean up the kitchen, and then we went into the living room to watch more Firefly. I was sad to find we were almost at the end of the available episodes, and railed at the Fox network executives who had prematurely cancelled such a great show. I left Jasper's house before curfew. For the first time since Saturday night, I would be spending the night alone. Thanks to Angela and Ben, we would be able to spend all Saturday together, but that meant that Jasper needed to hunt, so he would not be able to be with me at night. Just as I'd suspected, even though we spent the night together on the phone, like before, it felt very strange and awful to be in bed without him. I had gotten much too used to having him around. I wondered how I would be able to handle the separation when he left for Alaska. I would not be able to see him for days. The thought made me extremely anxious. Saturday morning, Charlie and I ate breakfast before his fishing trip, though he would be going alone. Billy was apparently still taking care of Jake. "I'm really starting to worry about him, Dad," I complained. "Billy won't even let me talk to him. I mean, it's not like he can spread whatever it is he has through the phone line." "It is a little strange," Charlie admitted. "Tell you what, I'll stop over there after I'm done and see if I can find anything out." "All right. I'll try to talk Billy into letting you visit." "Thanks, Dad," I gave him a quick hug. "I can't go today, obviously, and I'm working tomorrow and Monday, but I could head over there Tuesday evening. That will give Jake that much more time to get better." "All right, Bells, I'll see what I can do. I'm sure Billy will be reasonable." Based on Billy's attitude the past week, I didn't share Charlie's certainty, but he had a better chance of convincing Billy of letting me visit Jake than I did, so I had to let him try. And if that didn't work, then Billy had better get used to having someone camped out on his doorstep, because I was going to La Push next week and I wouldn't leave until I saw or spoke with Jake. After Charlie left, I drove over to Jasper's. As usual, he was waiting for me outside. "I missed you last night," I told him as he enveloped me in his arms. "It's just not the same without you there." "I know, darlin'. It was strange hunting at night again," he smiled. "Easier, though. I think our last week together lulled the animals into a false sense of security." He kissed me sweetly and I melted. "So what would you like to do today?" he asked. "We can stay here, go hiking, go for a drive." My eyes lit up at the last suggestion. "You'll take me for a ride in the Shooting Star." He laughed, a full laugh that had him throwing his head back. He looked absolutely glorious. "How the hell do you keep surprising me like that, Bella? From Guys and Dolls to Speed Racer. I already thought you were perfect, darlin', and yet you keep improving on that perfection every day." I smiled. "I bet I have a lot more surprises up my sleeve, Racer. Now, how about that ride? I can't wait to watch you drive again." "Well, I certainly would not want to keep you waiting. Let's go." The car was as nice as I remembered and reminded me just as much of Jasper as it did the first time. I sat back and relaxed in the bucket seat, turning to watch him expertly maneuver the vehicle out of the garage and towards the road. "Are we going anywhere in particular?" he asked. I shook my head. "Let's just drive for a while. When we see something interesting we can stop. Otherwise, I just want to enjoy the ride." A woman after my own heart. Hang in there, darlin', and I'll show you what this shooting star can do. He headed south, and once we were out of town he accelerated to some ungodly speed. Oddly enough, I felt none of the apprehension I always used to feel with Edward behind the wheel. This car, as an extension of Jasper, seemed to function best when it was really revved up and nearly flying. Somehow, the faster we drove, the more secure I felt. For a while Jasper and I didn't talk, just took turns watching each other. I was happy and content, and I could tell he was enjoying himself as well. The hum of the engine was soothing, and it helped me drift off into my thoughts, as I imagined what life would be like for us after I turned into a vampire. It seemed so strange to think about now. Before, I had always assumed that after I became a vampire Edward and I would live with the rest of the Cullens. But now, with the situation between Edward and me and Alice and Jasper, that probably was not going to be possible. So Jasper and I would likely live by ourselves, our own little coven, just like his friends Peter and Charlotte. Would we try to stay in one place, or would we move around like the nomads? Without the Cullens, what would we do to support ourselves? Question after question crowded into my head. It was getting overwhelming. You're deep in thought, Jasper's voice broke into my musings. Care to share? I was just thinking what things will be like after I become a vampire. How does that work, exactly? Jasper grimaced. I can't lie to you, Bella, it's extremely painful. It's the most excruciating 3 days of any vampire's existence, and the memory of the pain stays with you forever. I will try to make sure I get enough venom into you to speed up the process as much as possible, and I will try to ease your pain as well, but I don't believe there is a way to eliminate the pain completely. I shuddered. I remembered the pain I felt when James bit me last spring. It only lasted for a few minutes until Edward's cut out the venom, but I knew I would never forget the horror of it. To have to endure that pain for 3 days seemed absolutely impossible. But then, after the 3 days, it'll all be over, right? I asked weakly. The pain will be over, yes. I could tell by the tone of his voice that he wasn't telling me everything. But, I prodded. He sighed. I noticed that the car was slowing down, and I was momentarily distracted as I looked around. Where are we? I asked curiously. Ocean City State Park, he answered. I thought maybe we could go for a walk on the beach. Okay, I said, as I realized that other than the Seattle waterfront, Jasper and I hadn't been to a beach together. That sounds nice. He helped me out of the car and we walked, hand in hand, until we found the beach trail. From there it was a short walk through the woods to the beach itself. This time of year the weather was fairly cold, so even though it was a Saturday, the beach was practically deserted, with only a few birds noticing our arrival. I shivered from the cold, and Jasper quickly offered me his jacket, which, knowing that he would not suffer from the cold, I gladly accepted. Once I had his jacket on, he placed his right arm around me and we walked leisurely along the sand, staying away from the cold water. The pain will be over after 3 days, but I reminded him of the previous conversation. He looked down at me and, realizing that I was determined to get an answer, continued his previous line of thought. But for the next year you won't exactly be yourself. Not myself. What do you mean? Newborn vampires are much like newborn human children. They live to satisfy only the most basic needs. Human infants seem to need to sleep, eat, get rid of waste and be touched. Vampire newborns only have one need, blood. The bloodlust completely overwhelms them and prevents them from thinking about anything else. Their sole desire is to feed as much as possible, and they crave human blood. But Carlisle never. Carlisle is an extremely unique individual. He is the only vampire I know who had been able to resist killing humans without the guidance of his maker. His human spiritual foundation was extremely strong. And even though Carlisle does not believe himself to have any special powers, I believe his ability to resist human blood and to coexist with bleeding humans on a daily basis as he must in his job, is a special ability. Under the right circumstances it's an ability that could prove to be very strategic. Jasper. I could see talking about newborn vampires was stirring up a lot of memories for him, and his mindset was shifting to that of a military leader. While I loved that side of him, especially when he was protecting me from Laurent, right now I needed him to tell me what to expect after my transformation. He looked down at me, startled. Then, realizing what he had said, he gave me an apologetic smile. Sorry, darlin'. Old habits die hard, I guess. It's okay. I understand. But back to what I will be like as a newborn. Are you telling me that for months after I turn into a vampire my single drive will be to kill people and drink their blood? He looked away. I'm afraid so, which means that we will have to find a place to live very far away from any humans. I will be absorbing some of your bloodlust just by being around you, so even though I fully expect I will be able to control you and myself, it will be best if we remove ourselves completely from any temptation. I was thinking we could live far in northern Canada. The cold won't bother us, there will be animals for us to hunt and few humans ever venture there. Few humans. Bella, there's no place on Earth we can go where we are guaranteed not to encounter any humans. There always seems to be someone with a death wish who goes on an expedition to places men are not meant to go. But with an area as large as northern Canada, and with as few people who make it there, the odds of us running into one of those foolish humans are extremely small. I pondered what he had told me. A year of living in the freezing cold with no desire other than to drink human blood. It sounded horrible, not just for me, but for him as well. Jasper, I asked with some trepidation, won't you resent me for taking you away from civilization and forcing you to spend that year with me when I will be so awful? I mean, I won't be me anymore. Will you still want to stay with me after I change? He stopped, turned towards me and pulled me into his arms, lifting me so I was at his eye level. You'll be acting a little differently, but underneath it all you will always be you, Bella, and I will always want to be with you, forever. Do you really think some newborn vampire growing pains could chase me away? Especially with all the experience I've had with rearing newborns. No, darlin', once I change you I intend never to leave your side. In fact, I rather look forward to that first year of yours. I'm experienced in teaching newborns how to channel their bloodlust into violence, but with you I intend to try something different. I gulped. Different. I stuttered, unable to break away from his increasingly darkening eyes. My breathing quickened. Quite. His voice just a bit more raspy than normal. I'm hoping to be able to teach you how to channel your bloodlust into just plain old-fashioned lust. And if I'm successful, that will give us a year neither of us will ever want to forget. Does that sound acceptable? My affirmative response was lost as his mouth lowered and captured mine in an electrically charged key that stunned me to the core with its intensity. I felt his tongue probing at the junction between my lips, which parted easily to give him entrance and allowed him to freely explore the inside of my mouth, coating every surface with his delicious spicy flavor until I was drowning in his essence. I slid my hands into his hair and interlocked my legs around him tightly to press myself even closer to him, trying to somehow merge myself into his body. I dimly felt a change in elevation as he slid to his knees, still holding me tightly and never breaking off that incredible, mind-blowing key. I felt completely consumed, absorbed, devoured, yet the feeling brought with it the most incredible amount of pleasure. Words failed to describe the sensations spreading through my body. It was as if all of nature's most powerful and forceful phenomena, earthquakes, tornadoes, tsunamis, flash floods, hurricanes, avalanches and forest fires, existed within me all at once, unbearable and exquisite. For a moment I was on an edge of a precipice, waiting for something I could not identify but wanted more than I've ever wanted anything in my life, all of my muscles tense and coiled with the anticipation. And then, as if a spring had sprung, all of the tension was released in a pulsing riptide of relaxation and I was floating, no longer connected to my physical body, but existing entirely in the state of unadulterated bliss. Gradually I floated back into my body and became aware of changes. Jasper's lips were no longer covering mine and his forehead was now pressed into the space between my neck and collar bone, his heavy, ragged breaths meeting the tone and tempo of my own. My hands were still intertwined in his hair and I used them now to pull up his head as I leaned back to look at him with glazed eyes. "Oh, my God," I said breathlessly. "I know," he said. "What was that? What did you do to me?" He leaned over to me, gently and quickly but still sending a shiver right through me. "I really didn't do anything," he sounded almost apologetic. "Well, I may have inadvertently shared some of what I was already feeling from you, but I swear, Bella, I wasn't trying to manipulate." I placed a finger over his mouth to silence him and shook my head. I was suddenly feeling more self-possessed and self-confident. "That was a rhetorical question, Racer," I said. "I'm not so naive that I can't recognize what happened and that emotionally it was all me. I just meant, wow. Just wow. And how does that song go? Show me, show me, show me how you do that trick. He laughed in relief and pulled me into a tight embrace. Are you trying to tell me that was? Yup. Just like heaven. He held me for a long time with neither one of us saying a word. Finally, as the flush started to leave my cheeks and I once more became aware of the chill in the wind, I pressed my lips against his ear and said, I love you, Jasper Whitlock. And to answer your earlier question, a year of that sort of instruction would be more than acceptable. In fact, it may not be long enough. If you enjoyed this alternate journey, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to the alternate path for more incredible what-if stories.